Sacred threads, a journey through the world's religions. Before temples rose or scriptures sang, before names like Yahweh, Buddha, or Allah echoed through history, humanity looked up at the stars and asked, "Why are we here?" Sacred Threads is a sweeping 15-part audio odyssey into the heart of our deepest yearnings, for meaning, for order, for the divine. From the silent meditations of Jain monks to the cosmic battles of Zoroastrian myth, from the fire of Sinai to the path beneath the Bodhi tree, this series traces the origins, stories, and living truths of the world's great religions and the new ones still being born. You'll walk with prophets, philosophers, and skeptics. You'll witness the rise of sacred texts and hear the whispered doubts of those who walked away. And through it all, you'll discover not just what others believe, but what belief itself reveals about us. Whether you're faithful, skeptical, or just curious, this is more than a history of religions. It's a mirror, and the question it reflects is eternal. What do you worship when the world falls silent?
The dawn of religion.
Prologue. The dawn of the sacred, the origins of religion. Sound the faint heartbeat of a human drum, skin stretched over bone, resonant in a Paleolithic cave. In the flicker of torchlight, red ochre dances across the walls, tracing bison, spirals, and half-remembered dreams. A low chant rises, mingling with the hush of wind outside. You, listener, stand on the threshold of deep time, about to witness humanity's first steps toward the sacred. Welcome to the world's religions, a 15-episode odyssey. Our opening chapter travels back tens of thousands of years, long before temples or scriptures, to discover how and why religion itself emerged. We will walk among Neanderthals, peer through the eyes of shamans, and watch stone monuments climb against the sky, all to understand why human beings may be wired for transcendence. 1. Prehistoric spirituality, burial rites, animism, and early myth. 1.1. The evidence beneath the earth. The story begins underground, in the stillness of graves. Shanidar Cave, Iraqi Kurdistan, circa 60,000 BCE. Archaeologist Ralph Solecki brushes compacted sediment from the remains of a Neanderthal male, Shanidar IV, resting in what appears to be a deliberate burial pit. Pollen grains from yarrow and hyacinth cling to the soil, suggesting the body was strewn with flowers. Whether those blooms signified affection, medicinal ritual, or a gesture toward an afterlife, they reveal deliberate care beyond mere disposal. La Ferracière, France, Cima de los Huesos, Spain, Kafze, Israel. Across continents, hominin graves repeat the pattern. Flexed limbs, ochre staining, grave goods, lumps of red pigment, and pierced shells once worn as ornaments. These burials imply symbolic thinking, a recognition that death is more than biological cessation, that the departed require escort or protection. Religion's seed is visible here in the solemn orchestration of farewells. 1.2. Animism, a world alive. Step out of the cave and into the forest twilight of Pleistocene Europe. Every tree creaks with personality, the river hums with intention. For foragers, the line between organism and spirit blurs. Anthropologist E.B. Tylor coined the term animism in 1871. The belief that natural objects are animated by conscious life. But animism is less a doctrine than a lived gestalt. Its logic whispers, "Because I possess a mind, perhaps the oak does too. The thunder speaks. The bear negotiates." This worldview demands relationship, offerings, taboos, stories, knitting ecological knowledge into moral obligation. Long before codified theology, animism served as humanity's first environmental ethic. 1.3 Early myth in stone and pigment. In Europe's decorated caverns, Chauvet, Altamira, Lascaux, the oldest dated paintings, circa 37,000 BCE, pulse with narrative intent. Massive aurochs charge, half-human hybrids lurk, handprints stamp ownership on the cosmos. Some panels appear superimposed over millennia, as if each generation extended a sacred storyboard. We cannot read these myths verbatim, yet the composition suggests ritual performance. Flickering firelight animates galloping herds, drumbeats echo hoofbeats, storytellers embroider the hunt into cosmic drama. Myth grows out of episodic memory, stretched by imagination into patterns of meaning. 2. The evolutionary and psychological roots of belief. 2.1 Agency Everywhere, the HADD hypothesis. Why did the human brain evolve to sense invisible presences? Cognitive scientist Justin Barrett proposes the Hyperactive Agency Detection Device, HADD, a mental module tuned to infer agents, predators, rivals, from scant data. In a Paleolithic savanna, mistaking the wind for a lion cost little. Failing to detect the lion cost everything. Natural selection thus favored minds that erred on the side of agency. Religion, under this view, is a byproduct. Gods are the ultimate agents, explaining lightning, illness, destiny. Belief rides piggyback on a survival instinct. 2.2 Costly signaling and group cohesion. Evolutionary biologist Amot Zahavi argued that organisms broadcast costly signals, peacock's tails, deer antlers, to prove fitness. Humans, likewise, enact extravagant rites, fasting, tattooing, firewalking. Anthropologist Richard Sosis analyzed 19th-century American communes and found that groups demanding the most intense rituals survived longest. Shared hardship weeds out free riders, welding members into trusting coalitions. Thus, religion's fervor is not wasteful, it is adhesive. A tribe that sings together beneath the moon fights better come dawn. 2.3 Terror management and the promise of meaning. Psychologist Jeff Greenberg, Sheldon Solomon, and Tom Pischinsky developed terror management theory, TMT. Human self-consciousness collides with the inevitability of death, generating paralyzing fear. Cultural worldviews, religious or secular, buffer that terror by granting symbolic immortality. I will live on in the clan's memory, in the god's keeping, in heaven's halls. Burial rites reaffirm community. Myths tame chaos. Afterlife hopes soothe grief. Religion is an existential technology. 3. Shamanism and the role of ecstatic experience. 3.1 The Shaman's Journey. Across Siberia, the word shaman, from saman, one who knows, describes a specialist who mediates human and spirit realms. Among the Evenki, the shaman drums until his soul ascends the world tree. In the Amazon, a Yachaj drinks ayahuasca to converse with forest beings. Despite divergent cultures, core elements recur. Call and crisis. A near-death illness or lightning strike marks the novice, surviving signals supernatural election. Ecstatic flight. Through drumming, dancing, fasting, or entheogens, consciousness departs the body. Neurologically, this state engages the temporal parietal junction, modulating self-other boundaries and evoking out-of-body sensations. Return with power. The shaman brings back healing chants, animal allies, or prophetic visions, social capital codified as sacred authority. 3.2 Neurochemistry of Vision. Modern fMRI studies reveal that ritual drumming at 4 to 7 Hz entrains theta rhythms, reducing activity in the default mode network, DMN, the seat of autobiographical ego. Psychedelic compounds, psilocybin, DMT, produce a similar DMN quieting, allowing sensory and limbic regions to crosstalk. The ensuing flood of imagery feels more real than real, interpreted as contact with spirits. 3.3 Shamanism's Cultural Toolkit. Beyond healing, shamans enforce taboos, anger the river spirit and the fish will vanish, arbitrate disputes and narrate cosmology. They are psychologists, physicians, and poets rolled into one. Crucially, they personalize the sacred, proof that anyone, with proper ordeal, may glimpse the invisible. 4. The transition to organized religion, temples, rituals, and gods. Dört nokta, bir göbekli tepe, sanctuary before settlement. On a windswept ridge in southeastern Turkey, archaeologists in the 1990s uncovered Göbekli Tepe, a monumental complex of T-shaped limestone pillars ringed like stone sentinels, dating to circa 9,500 BCE, millennia before agriculture in the region. Carvings of foxes, boars, and scorpions leer from the pillars' flanks. The site upended assumptions. Hunter-gatherers, not yet sedentary farmers, marshaled hundreds of workers to carve and haul 20-ton megaliths. Some scholars argue that the desire to gather for ritual feasts drove nearby groups to cultivate cereal plots, inadvertently triggering the Neolithic Revolution. In other words, religion may have built the first cities, not the other way around. 4.2. Çatalhöyük and the Household Shrine. At Çatalhöyük, c. 7,400 to 6,000 BCE in Anatolia, clusters of mud brick houses share party walls, prize fat-bottomed goddess figurines, and plaster bull horns on hearth altars. No freestanding temple exists. Instead, every dwelling doubles as sanctuary. Religion seeps into domestic space, blessing daily life. The bread you bake, the ancestor skull you bury beneath the floor. 4.3. Sumer, the rise of the priest-king. By 3200 BCE, in Mesopotamia's alluvial plains, irrigation demanded bureaucratic coordination. Temple complexes, such as Eridu and Uruk, ballooned into ziggurats, tiered mountains of mud brick, visible for miles. Here, theology intertwines with power. Gods own the land, priests steward it. Surplus grain becomes temple offering, then worker ration, then tax. Cuneiform tablets record allotments, prayers, and omens, writing itself births from liturgical accounting. Religion, once the province of itinerant shamans, now staffs full-time clergy who mediate between city and cosmos, legitimizing kings as divine regents. 4.4. The invention of the pantheon. Polytheism solves a social scaling problem. A small band needs a handful of spirits. A city of 50,000 requires a pantheon mirroring its division of labor. Anu oversees the heavens, Enki governs fresh water and craft, Inanna rules love and war. When city-states vie, their gods compete by proxy. Political conquest rebrands deities or merges them, yielding ever more intricate theologies. The divine bureaucracy reflects and rationalizes human hierarchy. 5. Why humans may be wired for transcendence. 5.1. The mystical brain. In 2001, neurologist Andrew Newberg injected radioactive tracers into Franciscan nuns at the climax of silent prayer. SPECT scans showed decreased activity in the posterior superior parietal lobe, which orients the self in space. As that region quiets, boundaries dissolve. The nuns report union with God. Similar neural signatures appear in Buddhist monks, Sufi dervishes, and seasoned meditators. Evolution rarely invents an organ for no reason. The capacity for self-transcendence may confer adaptive benefits, stress relief and healing. Deep relaxation lowers cortisol, boosting immune resilience. Creativity and problem-solving. Altered states forge novel associations, handy for tool invention and mythic storytelling. Group synchrony. Collective chanting entrains breathing and heart rate, fostering empathy. 5.2. Dopamine, reward, and revelation. Anthropologist R.I.M. Dunbar links endorphin release to synchronous rituals, laughter, dance, hymnody, that reinforce social bonds. The brain thus rewards religious participation with biochemical euphoria. Revelatory visions, meanwhile, surge with dopamine, the neurotransmitter of incentive salience, flagging the experience as profoundly important. Mystical insight feels authoritative, fortifying ethical resolve and worldview cohesion. 5.3 Cultural evolution of the sacred. Memory, once externalized in art and architecture, loops back to shape cognition. Children raised among towering cathedrals or minarets develop spatial and moral schemas colored by those structures. Over generations, religion co-evolves with language, law, and art, embedding itself in the cultural genome. Interlude and invitation to Part 2. The drums fade, but the echoes persist. You have traveled from flower-strewn Neanderthal graves through the trance of shamans to the shadow of the first ziggurats, tracing how burial, myth, and neurobiology conspired to awaken the sacred impulse. In Part 2, we will follow megalithic engineers erecting Stonehenge and the Egyptian pyramids, explore the codification of myth into canonical scripture, examine religious ethics as adaptive strategy, conclude with the larger question: does the dawn still illuminate our modern quests for meaning? Episode 1. The Dawn of the Sacred, the Origins of Religion. Narrators recap. Flute and drum reprise the theme, quieter now, like breath before speech. In Part 1, we unearthed graves blooming with wildflowers, watched shamans arc across the night sky, and stood beneath the first Mesopotamian ziggurats. We glimpsed how burial, myth, and the neurological spark of transcendence sculpted the earlier sacred landscapes. Now the story widens. Stones rise into rings and pyramids. Oral sagas crystallize into scripture. Ethics fuse clan into civilization. And all the while, the same primal hunger, to commune with something vaster than the fragile self, beats within the human breast. 6. Megalithic visions, stones that touch the sky. 6.1 Stonehenge, cosmic clock and ancestral cathedral. Dawn, midsummer, Salisbury Plain. The horizon blushes, a chill mist skims knee-high grasses. Suddenly a shaft of sunlight cleaves the long corridor of trilithons and strikes the altar stone at the heart of Stonehenge. Spectators gasp, and have for nearly 5 millennia. Construction phases, circa 3100 BCE, minus 1600 BCE. Earthwork bank and ditch encircle a ceremonial precinct. Bluestones, 4-ton slabs from Wales, trundled 240 kilometres on wooden sledges and rafts, perhaps leveraged by seasonal pilgrimage. Sarsen Ring, sandstone uprights weighing up to 25 tons, lifted via earthen ramps, mortise and tenon joints, locking heaven to earth. Archaeologist Mike Parker Pearson argues Stonehenge formed a pair with nearby Durrington walls, one for the living, timber-bright and bustling, the other for the dead, fossilized in stone. Processions ferried the deceased along the Avon River from life to ancestral repose, orchestrating social memory on a cosmic scale. The monument's solar alignments signal a theology where time itself is sacred architecture. 6.2 Newgrange and the Light of Rebirth. Cross to Ireland's Boyne Valley, circa 3200 BCE. A grass-capped mound, Newgrange, hides a 19-metre passage lined with spiralled curbstones. For 364 days, the inner chamber lies in darkness, but on the winter solstice an amber blade of sun pierces the roof box, flooding the tomb for 17 breathless minutes. Here, death is not an ending. It is gestation in the belly of the Earth Mother, released when the sun is reborn. The engineering, precision to within half a degree, reveals sophisticated astronomy yoked to mythic imagery. Megalith builders did not merely observe the heavens, they choreographed a dialogue between sky clock and soul. 6.3 Pyramids of Egypt, stairways for the divine king. Farther south, along the Nile, limestone blocks glint beneath pitiless sun. By 2575 BCE, Pharaoh Khufu commands the Great Pyramid at Giza, 2.3 million stones, averaging 2.5 tons apiece, aligned within 3/60ths of a degree to true north. The causeway mirrors the Milky Way, The shafts in the king's chamber aim toward Orion and the circumpolar, imperishable stars. In Egyptian cosmology, these stars never set, apt symbol for royal immortality. But pyramid building is more than celestial vanity. Organizing 20,000 laborers for decades forges national unity and redistributes grain rations in the annual flood off-season. The monument becomes a socio-economic engine, theology poured in stone, powering the state. 7. From oral thunder to written flame. Myth becomes scripture. 7.1 The Scribes' Revolution. Around 3300 BCE in Sumer, clay tablets collect wedge-shaped cuneiform impressions tallying barley. But numbers soon sprout words, ledgers blur into hymns. Durable writing revolutionizes religion in 3 ways. Fixity, stories freeze, discouraging radical variation. Heresy is born. Portability, law and liturgy migrate across empires. Commentary, exegesis, the art of interpreting sacred text, turns meaning into a living dialogue. 7.2 Gilgamesh, hero, king, and existential questioner. The Epic of Gilgamesh, standard Akkadian version circa 1200 BCE, older Sumerian cause, chronicles a demigod king who, after losing his friend Enkidu, quests for immortality. He fails, learning the bittersweet human condition. Fill your belly with good things, for this too is the lot of man. The poem blends mythic grandeur with psychological candor, scripture as mirror to mortality. 7.3 Vedic chants, sound as creation. In the Indian subcontinent, the Arg Veda, oral composition circa 1500 to 1200 BCE, written later, comprises over 1,000 hymns. Reciters memorize exact pitch and accent because sound itself is sacral. In the beginning was Vak, speech, declare later Brahmana texts. To chant is to reenact cosmic dawn. Writing eventually codifies the verses, but careful ritual ensures the living mouth-to-ear lineage persists, a redundancy that protects sanctity. 7.4 Torah, covenant on parchment. Hebrew scribes compiling traditions between circa 1000 to 400 BCE weave law, myth, and genealogy into the Torah. Unique among ancient Near Eastern codes, it posits ethical monotheism. One God enfranchises a marginalized people, demanding justice because you were strangers in Egypt. Thus, literacy not only records but moralizes power. 7.5 Why Scripture Matters. Written canon allows disputation. Scholars debate variant readings, e.g., Masoretic points, Vedic recensions. Mission, text, can be copied and mailed, converting distant minds. Memory across ruin. Empires fall, libraries burn, but scrolls hidden in caves, Qumran, Nag Hammadi, resurrect lost voices centuries later. Scripture is mnemonic armor against the entropy of history. 8. Ethics as adaptive strategy, from blood feud to compassion. 8.1 Law Codes and Order. When Hammurabi erects his black diorite stele, circa 1750 BCE, he stakes divine legitimacy. Shamash, god of justice, dictates these laws. Eye for eye reciprocity deters vengeance spirals by delegating punishment to a central authority. Religion provides the cosmic gavel. 8.2 The Axial Age Hypothesis. Between 800 to 200 BCE in Greece, Israel, India, China, and Persia, sages interrogate inherited myth. Israel, prophets thunder social justice, let justice roll like waters. India, Upanishadic seers internalize sacrifice. Atman equals Brahman. China, Confucius teaches virtue over birthright. Laozi exalts effortless harmony. Greece, philosophers seek logos beneath capricious Olympus. Persia, Zarathustra, frames morality as cosmic choice. Truth, Asher, versus lie, Druj. German philosopher Karl Jaspers dubbed this the axial age, a pivot when transcendence turns ethical. Altruism enlarges in-groups, smoothing trade and diplomacy. 8.3 Compassion as social technology. Modern studies by political scientist Ara Norenzayan suggest belief in big gods who punish cheating boosts cooperation among strangers, enabling commerce beyond kinship. Ritual charity, zakat, tithing, dana, recirculates wealth, mitigating inequality. Over time, moralizing religions outcompete purely ritual ones, not because the gods are real or unreal, but because cooperation scales civilization. Ninth Festival, Calendar, and the Agricultural Heartbeat. 9.1 Sacred Time Loops. Agriculture entangles survival with seasons. Religions overlay ritual calendars onto planting harvest cycles. Akitu, Babylonian New Year Spring, dramatizes Marduk's victory over chaos. The king's reign is ritually renewed. Pesach, Passover, synchronizes Israelite liberation with barley harvest. Freedom is tasted in unleavened bread. Eleusinian mysteries, Greece, celebrate Demeter's grain grief and Persephone's return. Initiates receive hope for afterlife germination. By sacralizing the calendar, societies transform weather's anxiety into predictable ceremony, knitting communal identity. 9.2 Pilgrimage as social circulation. Paths worn by feet become arteries of culture. Olmec La Venta to Gulf Coast shrines, exchanging jade and myth. The Hajj to Mecca, uniting disparate tribes into a pan-Arab polity. Kumbh Mela along the Ganges, today the largest peaceful gathering on earth. Pilgrimage markets stimulate economies, stories and technologies cross-pollinate. Religion again acts as conveyor belt for globalization before the term existed. 10. The enduring dawn. Does it still illuminate us? 10.1. The secular turn and the spiritual marketplace. By the 19th century, the West witnesses disenchantment. Darwin undercuts Genesis chronology. Freud pathologizes belief. Marx brands religion opium. Yet faith refuses eclipse. New religious movements, Baha'i, Pentecostalism, New Age syncretisms proliferate. Neuroscientists track meditation's health benefits. Psychonauts revive shamanic sacraments with clinical rigor. The archaic pulse persists, remixed for post-industrial ears. 10.2 Technology as temple. Virtual reality churches, AI-written sutras, and live-streamed pilgrimages reshape ritual space. Where Göbekli's hunters traveled days to stand among pillars, a teenager now dons goggles and meets avatars in a Gothic cathedral coded in silicon. The instinct, gather before a symbol larger than self, adapts to optics fiber and algorithm. 10.3 Cosmic awe in the scientific age. Astronomer Carl Sagan called the cosmos a religion for intelligent atheists. Photos from the James Webb Space Telescope echo Newgrange's solstice shaft. Light travels 13 billion years to ignite human wonder. Physicist Brian Swimmer speaks of the universe story as modern mythos, marrying data to reverence. 10.4 Wiring for Transcendence Revisited. Recall Part 1's neural scans of prayer and trance. Contemporary research into psychedelics, psilocybin trials at Johns Hopkins, Imperial College, finds mystical-type experiences predict long-term reductions in depression and addiction. The therapeutic edge hints that evolution's gift, a brain flexible enough to dissolve ego, still confers survival value, now psycho-spiritual rather than hunter-gatherer. 10.5 Closing Invocation. Imagine again the Paleolithic drum. Its rhythm merges with your heartbeat. Across millennia, voices join. A Neanderthal mourner sprinkling flowers, an Egyptian priest reading star paths, a Vedic chanter tasting syllables of creation, a modern astronaut watching sunrise over Earth's curve. What binds them is not creed, but quest. The human story begins with questions the cosmos answers in silence, prompting us to sing, carve, build, and believe. Whether you anchor hope in scripture, science, or quiet contemplation, you inherit that dawn. The impulse to step beyond fear, to name the mystery and to walk together toward the light. Flute echoes fade, heartbeat slows, silence pregnant with possibility. Sacred threads, a journey through the world's religions. Before temples rose or scriptures sang, before names like Yahweh, Buddha, or Allah echoed through history, humanity looked up at the stars and asked, "Why are we here?" Sacred Threads is a sweeping 15-part audio odyssey into the heart of our deepest yearnings, for meaning, for order, for the divine. From the silent meditations of Jain monks to the cosmic battles of Zoroastrian myth, from the fire of Sinai to the path beneath the Bodhi tree, this series traces the origins, stories, and living truths of the world's great religions, and the new ones still being born. You'll walk with prophets, philosophers, and skeptics. You'll witness the rise of sacred texts and hear the whispered doubts of those who walked away. And through it all, you'll discover not just what others believe, but what belief itself reveals about us. Whether you're faithful, skeptical, or just curious, this is more than a history of religions. It's a mirror, and the question it reflects is eternal. What do you worship when the world falls silent?
The dawn of religion.
Episode 2, Covenant and Commandment, Judaism. Wind sighs over the Negev desert. Stars, diamond points on black velvet, glimmer above a lone encampment. An aged herdsman, skin weathered like saddle leather, steps from his tent. He gazes skyward, counts breaths, not stars, for they are beyond numbering. A voice, inner or divine, whispers, "Look toward heaven and count the stars, if you are able. So shall your offspring be." Thus begins a saga of covenant, promises hammered on the anvil of history, faith tested in exile, law etched on parchment and heart. Welcome to Episode 2 of The World's Religions. Tonight, we journey through 4 millennia of Jewish experience, tracing how a tribal bond with one God became a global heritage of ethics, resilience, and relentless dialogue. 1. Patriarchs and the Birth of a Covenant. 1.1 From Ur to Canaan. Archaeologists place the Sumerian city of Ur, home to ziggurats and moon god temples, in modern Iraq. Sometime in the early 2nd millennium BCE, according to the Bible's memory, Abram departs this urban bustle for the semi-arid marches of Canaan. Scholars debate dates, but the narrative's heartbeat is clear. Leave certainty, embrace promise. The covenant unfolds in 3 strokes: land. To your seed I will give this land. Descendants, I will make of you a great nation. Blessing to others. In you all families of earth shall be blessed. Circumcision seals the pact, blood and flesh marking identity deeper than geography. 1.2 Isaac, Jacob, and the God of the Fathers. The patriarchal tales knit ancestry into theology. Isaac survives the near sacrifice on Mount Moriah, an implicit rejection of child offering common in the region. Jacob, renamed Israel after wrestling a mysterious being, sires 12 sons whose tribal names will map the nation. These stories, set against Bronze Age nomadism, pulse with moral ambiguity, deceit and blessing, exile and homecoming, laying groundwork for a faith unafraid of argument with God. 1.3 Joseph in Egypt, foreshadow of exile. Joseph's descent into Egypt, his rise to vizier, and eventual reconciliation with his brothers plant two seeds: the diaspora as providence and migration as survival strategy. When famine grips Canaan, Jacob's clan settles in Goshen, prospering, until memory curdles into suspicion. A new king who knew not Joseph enslaves them, setting the stage for the defining drama of liberation. Second Exodus, liberation and law. 2.1 Moses, the reluctant prophet. Scholars place Moses loosely in the 13th century BCE, amid Egypt's new kingdom. Whether raised in Pharaoh's court or symbolic composite, Moses embodies confrontation with empire. Burning bush. A thorn shrub flames yet is not consumed. The name YHWH, I am who I am, blazes into history. 10 plagues. Ecological nightmares that mock Egyptian deities. Nile blood challenges. Happy. Darkness eclipses Ra. Passover night. Lamb's blood on doorposts turns slaughter into salvation. Haste of escape imprints matzah on ritual memory. 2.2 The Sinai Covenant. Atop a trembling mountain, thunder and trumpet blasts herald revelation. Unlike Mesopotamian covenants between king and vassal, this treaty is between God and a recently freed slave nation, an audacious leveling. The 10 words, commandments, carve 2 tablets: divine allegiance, no other gods, no idols, honor the name, keep Sabbath. Social ethics, honor parents, forbid murder, adultery, theft, perjury, and coveting. Holiness here is relational, fidelity to God mirrored in justice toward neighbor. 2.3 Tabernacle and portable presence. Instructions for a mishkan, a movable sanctuary, detail fabrics, acacia boards, gold-plated cherubim. God's glory, Shekinah, dwells amid camp, not atop an inaccessible peak. This democratization of sacred space will later enable Judaism to survive temple loss. Presence is portable. 3. Wilderness, conquest, and the tribal confederation. 3.1 Testing in the desert. 40 wilderness years forge identity. Manna trains dependence. Rebellions provoke plagues. Bronze serpents heal. Deuteronomy recasts covenant for a new generation, adding humanitarian laws. Gleaning for the poor. Protection for the foreigner. Prohibition of excessive corporal punishment. Ethical evolution etched by hardship. 3.2 Joshua and the entry into Canaan. Archaeological data shows late Bronze Age city collapses unevenly. Jericho's famous walls may have already eroded. The biblical narrative, however, portrays swift conquest under Joshua, tempered by covenants with locals like Rahab. Scholars propose a gradual settlement, pastoral clans infiltrating hill country, absorbing Canaanite culture yet distinct in worship of YHWH. 3.3 Judges. Anarchy and charismatic deliverers. Without centralized monarchy, a cyclical pattern repeats: apostasy, oppression by neighboring powers, plea for help, rise of a judge, Deborah, Gideon, Samson, temporary peace. The refrain, in those days there was no king, everyone did what was right in their own eyes, foreshadows demand for monarchy. Fourth united monarchy, Saul, David, Solomon. 4.1 Saul, the tragic first king. Chosen by Lot, Saul unites tribes against Philistine threat, yet insecurity corrodes him. His unauthorized sacrifice and sparing of Amalekite spoil, violations of prophetic command, estrange him from Samuel and God, highlighting the tension between royal authority and covenant obedience. 4.2 David, warrior, poet, covenant bearer. David of Bethlehem, famed slayer of Goliath, crafts a dual legacy. Political, conquers Jerusalem, makes it capital, extends borders to the Euphrates. Liturgical, dances before the ark, attributed authorship of psalms that voice every human emotion. The Davidic covenant promises an enduring dynasty, seedbed for later messianic hopes. Yet his adultery with Bathsheba and engineered death of Uriah reveal moral frailty. Prophets, Nathan, speak truth to power, a hallmark of Hebrew religion. 4.3. Solomon, Wisdom and the First Temple. Solomon's reign circa 970 to 930 BCE is architectural and intellectual zenith. The First Temple, a cedar-sheathed, gold-gilded house, centralizes worship and pilgrimage. Yet forced labor and rural taxation sow resentment. Diplomatic marriages multiply foreign cults. When Solomon dies, the northern tribes cry, "To your tents, O Israel," splitting the kingdom. 5. Two kingdoms, many prophets. 5.1 Israel, north, and Judah, south. Israel, capital Samaria, dynastic upheavals, fertility cults at Bethel and Dan. Judah, smaller, Davidic line unbroken, temple cult strong. Prophets rise as conscience. Elijah storms Mount Carmel, challenges Baal priests. Amos indicts social injustice. They sell the righteous for silver. Hosea likens idolatry to marital infidelity. 5.2 Assyrian Crisis and the Lost Tribes. In 722 BCE, Assyrian King Sargon II crushes Israel, deporting elites. 10 tribes vanish into history's mist. Judah survives as vassal, its prophets, Isaiah, Micah, interpreting upheaval as moral warning, yet promising remnant restoration. 5.3 Hezekiah, Josiah, and religious reform. King Hezekiah, 8th century, purges idols. Josiah, late 7th century, discovers a book of the law, likely Deuteronomy, during temple renovations, launching centralized Passover, early textual religion flexing authority. But geopolitics intercede. Josiah dies at Megiddo. Egypt and Babylon vie for supremacy. Judah's fate careens toward disaster. 6. Babylonian exile, trauma and transformation. 6.1 Fall of Jerusalem. In 586 BCE, Nebuchadnezzar II razes Jerusalem, slaughters or exiles elites, and burns the temple's cedar beams, the unthinkable. Psalm 137 laments by Babylon's rivers. Lamentations cries, "Is it nothing to you, all ye that pass by?" 6.2 Theology in Crisis. How can a chosen people lose divine dwelling? Answers fermenting Ezekiel's vision. God's glory departs before destruction, implying mobility. Deuteronomistic history. Disobedience, not divine impotence, caused downfall. 2nd Isaiah 40 to 55 proclaims universal monotheism. I am God and there is none else, reframing exile as mission to proclaim sovereignty. 6.3 Diaspora as laboratory. Exiles plant communal models in Babylon. Synagogues emerge for prayer and study psalm sacrifices. Scribal schools compile, redraft, and edit texts that become Torah, Nebi'im, Ketuvim. Judaism becomes text-centric, portable, future-oriented. 7th, Persian Restoration and Second Temple Judaism. 7.1 Decree of Cyrus. In 539 BCE, Cyrus the Great topples Babylon, issues edict allowing captives to return and rebuild. Isaiah hails Cyrus as Messiah, proof that God works through pagan rulers. 7.2 Ezra, Nehemiah, and the Great Assembly. By 516 BCE, the Second Temple stands modestly on Moriah. Later, priest-scribe Ezra reads Torah aloud. Governor Nehemiah rebuilds walls. They mandate separation from foreign wives, enforce Sabbath economics, institutionalize tithes, formalizing Jewish identity around Torah rather than monarchy. The Great Assembly of Sages, tradition says 120 members, canonize scripture portions, develop fence around the law, precepts to prevent transgression, seed rabbinic halakha. 7.3 Emerging sects. During Persian and early Hellenistic periods, multiple priestly families vie. Samaritans build their own temple on Mount Gerizim, defining separate Yahwism. Diversity foreshadows later sectarianism. 8. Hellenistic crosswinds and Maccabean revolt. 8.1 Alexander to Antiochus. In 332 BCE, Alexander the Great conquers Judea, inaugurating Hellenistic cosmopolis. Koine Greek becomes lingua franca. Gymnasia rise in Jerusalem. Many Jews adopt Greek philosophy, translating Torah into Septuagint, LXX, for Alexandrian diaspora. Under Seleucid king Antiochus IV Epiphanes, R. 175 to 164 BCE, policies radicalize. Circumcision banned, pork sacrifices mandated, temple desecrated with Zeus altar, an existential affront. 8th Maccabean uprising. Priestly family of Mattathias sparks guerrilla war. Son Judah Maccabee recaptures temple, rededicates it in 164 BCE. The 8-day oil miracle story arises later, but the festival of Hanukkah crystallizes historical memory of religious freedom. 8.3 Hasmonean dynasty. Victorious Maccabees assume kingship and high priesthood, a fusion criticized by later Pharisees. Borders expand, forced conversions of Idumeans, future Herod's ancestors, sow ethical tension. Nonetheless, autonomy reigns until Roman intervention. 9. Rome, sectarian diversity, and the Second Temple's fall. 9.1 Herodian renovation and sect map. Rome installs Herod the Great, 37 to 4 BCE. Paranoid yet visionary, Herod enlarges the temple into a platform of white marble and gold, Judaism's architectural climax. Judaism now hosts multiple factions: Sadducees, aristocratic priests; Torah literalists, deny resurrection; Pharisees, lay scholars, value oral law, believe in afterlife; Essenes, ascetic community, likely at Qumran, await apocalyptic war; Zealots, militant nationalists; Therapeutae, Hellenists, John the Baptist's renewal movement, and nascent Jesus sect, proto-Christianity, swirl in ferment. 9.2 Great Jewish Revolt, 66 to 73 CE. Tax grievances erupt, zealots seize Jerusalem. Roman legions under Titus besiege, breach walls. In 70 CE, the Second Temple burns, its golden filigree melting like tears. Only the western retaining wall's lower courses will endure, today's Kotel. Masada's fall in 73 CE ends organized resistance, but memory of martyrdom galvanizes future identity. 9.3 Yavne and the birth of Rabbinic Judaism. Amid ruins, Pharisaic sage Yohanan ben Zakkai, smuggled from besieged Jerusalem in a coffin, secures Roman permission to found an academy at Yavne. There, rabbis recalibrate. Prayer replaces sacrifice. Synagogue becomes hub. Festivals adapt. Shofar on Rosh Hashanah, menorah at Hanukkah. Amida, standing prayer, codified. 18 benedictions weave national longing into daily liturgy. 9.4 Bar Kokhba and final exile. In 132 to 135 CE Shimon, Bar Kokhba leads a second revolt. Initial success crowns him messianic in Rabbi Akiva's eyes, but Rome retaliates brutally, renaming Judea Syria Palestina, banning Jews from Jerusalem save on Tisha B'Av. Temple dreams recede, portable Torah centers sustain identity. 10. The Talmudic Age. Text woven with life. 10th. Mishnah. The oral law in writing. Around 200 CE, Rabbi Judah Hanassi compiles the Mishnah, 6 orders, seeds, festivals, women, damages, holiness, purities, distilling debates of Tanaim, teachers. Written aphoristically, it invites commentary, not closure. 10.2 Talmudim, Babylonian and Jerusalem. 2 academies expand upon Mishnah. Talmud Yerushalmi, circa 400 CE, Galilean redaction, terse, war-shadowed. Talmud Bavli, circa 500 CE, produced at Sura and Pumbedita in Parthian, then Sasanian Mesopotamia. Its sugyot, dialectical units, spiral through logic, legend, and law, an intellectual labyrinth shaping Jewish mind. Babylonian geonym, heads, issue responsa, guiding far-flung communities from Spain to Yemen. Judaism becomes a republic of letters. Study equals worship. Interlude and invitation to part 2. Quills scratch in candlelight, echoing Sinai's thunder in softened tones. Our journey has carried us from Abraham's star-drenched covenant to the capacious halls of the Babylonian Talmud, a panorama of faith resilient amid conquest and exile. In part 2, we will traverse the medieval expanse, from Andalusia's golden age to Ashkenaz's crusade wounds, explore mystical currents, Kabbalah's cosmic repair, witness emancipation, enlightenment, and denominational birth, endure Holocaust night, and witness Israel reborn. Survey contemporary Judaism's kaleidoscope. Part 2. Covenant and Commandment Judaism. Pages rustle like leaves in an ancient library. Candle flame trembles, breathing shadows across inked parchment. Beyond the window, a new millennium dawns over exile and empire. The covenant endures, carried in memory, argument, and song. We resume our chronicle in the 6th century of the Common Era. The temple is gone, but a portable homeland of text and ritual flourishes from Mesopotamia to Morocco, from the Rhine to Kerala. What follows is a saga of peril and creativity, of ghettos that birth genius, of mystics who stretch heaven to mend a fractured world, of modern revolutions that promise freedom yet summon new trials. Listen closely. The covenant still speaks, in many tongues. 11th. A tale of two diasporas, Sepharad and Ashkenaz. 11.1 Western Sepharad, the golden age of Al-Andalus. When Muslim armies crossed the Straits of Gibraltar in 711 CE, Iberia, Al-Andalus, became a crucible of cultures. Under Umayyad, then Abbasid, then local caliphates, status, Jews, as dhimmi, protected peoples, paid a tax but gained broad autonomy to study, trade, and administer communal courts. Centers, Córdoba, Granada, Lucena, and Toledo, teem with scholars translating Aristotle and Galen from Arabic to Hebrew to Latin, feeding Europe's scholastic revival. Luminaries of Sepharad, Hasdai ibn Shaprut, 915 to 970, court physician and diplomat, who bankrolls academies corresponding with the Khazar kingdom in the Caucasus. Shmuel ha-Nagid, Samuel ibn Nagrila, 993 to 1056, poet general of Granada, pens war chronicles in biblical Hebrew, proving Torah's tongue can marshal armies. Yehuda Halevi, circa 1075 to 1141, lyricist of longing, my heart is in the east and I in the uttermost west, foreshadowing Zionism 8 centuries early. Moses Maimonides, Rambam, 1138 to 1204, born Córdoba, fleeing Almohad persecution, writes Guide for the Perplexed in Cairo, harmonizing Aristotelian philosophy with Torah, codifies Jewish law in Mishneh Torah, and drafts triage protocols still cited by medical ethicists. 11.2 Northern Ashkenaz, piety amid peril. Along the Rhine, Mainz, Worms, Speyer, Jewish merchants invite Carolingian king's protection, 10th century, birthing Ashkenazi culture. Liturgical innovations, piyutim, liturgical poems, infuse prayer with local melodies. Legal pioneers, Rashi, Rabbi Shlomo Yitzhaki, 1040 to 1105, pens lucid commentary on Bible and Talmud. His brief glosses later crowned the wine of Torah. Customs, minhagim, distinct head coverings, wedding contracts, and Passover tunes evolve, forging identity through embodied practice. Yet security is brittle. When Pope Urban II preaches First Crusade, 1095, crusaders, craving holy blood, massacre communities en route. Worms, Mainz, Cologne. Chronicles like Sefer Gezerot Tatnu record mothers slaying children rather than submit to forced baptism, sanctifying martyrdom as Kiddush Hashem, sanctification of the name. 12th. Catastrophe and resilience in Christian Europe. 12.1 Blood libel and the ghetto. 1144 Norwich. First recorded blood libel accuses Jews of murdering a Christian boy for Passover rites. False, yet virulent, echoing through centuries. 1215 Fourth Lateran Council. Imposes yellow badge, segregates Jews socially. Venice, 1516, establishes the word ghetto, from foundry district ghetto, locked gates at dusk, but inside a furnace of commerce and scholarship glows. 12.2 Expulsions. England, 1290, France, 1306/1394, Spain, 1492, Portugal, 1497. Royal edicts banish tens of thousands, scattering them across the Mediterranean, North Africa, Ottoman lands. Ladino, Judeo-Spanish, ballads carry Andalusian nostalgia to Salonika and Sarajevo. Marranos or Anusim, the coerced, conceal Judaism under Catholic veneers, kindling secret Sabbath candles behind shuttered windows. 12.3 Ashkenaz in Eastern Europe. Polish kings invite Jews as tax farmers and physicians. The Statute of Kalisz, 1264, grants legal autonomy. By the 16th century, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth hosts Europe's largest Jewish population, breeding ground for yeshivot at Lublin, Krakow, Brisk. Yiddish, a fusion of Middle High German, Hebrew, and Slavic terms, becomes lingua franca of shtetl life, its humor and heartbreak later immortalized by Sholem Aleichem. 13. Mysticism unveiled, Kabbalah and cosmic repair. 13.1 The Zohar's Radiance. In late 13th century Castile, Moses de Leon circulates Sefer HaZohar, Book of Splendor, attributing it pseudonymously to 2nd century sage Shimon bar Yochai. The text maps 10 Sephirot, emanations of divine light, from Keter, crown, to Malkut, kingdom, a mystical anatomy of God. Depicts exile as cosmic fracture, mitzvot performed with intention, kavana, restore harmony. Proto-ecological theology. 13.2 Seift and the Lurianic Revolution. After 1,492 expulsions, mystics gather in Seift, Ottoman Galilee. Rabbi Yosef Karo finalizes Shulchan Aruch, 1563, a law code digestible even for layfolk. Rabbi Isaac Luria, Ari, 1534 to 1572, reimagines creation as tzimtzum. God contracts to make space, vessels shatter, sparks scatter. Human ritual becomes tikkun olam, repairing the world, an ethic later adopted by social justice movements. 13.3 Sabbatean Shockwaves. In 1665, mystic Shabbatai Tzvi of Smyrna claims messianic mantle. Millions prepare for redemption. Ottoman arrest forces his 1666 conversion to Islam. Disillusion ripples, yet Sabbatean antinomian fringes persist, later morphing into Jacob Frank's sect in Poland. The episode tests rabbinic authority, prompting emphasis on sober legalism or, conversely, deeper mystical hunger. 14. Early modern crossroads, Hasid and Mitnagd, printing and port. 14.1 Printing the people of the book. From Sonsino, Italy, 1484, to Krakow and Amsterdam, Hebrew presses democratize study. Portable folios shrink Talmud from chained manuscript to backpack-sized companion. Commentaries multiply marginalia, transforming every page into a multi-voice debate. 14.2 Rise of Hasidism. In 18th century Podolia, Israel ben Eliezer, Baal Shem Tov, Besht, preaches Devakut, clinging to God through joyous song, not merely bookish toil. Every soul a ladder. The innkeeper's sigh can pierce heavens as surely as the scholar's exegesis. Charismatic tzaddikim, righteous leaders, emerge. Dov Ber of Mezerich, Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev, Menachem Mendel of Kotsk, each caught a hub of story and song. Opponents, Mitnagadim led by Vilna Gaon, fear antinomian excess. Yet by the 19th century, Hasidic dynasties, Satmar, Ger, Belz, Chabad, lace Eastern Europe, weaving mysticism into daily piety. 14.3 Port Jews and Atlantic modernity. Conversely, Sephardi merchants, Gracia Mendes Nasi, Isaac de Pinto, trade sugar, diamonds, and cacao from Amsterdam to Recife, pioneering global networks. They finance Hebrew printing, philanthropy in Ottoman Palestine, and early Enlightenment salons, exemplifying Judaism's polyphonic adaptability. 15th, emancipation, Haskalah, and denominational branching. 15.1 The promise of equal citizenship. 1789 French Revolution proclaims liberté, égalité, fraternité. 1791 grants full rights to Jews. Napoleon's Sanhedrin, 1807, demands Jews become citizens first, Hebrews second, sparking soul-searching across Europe. 15.2 The Jewish Enlightenment, Haskalah. Moses Mendelssohn, 1729 to 1786, champions Bildung, cultured refinement, translating Torah into High German. Maskilim establish secular schools, newspapers, Hameasef, advocate trades beyond usury, seek linguistic integration. 15.3 Birth of movements. Reform, 1810, Hamburg Temple. Choirs, organs, vernacular sermons, liturgy trimmed of sacrificial hopes. Eventual Pittsburgh Platform, 1885, redefines Judaism as ethical monotheism. Orthodoxy, Samson Raphael Hirsch promotes Torah im Derech Eretz, embrace secular wisdom without diluting halakha. Conservative, positive historical, Zacharias Frankel mediates change and tradition. Later Jewish Theological Seminary, New York, 1886, births American conservative Judaism. Reconstructionism, Mordecai Kaplan, 1934, casts Judaism as an evolving religious civilization, advocates bat mitzvah for girls, synagogue democracy. Denominational pluralism mirrors modernity's centrifugal currents, turning unity into chorus. 16th, pogroms, Zionism, and the road to statehood. 16.1 Eastern nightmares. After 1881 assassination of Tsar Alexander II, pogroms, state-abetted riots, sweep Ukraine and Belarus, killing thousands. May laws, 1882, restrict residency, propelling mass emigration. Over 2 million Jews sailed to America, 1881 to 1924, reshaping New York's Lower East Side with Yiddish theaters and socialist sweatshop unions. 16.2 Herzl and political Zionism. Theodor Herzl, 1860 to 1904, Viennese journalist covering the anti-Semitic Dreyfus affair, 1894, concludes only sovereignty ensures safety. Der Judenstaat, 1896, calls for Jewish Commonwealth. The First Zionist Congress, Basel, 1897, adopts national home in Palestine goal. Waves of pioneers, Aliyot, drain marshes, plant kibbutzim, revive Hebrew as spoken tongue, Eliezer ben Yehuda. 16.3 Balfour Declaration and Mandate tensions. 1917, Britain, eyeing post-Ottoman Middle East, issues Balfour Declaration supporting a national home without prejudice to existing non-Jewish communities. Jewish immigration accelerates. Arab nationalism resists. Riots, 1920-1929, and 1936-39, revolt presage intractable conflict. 17. Shoah, the Holocaust. 17.1. Descent into genocide. 1933, Hitler seizes power. Nuremberg laws, 1935, revoke citizenship. Kristallnacht, November 1938. Synagogues ablaze. 30,000 men to Dachau and Buchenwald. Wannsee Conference, January 1942, codifies final solution. Trains rattle to Auschwitz-Birkenau, Treblinka, Sobibor. Gas chambers belch smoke of 6 million, including 1.5 million children. 17.2 Resistance and Righteous Gentiles. Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, April 1943. Starving fighters hold Nazis nearly a month. Partisans sabotage rail lines in Belarus forests. Raoul Wallenberg, Chiune Sugihara, Irina Sendler issue visas, smuggle infants. Whoever saves one life saves the world entire. 17.3 Theological Aftermath. Survivors like Elie Wiesel wrestle. And yet, despite everything, I believe in God, but I no longer can speak of him as before. Thinkers, Emil Fackenheim, insist Jews add a 614th commandment, not to grant Hitler posthumous victory by abandoning Judaism. 18. Israel Reborn and the Global Post-War Mosaic. 18.1 1948 Independence and Conflict. UN Partition Plan, November 1947, accepted by Jews, rejected by Arab states. David Ben-Gurion declares State of Israel 14 May 1948. 5 Arab armies invade. 1949 armistices set borders. 700,000 Palestinian Arabs flee or are expelled. Nakba. Israel ingathers Holocaust remnants. Yemenite Operation Magic Carpet, 1949-50. Iraqi Operation Ezra and Nehemiah, 1951-52. Moroccan Jews, tripling population within 4 years. 18.2 Law, Religion and Identity. Chief Rabbinate controls marriage, conversion. Law of Return, 1950, grants citizenship to any Jew. Kibbutzim pioneer socialist agriculture. Hebrew University and Weizmann Institute foster science. 18.3 Diaspora flourishing. United States. 1960s suburban boom births, synagogues with stained glass menorahs. Civil rights movement allies rabbis with Dr. King. Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel prays with his feet in Selma. Soviet Jewry, Refuseniks, Natan Sharansky sparked global protests, leading to 1990s emigration wave to Israel and Brooklyn's Brighton Beach. Latin America, South Africa, Australia host vibrant Kehillat, balancing Zionist ties and local integration. 19th, Contemporary Judaism, Diversity and Dialogue. 19.1 Denominational Landscape. Orthodox, Modern, Haredi, Hasidic. Women's Scholarship, Doctor. Aviva Zornberg, Yoetzet Halakha program expands roles. Reform, Progressive, embraces egalitarian liturgy, LQBT clergy. Conservative Masorti, debates Teshavot on same-sex marriage, ordination. Renewal, Rabbi Zalman Schachter Shalomi's neo-Hasidic chant, eco-spirituality. Humanistic Secular, celebrates cultural heritage, sans theism. 19.2 Israeli challenges. Peace process, Oslo, 1993. Second Intifada, 2000. Gaza Wars, 2008, 2014. Abraham Accords, 2020. Ethics of Security versus Justice Royal Rabbinic Discourse. Jewish-Arab coexistence, mixed cities, Haifa, Jaffa, incubate dialogue groups, yet tensions persist. Religion-state friction, draft exemptions for Hardim, pluralistic prayer at Western Wall, conversion laws. Democracy wrestles with covenant. 19.3 Global Trends, Digital Torah, Daf Yomi apps, Zoom Seders during COVID-19, AI-assisted Talmud study democratized learning. Interfaith work, Vatican II's Nostra Aetate, 1965, ends deicide charge. Muslim-Jewish initiatives like Abraham Accords faith forums emerge. Cultural renaissance, Israeli high-tech, startup nation. Nobel laureates, Dan Shechtman. American Jewish comedy, Mel Brooks to Sarah Silverman. Literature, Philip Roth, Nicole Krauss. And music, Matisyahu Noga Erez. Project Identity Beyond Ritual. 20. Epilogue, an eternal conversation. Night deepens over Jerusalem. At the Western Wall, notes wedged between stones rustle with prayers for healing, peace, love, meaning. Across oceans, a teenager lights Shabbat candles via TikTok tutorial. A Brooklyn yeshiva bochur dissects a Tosafot. A Ugandan Abayudaya choir harmonizes psalms in Luganda. A Mars orbiter beams data-thrilling Jewish astrophysicists who still chant, "How manifold are your works?" The story of Judaism is not a straight line, but a spiral. Each generation circles ancient texts, ascending with new questions. Covenant obligates memory and hope. Commandment stitches ethics to daily deed. Argument honors dissent as devotion. Resilience converts ashes to renewal. From Ur to the web, from sacrificial fire to LED menorahs, from Babylonian Talmud to quantum computing halakhic debates, the Jewish people embody dialogue between past and future, heaven and earth, self and stranger. May the covenant's echo invite you, listener, into that conversation. Ever ancient, ever new. Sacred threads, a journey through the world's religions. Before temples rose or scriptures sang, before names like Yahweh, Buddha, or Allah echoed through history, humanity looked up at the stars and asked, "Why are we here?" Sacred Threads is a sweeping 15-part audio odyssey into the heart of our deepest yearnings, for meaning, for order, for the divine. From the silent meditations of Jain monks to the cosmic battles of Zoroastrian myth, from the fire of Sinai to the path beneath the Bodhi tree, this series traces the origins, stories, and living truths of the world's great religions, and the new ones still being born. You'll walk with prophets, philosophers, and skeptics. You'll witness the rise of sacred texts and hear the whispered doubts of those who walked away. And through it all, you'll discover not just what others believe, but what belief itself reveals about us. Whether you're faithful, skeptical, or just curious, this is more than a history of religions. It's a mirror, and the question it reflects is eternal. What do you worship when the world falls silent?
The dawn of religion.
Episode 3, Christ and the Cross, Christianity. Prelude. Night settles over a Judean hillside. Shepherds doze beside glowing embers, unaware that history's hinge is about to swing. In distant Rome, Augustus tallies subjects for taxation. In Jerusalem, priests debate purity laws. In Alexandria, philosophers analyze stars. But none suspect that an itinerant carpenter's son from Galilee will ignite a movement that will split empires, reshape calendars, and etch a cross on half the world. Welcome to Episode 3 of The World's Religions. Tonight we trace Christianity's winding path, from the parables of Jesus to the thunder of cathedral bells, from secret catacombs to global megachurches. Part 1 guides us through 5 crucibles. Jesus of Nazareth, revolutionary teacher or divine savior. The Gospels and Paul's transformative theology. Persecution, martyrs, and the birth of a counterculture. Councils, creeds, and the architecture of orthodoxy. From Constantine to Chalcedon, unity tested by empire. Fasten your sandals, the road to Golgotha runs further than we think. 1. Jesus of Nazareth, revolutionary teacher or divine savior. 1.1. The Roman world of the first century. We set our scene in Roman-occupied Judea, circa 4 BCE to 30 CE, political tension. Herod the Great's dynasty, juggles Rome's taxation with local revolt. Religious mosaic. Pharisees emphasize oral law, Sadducees guard the temple cult, Essenes retreat to desert purity, zealots simmer with insurgent zeal. Apocalyptic expectation. Prophets like John the Baptist thunder judgment, many await a Mashiach, Messiah, to topple oppressors. Into this ferment steps Jesus of Nazareth. First point 2. Ministry in Galilee. Sources: the Canonical Gospels, Mark circa 70 CE, Matthew and Luke 80 to 90 CE, John 90 to 100 CE, Paul's letters 50s CE, and non-canonical texts, Thomas, Tacitus, Josephus. Key elements: teaching, parables of the mustard seed, prodigal son, good Samaritan. Reconfigure kingdom values. Blessed are the poor. Miracles, healings, exorcisms, nature control, storm calmed, loaves multiplied, signify divine authority. Table fellowship. Eating with tax collectors and sinners breaches purity codes, signaling inclusive grace. 12 disciples, symbolic of Israel's tribes. Women followers, Mary Magdalene, Joanna, Susanna. Bankroll mission. 1.3 Clash in Jerusalem. At Passover, Jesus enters Jerusalem. Overturning money changers in the temple courts challenges priestly commerce. Roman prefect Pontius Pilate fears unrest. Sanhedrin fears blasphemy. Charges: claiming Messiah and King of the Jews. Sentence: crucifixion, Rome's brutal deterrent for rebels. First point 4. Resurrection proclamation. Followers allege empty tomb sightings, appearances to Peter, Cephas, Mary Magdalene, Thomas, and greater than 500, 1 Corinthians 15. Resurrection transforms a scattered band into preaching witnesses. Creedal kernel emerges within months. Christ died for our sins, was buried, was raised on the third day. 1.5. Who is Jesus? Early titles. Rabbi, teacher, prophet in Elijah's mold. Messiah, Christos, anointed liberator. Kyrios, Lord. Divine sovereignty, echoing YHWH in Septuagint. Son of God, unique filial intimacy, later doctrinal cornerstone. 2. The Gospels and Paul's transformative theology. 2.1. The fourfold gospel portrait. Mark, earliest, urgent, immediately pacing. Messianic secret conceals identity until cross. Matthew, Judaic lens, 5 teaching blocks mirror Torah, genealogy traces to Abraham. Luke, Gentile physician, themes of compassion, marginalized uplift, Acts sequel charts mission. John, mystical logos, prologue, I am sayings, high Christology. Why 4? Early church embraced multiple witnesses to curb single-author bias and to adapt for diverse audiences. 2.2 Paul the Apostle, conversion and mission. Born Saul of Tarsus, circa 5 CE, Pharisee zealous against the way. Damascus road vision, circa 34 to 36 CE of risen Christ flips allegiance. Key letters: Galatians, salvation by grace, not Torah works. Romans, universal sin, justification, new Adam. 1 Corinthians 15, longest resurrection defense. Philippians 2, Christ him describes kenosis, self-emptying. Paul's 3 pillars: cruciform gospel, weakness as power, justification by faith, legal acquittal through Christ's fidelity. New creation, Jew and Gentile fused into body of Christ. 2.3 Spreading the message. Paul's journeys. First, 46 to 48 CE, Cyprus, Pisidian Antioch. Second, 49 to 52, Philippi, First European Church, Thessalonica, Corinth. Third, 53 to 58, Ephesus riot, collection for Jerusalem poor. Fourth, unproven, possibly Spain. House churches multiply along Roman roads, facilitated by Pax Romana, Koine Greek lingua franca, and Jewish diaspora synagogues as preaching outposts. 3. Martyrs, counterculture, and the blood of the Church. 3.1 Persecution Timeline. 64 CE. Nero blames Christians for Rome's fire. Tradition says Peter crucified upside down, Paul beheaded. 98 to 117. Trajan endorses Pliny's policy. Interrogate, but no hunt. Refusal to worship Caesar punishable by death. 250 CE. Decian edict mandates. Universal sacrifice. Libelli certificates prove compliance. 303 to 311. Diocletian's great persecution. Scriptures burned, clergy jailed, martyrdom peaks until Edict of Toleration, Galerius. 3.2 Theology of Witness. Greek martyrs equals witness. Martyrs emulate Christ's passion, believed to receive immediate heaven. Acts of Perpetua and Felicity, 203 CE, depict visions of victory. Martyr feasts crowd calendar, inspiring courage. 3.3 The Catacomb, Myth and Reality. Rome's catacombs host burial niches, loculi, frescoes of Jonah, Good Shepherd, hope motifs. Yet Christians above ground run businesses, serve in army occasionally. Persecution sporadic, not constant, but identity forged in readiness to suffer. 3.4 Apologists and Intellectual Defense. 2nd century writers, Justin Martyr, Irenaeus, Tertullian, Origen, argue Christianity fulfills Hebrew prophecy, logically consistent with philosophy, Justin's Logos, morally superior, rescuing infants versus Roman exposure. Fourth Councils, Creeds, and the Architecture of Orthodoxy. 4.1 Heresies as Catalysts. Divergent teachings force doctrinal clarity. Gnosticism, spirit matter, dualism, secret knowledge. Marcionism rejects Hebrew God, canon of Luke plus Paul only. Montanism, new prophecy, ecstatic visions. Arianism, Christ as firstborn creature, not co-eternal God. Nestorianism separates Christ's human divine personas. Monophysitism, Christ's divinity absorbs humanity. 4.2 Canon of Scripture. By late 2nd century, Muratorian fragment lists 22 books. Athanasius's Easter letter, 367 CE, names 27 New Testament books, identical to modern canon, confirmed by Carthage Council, 397. Criteria: apostolic origin, orthodox teaching, widespread use. 4th Council of Nicaea, 325 CE. Convoked by Emperor Constantine post-conversion, Milvian Bridge, 312. Main issue, Arius versus Athanasius. Result, homoousios, son of the same substance with father. Nicene Creed, begotten, not made. Nicaea establishes precedent. Ecumenical councils guided by imperial authority craft binding dogma. 4th Council of Constantinople, 381. Reasserts Nicene faith, adds Holy Spirit clause, Lord, giver of life, forming Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed, condemns Apollinarianism, denial of human mind in Christ. 4th and a half Council of Ephesus, 431. Debates Theotokos, God-bearer, title for Mary. Cyril of Alexandria wins, Nestorius deposed. Outcome secures hypostatic union, one person. 4th Council of Chalcedon, 451. Defines two natures, one person, without confusion, change, division, or separation. Churches rejecting Miaphysite Coptic, Syrian, become Oriental Orthodox. 5. From Constantine to Chalcedon, empire and church entwined. 5.1. Constantine's impact. Edict of Milan, 313, grants legal status, returns property. Sunday becomes public holiday. Basilicas, Lateran, Holy Sepulchre, built. Bishops receive civil authority. Wealth flows. Clerical hierarchy develops. 5.2. Monasticism. Desert as protest. While empire Christianizes, ascetics flee. Anthony of Egypt, 251 to 356, sells goods, battles, demons in desert. Athanasius's life popularizes ideal. Pachomius organizes communal monasteries, Cenobitic. Basil the Great in Cappadocia writes rule emphasizing community, liturgy, service, Eastern model. In West, Benedict of Nursia, 480 to 547, crafts rule, balancing prayer and labor, birthing Benedictine order. Monasticism preserves scholarship, offers women convent leadership, and critiques imperial luxury. 5.3. Mission to the barbarians. Ulfilas translates Bible into Gothic, 4th century. Patrick evangelizes Ireland, 5th century, birthing Celtic monasticism. Augustine of Canterbury sent by Pope Gregory I, 597, to Anglo-Saxons. Christianity thus becomes linguistic transformer, creating alphabets, Glagolitic, Cyrillic, for Slavs later. Interlude and invitation to Part 2. Sunset gilds the domes of Constantinople. Monks chant vespers. Distant hammers ring along Rome's crumbling walls. The faith borne by fishermen now advises emperors, yet dissent smoulders like embers beneath marble altars. In Part 2, we will witness the great schism tearing east from west, stand with reformers hammering theses and translating Bibles, sail with missionaries across oceans and continents, explore modern revivals, from Wesley to Azusa Street, examine liberation theology, evangelical politics, and Christianity's shifting center of gravity to the global south. Bells toll across a continent, bronze throats in Rome, copper in Kiev, iron in Compostela. Yet under the harmony lurks a dissonant chord, east and west tuning their theology to different keys. The quill of reform scratches parchment, the press of Gutenberg rattles type, and sails billow toward uncharted oceans. The cross, once planted outside Jerusalem's walls, is about to circle the globe. We resumed our odyssey where Part 1 paused, Constantinople's twilight and Rome's crumbling grandeur, tracking Christianity through schism, reform, conquest, and critique until the turbulent 21st century. Buckle in. The road ahead is paved with councils and conquistadors, revivals and revolutions, martyrs and megachurches. 6. East and West, the Great Schism of 1054. 6.1. Seeds of Separation. Long before the formal break, differences sprouted. Arena, Western, Latin, Church, Eastern, Greek, Church. Language. Latin, legal precision. Koine Byzantine Greek, philosophical nuance. Authority. Pope as universal primate. Petrine claim. Collegiality of 5 patriarchates. Primus inter pares. Theology. Filioque. Spirit proceeds from Father and Son. Spirit proceeds from Father. John 15:26. Liturgy. Unleavened bread, concise rite. Leavened bread, sensory-rich divine liturgy. Celibacy, mandatory for priests after the 12th century. Married parish clergy permitted. Political sparks, crowns of Charlemagne, 800. Photian controversy, 863. Norman incursions into Byzantine Italy fanned the embers. 6.2. The Flashpoint, 1054. Pope Leo IX dispatches Cardinal Humbert of Silva Candida to Constantinople, demanding Patriarch Michael Cerularius accept Latin customs. Humbert slaps a bull of excommunication on Hagia Sophia's altar. Cerularius responds in kind. Though many contemporaries shrug, later generations crystallize the incident as the Great Schism. 6.3 Consequences. 2. Self-contained theologies mature. Orthodoxy emphasizes theosis, deification, iconostasis, and mystical prayer. Catholicism codifies papal primacy, scholastic method. Mutual suspicion feeds later tragedies. Fourth Crusade sacks Constantinople, 1204, widening the gulf. Attempts at reunion, Lyons, 1274, Florence, 1439, collapse under laity backlash. The Christian oikumene now comprises two lungs breathing the same gospel in different dialects of soul. 7. Medieval Christendom, cathedrals, crusades, and corruption. 7.1 High Gothic confidence. Flying buttresses lift stone into light. Chartres, Notre Dame, Hagia Sophia's mosaics restored. Scholastics such as Anselm, faith-seeking understanding, and Thomas Aquinas, the Summa, wed Aristotle to Augustine, forging intellectual cathedrals. 7.2 Crusades, 1095 to 1291. Pope Urban II's cry, Deus vult, rallies knights. Motivations mix, pilgrimage piety, feudal land hunger, papal politics. The First Crusade seizes Jerusalem, 1099, in bloody frenzy. Later crusades falter, culminating in expulsion from Acre, 1291. Legacy, interfaith wounds, trade routes, and the military monastic orders, Templars, Hospitallers. 7.3 Avignon and the Western Schism. French monarchy tugs papacy to Avignon, 1309 to 77. Catherine of Siena pleads for return to Rome. Post-return, rival popes in Rome, Avignon, and later Pisa splinter allegiance, 1378 to 1417, until Council of Constance restores unity, but faith in curial purity erodes. 7.4 Proto-Reformers. John Wycliffe, England, translates Bible into Middle English, denounces transubstantiation, post-mortem exhumation and burning, 1428. Jan Hus, Bohemia, challenges indulgences, asserts conciliar supremacy, burned at stake, 1415. Hus's followers wage Hussite wars, anticipating Protestant defiance. Europe's boiler hisses, the Reformation looms. 8. Fire, print, and protest, the Protestant Reformation, 1517 to 1648. 8.1 Martin Luther's Revolt. 95. Theses nailed or mailed to Wittenberg's castle church door, 31st October 1517, protesting indulgence trade, Johann Tetzel. Diet of Worms, 1521. Here I stand. Outlawed, Luther translates New Testament into vigorous German, 1522. Sola Scriptura, sola fide, sola gratia. Scripture alone, faith alone, grace alone, acts at sacramental economy. 8.2 Swiss currents. Ulrich Zwingli, Zurich, abolishes images, simplifies Eucharist as memorial. John Calvin, Geneva, pens Institutes of Christian Religion, 1536. Doctrine of predestination, consistory discipline. Geneva becomes Protestant Rome, training exiles, Knox, Farel, for missions. 8.3 Radicals and Anabaptists. Opposing infant baptism, Conrad Grebel rebaptizes adults, 1525. Anabaptists preach separation of church-state, pacifism, later Mennonites, Amish. At Münster, 1534, a militant faction attempts theocratic commune. Failure brands movement dangerous, yet seeds modern religious liberty. 8.4 English Reformation. Henry VIII seeks annulment. Act of Supremacy, 1534, crowns monarch head of Church of England. Edward VI swings Protestant. Mary I recatholicizes, burning Cranmer. Elizabeth I fashions via media, 39 articles. Puritans agitate for further reform, later founding New England colonies. 8.5 Catholic Counter-Reformation. Council of Trent, 1545–63, affirms 7 sacraments, Vulgate canon, faith-work synergy, reforms clergy education. New orders, Jesuits, Ignatius Loyola, vow to Pope, spearhead missions and education. Teresa of Avila and John of the Cross revitalize mysticism. Baroque art, Caravaggio, dramatizes faith. Gregorian calendar, 1582, corrects drift. 8.6 Wars of Religion. German Peasants' War, 1524, crushed. Luther sides with princes. French Wars of Religion, 1562–98, Huguenots versus Catholics, St. Bartholomew's Day Massacre, 1572. 30 Years' War, 1618–48, devastates Central Europe. Peace of Westphalia seeds nation-state concept and legal toleration. 9. Across the Seas, global expansion, 1492–1900. 9.1 Iberian conquest and Catholic missions. 1492. Columbus plants crossing Caribbean. Conquistadors follow. Franciscans, Dominicans, Jesuits evangelize indigenous peoples, often complicit in colonial rule, yet figures like Bartolomé de las Casas defend native rights. Our Lady of Guadalupe, 1531. Marian apparition in Nahuatl galvanizes syncretic devotion across Mexico. 9.2 Asia, adaptation and clash. Francis Xavier reaches Goa, 1542. Japan, 1549. Matteo Ricci, China, 1582, dons Confucian robes, mastering Mandarin. Rights controversy over ancestor veneration splits orders, leading to papal ban, 1704, and Chinese expulsion, 1724. Roberto de Nobili in India, 1605, adopts Brahmin customs, translating liturgy into Tamil, pioneering inculturation. 9.3 Protestant missions. Pietism and Moravian Brethren send globe-trotting evangelists, Greenland, Caribbean. London Missionary Society, 1795, dispatches David Livingstone to Africa. Hudson Taylor's China Inland Mission, 1865, penetrates interior. American Board plants seminaries in Ottoman Syria, birthing modern Near Eastern Protestant churches. 9.4 Evangelical Awakenings. First Great Awakening, 1730s–40 U.S. Jonathan Edwards, George Whitefield igniting colonies, stressing personal conversion. Second Awakening, 1830. Camp meetings on American frontier. Charles Finney promotes abolition, temperance. Methodism, John and Charles Wesley, ride circuit. By 1900, over 20 million adherents worldwide. 9.5 Colonial entanglements. Missions often shadow empire, yet indigenous agency rises. Samuel Ajayi Crowther, Nigeria, becomes first African Anglican bishop, 1864. Pandita Ramabai pioneers Indian Christian feminism. Nez Perce convert Hinmatov Yalatkit, Chief Joseph, blends gospel with tribal identity. 10. New wineskins, revivals, Pentecost, and fundamentalism. 10.1 The Holiness and Pentecostal Movements. Phoebe Palmer's Tuesday Meetings, 1840s, preach Second Blessing Sanctification. Azusa Street Revival, Los Angeles, 1906, under William J. Seymour, interracial ecstatic tongues, births Pentecostalism, later Assemblies of God, Church of God in Christ. Charismatic renewal, 1960s, spreads Pentecostal gifts into Catholic and mainline churches, bearing guitar masses and praise choruses. 10.2 Fundamentalism versus Modernism. Darwin's Origin, 1859. Higher criticism of Scripture, Wellhausen, Spark Crisis. The Fundamentals, 1910-15, articulate inerrancy, virgin birth, substitutionary atonement, bodily resurrection, miracles. Scope's Trial, 1925. Theatrically pits Bible against evolution. Fundamentalists retreat to Bible colleges. Neo-evangelicals, Billy Graham, re-engage culture mid-20th century. 10.3 Watykan II 1962 Myślnik 65. Pope John XXIII opens windows, vernacular mass, laity empowerment, ecumenism, unitatis redintegratio, affirming religious liberty, dignitatis, humanae, repudiating Jew blame, nostra aetate. Catholicism shifts from fortress to dialogue. 11th. Liberation theology and post-colonial voices. 11.1 Latin America. Gustavo Gutierrez publishes A Theology of Liberation, 1971. Preferential option for the poor. Base communities read Bible through land reform lens. Oscar Romero martyred, 1980, defending Salvadorans. Vatican critiques Marxist flavor, yet Pope Francis later echoes social justice themes. 11.2 Black and Feminist Theologies. James Cone, Black Theology and Black Power, 1969, interprets Jesus as lynched black body. Hymns of civil rights, church galvanize movement. Womanist scholars, Katie Cannon, center black women's survival wisdom. Feminist theologians, Rosemary Radford Ruther, expose patriarchal bias, retrieving female saints, Sophia wisdom imagery. 11.3 Asian and Indigenous Paradigms. Choan Seng Song, Taiwan, reads Exodus through Asian struggle. Minjung theology in Korea links gospel to democracy protests. Maori, Aboriginal, and Andean Christians weave gospel with land spirituality, challenging extractive capitalism. 12. Christianity in the 21st century, a shifting center of gravity. 12.1 Demographic earthquake. In 1900, two-thirds of Christians lived in Europe. By 2025, Global South, Africa, Latin America, Asia hosts over 65%. Pentecostal megachurches in Lagos, São Paulo, Seoul dwarf European cathedrals. Philip Jenkins dubs it the next Christendom. 12.2 Evangelical Politics and Culture Wars. U.S. religious right mobilizes post-1973 Roe v. Wade. Moral majority, Falwell. Focus on the family, Dobson. Global evangelicals fight corruption, Nigeria. Trafficking, Southeast Asia. While debates rage on sexuality, climate, and migrants. 12.3 Digital and Pandemic Church. Livestream Eucharists, Zoom small groups, TikTok theologians. COVID-19 accelerates virtual liturgy. Sacramental theology wrestles with screen-mediated presence. 12.4 Ecumenism and Interfaith. World Council of Churches, founded 1948, fosters dialogue. Joint Catholic-Lutheran Declaration on Justification, 1999, heals 16th-century wound. Pope Francis's Fratelli Tutti, 2020, and Abu Dhabi Interfaith Accord champion fraternity with Islam. Grassroots reconciliation in Rwanda, Northern Ireland, show gospel as peace catalyst. 12.5 Challenges ahead. Clergy abuse. Scandals erode trust. Secularization surges in West. Nuns, no religious affiliation, grow. Persecution intensifies in parts of Asia and Middle East, yet martyr blood still seeds faith. 13th Epilogue, A Cross-Shaped World. Sunrise on Easter morning. From the basalt beaches of Samoa to the stained-glass hush of Notre Dame's nave, voices rise in hundreds of tongues. Christos anesti, Christ is risen. Christianity began with a Galilean rabbi announcing a kingdom upside down, ratified by a cross the empire, meant for shame. It multiplied through letters passed on Roman roads, survived lions and emperors, codified creeds in imperial halls, fractured and reformed, rode caravels and clipper ships, stowed away in slave quarters and barrios, marched with suffragettes and sang with civil rights choirs, danced at Azusa and knelt amid ruins at Ground Zero. Today it wrestles with its own shadows, colonial complicity, sectarian bloodshed, yet still shelters orphan and addict, funds hospitals and orphanages, and dares to pronounce forgiveness in a vengeful age. Its symbols fill art galleries, its hymns orbit satellites, its scriptures translate into emoji apps. The question posed in Part 1 lingers. Jesus of Nazareth, revolutionary teacher or divine savior? Across 20 centuries, billions have answered both. Others demur, yet still find the Sermon on the Mount haunting their conscience, the Pietà stirring their grief, the Advent candle warming their winter. Whatever your verdict, the story of Christianity is a story no corner of the earth escapes. Its cross stands at the crossroads of empires and slums, of stained glass and smartphone screens, compelling, confounding, inviting each generation to decide where they stand when the cock crows and the stone rolls away. Fade to silence. A single church bell tolls, then another, then countless more, until their resonance becomes the heartbeat of a world still arguing, still hoping at the foot of the cross. Sacred threads, a journey through the world's religions. Before temples rose or scriptures sang, before names like Yahweh, Buddha, or Allah echoed through history, humanity looked up at the stars and asked, "Why are we here?" Sacred Threads is a sweeping 15-part audio odyssey into the heart of our deepest yearnings, for meaning, for order, for the divine. From the silent meditations of Jain monks to the cosmic battles of Zoroastrian myth, from the fire of Sinai to the path beneath the Bodhi tree, this series traces the origins, stories, and living truths of the world's great religions, and the new ones still being born. You'll walk with prophets, philosophers, and skeptics. You'll witness the rise of sacred texts and hear the whispered doubts of those who walked away. And through it all, you'll discover not just what others believe, but what belief itself reveals about us. Whether you're faithful, skeptical, or just curious, this is more than a history of religions. It's a mirror, and the question it reflects is eternal. What do you worship when the world falls silent?
The dawn of religion.
Episode 4, Submission and Revelation, Islam. Welcome to Episode 4 of The World's Religions. In this chapter, we trace the birth of Islam, a faith whose name means surrender, whose scripture resounds in melodic Arabic, and whose call to prayer now circles the globe 5 times a day. Tonight we cover Muhammad and the Quranic revelation, the 5 pillars and the architecture of submission, succession, schism, and the early caliphates. Part 1 ends with the Umayyad zenith. Part 2 will carry us through Shia-Sunni divergence, Sufi mysticism, modern reform, and Islam's 21st century mosaic. Prepare to ride caravan tracks, hear poets duel in verse, and witness empires rise on the wings of a single word, Allah. 1. Muhammad and the Quranic revelation. 1.1 Arabia before Islam. 6th century Arabia is a tapestry of tribes. Bedouin nomads herd camels across the Najd. Sedentary oasis towns, Yathrib, Medina, Khaybar, Taif, cultivate dates and grapes. Mecca, ruled by the Quraysh clan, hosts the Kaaba, a cuboid shrine housing 360 idols, anchoring pilgrimage and commerce. Religiously, the peninsula is pluralistic. Hanifs, monotheist seekers, Jews in Yathrib, Christians in Najran, and Arabian polytheists who venerate Al-Lat, Al-Uzza, and Manat. Poetry is the public art form. Tribal bards recite odes at the annual Ukaz market, their verses etched in memory like law. 1.2 The early life of Muhammad. c. 570. CE, born Muhammad ibn Abdullah, year of the elephant, Abraha's failed Meccan assault. Orphaned early, raised by grandfather Abd al-Muttalib, then uncle Abu Talib. Works as caravan agent for widowed businesswoman Khadijah. Marries her at 25, nicknamed Al-Amin, the trustworthy, for arbitration skills. Yet internal ache persists. Why does wealth pool while orphans starve? Why quarrel over idols that neither speak nor see? 1.3 The Night of Power, Laylat al-Qadr. During Ramadan, c. 610 CE, Muhammad retreats to Mount Hera. At dawn, the angel Gabriel, seizes him. Iqra, recite. I cannot read. Recite in the name of your Lord who created man from a clinging clot. Q 96:12. Trembling, he rushes to Khadija. She wraps him in a cloak, reassures him, and consults her cousin Waraka ibn Nawfal, a Christian monk who recognizes prophetic signs. Revelations continue. Brief, thunderous surahs condemn social injustice, proclaim divine unity, tawhid, and promise day of reckoning. Early converts, Khadija. Young cousin Ola, freed slave Zard, merchant friend Abu Bakr. Binokta Dirt Meccan opposition. Quraysh elites fear economic threat to pilgrimage idols. They mock the raving poet, boycott Hashim clan, torture slaves, Bilal, Ammar. Muhammad's Miraj vision, night journey to Jerusalem and ascent through 7 heavens, emboldens followers but invites ridicule. Abyssinian asylum. Muslims flee to Christian King Negus, 615 CE, who safeguards them. Muhammad counters persecution with surahs of cosmic scope, Yasin ar-Rahman. 1.5 The Hijra, 622 CE. After Khadija and Abu Talib die, year of sorrow, Yathrib tribes invite Muhammad to arbitrate feuds. He and Abu Bakr secretly migrate, Hijra, escaping assassins. Lunar calendar resets, 1 Anno Hijra. 1.6 Medina, prophet and statesman. Drafts, Constitution of Medina, a pluralistic charter binding Muslims, Muhajirun plus Ansar, Jews, and pagan allies in mutual defense. Qibla initially faces Jerusalem, later redirected to Kaaba, reclaiming Abrahamic heritage. Battles, Badr, 624. Victory shocks Mecca. Uhud, 625. Setback tests faith. Kandak, 627. Trench defense repels siege. Treaty of Hudaybiyah, 628, grants 10-year truce and pilgrimage rights. 1.7 Conquest of Mecca, 630 CE. Quraysh breach treaty. Muhammad marches with 10,000 faithful. Bloodless entry. Idols toppled. Kaaba cleansed. General amnesty proclaimed. Political genius forging hearts instead of ruining foes. 1.8 Farewell pilgrimage and passing. In 632, C.E. Muhammad delivers Khutbat al-Wada. O people, no Arab is superior to a non-Arab except by piety. He affirms rights of women, abolishes blood revenge interest. 3 months later, fever claims him in Aisha's chamber. He leaves neither wealth nor male heir, only a community bound by revelation. 2. The 5 pillars and the architecture of submission. Islam distills praxis into 5 load-bearing acts, each weaving body, mind, and society into divine orbit. 2.1 Shahada, the testimony. La ilaha illallah, Muhammad Rasulullah. There is no God but God. Muhammad is the messenger of God. Uttered with conviction, it births a Muslim. Its dual clause negates idolatry, shirk, and anchors prophecy's seal, Khatam and Nabeen. 2.2 Salat, ritual prayer. 5 daily stations: dawn, Fajr, noon, Zuhr, afternoon, Asr, sunset, Maghrib, night, Isha. Ablution, wudu, purifies limbs. Lines form shoulder to shoulder, erasing hierarchy. Adhan call unfurls from minarets. Allahu Akbar echoes through souks and skyscrapers. Salat disciplines time, bending day to divine cadence, cosmic metronome of submission. 2.3 Zakat, almsgiving. A mandatory 2.5% levy on surplus wealth funds, orphans, widows, debtors, stranded travelers. Zakat institutionalizes social justice. Gold stagnating in coffers is threatened with brands of fire. Q 935. 2.4 Psalm, fasting in Ramadan. From dawn to sunset, no food, drink, or sexual intimacy. Hunger sharpens empathy. Nightly Taraweeh prayers recite the entire Quran across 30 nights. Laylat al-Qadr vigil seeks destiny's decree better than 1,000 months. 2.5 Hajj, pilgrimage to Mecca. Once in life, if able, pilgrims don ihram, 2 white sheets, obliterating status. They tawaf, circumambulate Kaaba 7 times. Sa'i, jog between Safa and Marwa hills, recalling Hagar's water search. Arafat, stand on plain where Adam and Eve reunited. Mercy overflows. Stoning Jamarat, hurl pebbles at pillars symbolizing Satan's temptation. Id al-Adha, sacrifice shares meat with poor. Hajj compresses sacred history into theatre. Pilgrims depart reborn, their sins whiter than milk. Third succession, Schism, and the early caliphates. 3.1 The question of leadership. Muhammad left no written will. In Saqafa Hall, Ansar debate succession. Abu Bakr, citing Quraysh lineage and early faith, is chosen as caliph, rightly guided leader. Some, chiefly Fatima, Muhammad's daughter, and her husband Allah, voice disappointment but pledge eventual allegiance. 3.2 Abu Bakr, 632 to 634 CE. Quells Ridda Wars, tribal apostasy and tax refusal. Dispatches armies north, opening Syrian and Iraqi frontiers. Commissions compilation of Quranic scrolls, Mushaf, after battle deaths of reciters. 3.3 Umar ibn al-Khattab, 634 to 644. Austere visionary, rides camel minus saddle pomp. Conquers Byzantine Syria, Egypt under Amr ibn al-Az. Sassanid Persia collapses at Qadisiyah and Nahavand. Institutes dhimmi protection for Christians, just Jews. Jizya tax substitutes military service. Establishes Dar al-Islam versus Dar al-Harb polity. builds garrison cities, Fustat, Kufa, Basra. Assassinated by Persian slave Abu Lulu. 3.4 Uthman ibn Affan, 644 to 656. Umayyad notable, standardizes Quran codex, sending copies to provinces. Nepotism accusations, appointing kin as governors, ignite dissent. Siege of Medina ends with his murder while reading Quran, first intra-Muslim bloodshed. 3.5 Ali ibn Abi Talib, 656 to 661. Cousin, son-in-law, revered for piety. Battle of the Camel, faces, Aisha, Talha, Zubair, avenging Uthman. Siffin, 657. Stalemate with Muawiyah, governor of Syria. Arbitration undermines Al's legitimacy. Kharijitis secede, brand both parties sinners. Assassinated in Kufa Mosque by Kharijite with poison-laced sword. 3.6 The Sunni-Shia divergence. Followers of Al, Shi'atu Ali, uphold imamate hereditary through Fatimid lineage, Hassan, Hussein. Sunnis deem caliphate elective among Quraysh. Tension climaxes in 680 CE. Karbala tragedy. Caliph Yazid I, Umayyad, demands allegiance from Alauddin's son Hussein. Hussein marches with family. At Karbala, his entourage of 72 faces, Umayyad army of thousands. On 10th Muharram, Ashura, Hussein is slain, severed head paraded. Shia theology frames him as martyr of justice. Annual Ashura Passion plays evoke tears and vows. 3.7 Umayyad Caliphate, 661 to 750. Capital Damascus. Arabic becomes administrative lingua. Coinage minted without Byzantine figures, adorned with shahada, first iconoclastic art. Conquests span. Maghreb up to Atlantic, Berbers Islamize. Al-Andalus, 711. Tariq ibn Ziyad crosses Gibraltar, Jabal Tariq. Transoxiana, wave reaches Indus. Yet Arab preference breeds Mawal, non-Arab convert. Grievance, Abbasid, revolution brews. Part 1 closes here as the Umayyad palaces gleam under Syrian moonlight while whispers of change travel silk roads. Interlude, an invitation to Part 2. You have witnessed revelation descend in a cave, pillars rise like minarets of meaning, and a nascent community expand from Meccan valleys to Iberian shores. But our odyssey through Islam has only begun. In Part 2 we will explore the Abbasid Golden Age, Baghdad's House of Wisdom and Persian-Turkic synthesis. Dive into Sufism, whirling through Rumi's poems and Ibn Arabi's metaphysics. Trace empires, Ottoman, Safavid, Mughal, and the sharpening Sunni-Shia axis. Confront colonialism, reformers like Al-Afghan and Muhammad Abdu, and the rise of modern Islamist and secular streams. Conclude with Islam's 21st century mosaic. Digital fatwas, women scholars, climate activism, and the quest to harmonize revelation with global modernity. Dawn breaks over the Syrian desert. The Umayyad Caliphate, once dazzling in Damascene marble, teeters under the weight of rebellion. From Khorasan ride black-bannered armies chanting a single word, Abbas, and the Islamic world is about to tilt eastward toward Persian courts, Greek manuscripts, and the glittering domes of Baghdad. Our caravan resumes in 750 CE, following Islam's metamorphosis from Arab empire to cosmopolitan civilization, from law-forging jurists to soul-searching mystics, from gunpowder dynasties to digital muftis. Saddle up. The road ahead spans a millennium and more. Fourth, the Abbasid ascendancy and the Golden Age, 750 to 1258 CE. 4.1 Revolution and Reorientation. The Abbasid movement, claiming descent from the Prophet's uncle Al-Abbas, topples Umayyad rule at the Battle of the Zab, 750. Surviving Umayyad Prince Abd al-Rahman flees to Iberia, yet the heartland pivots east. Capital moves to newly founded Baghdad, 762, city of peace, astride the Tigris. Mawal, Persian, and other non-Arab Muslims gain court access, blending Arab, Persian, and Hellenic cultures. 4.2 House of Wisdom, Bait al-Hikmah. Caliph al-Ma'mun, R. 813-833, establishes a translation bureau. Hunayn ibn Ishaq renders Galen and Hippocrates into Arabic. Al-Khwarizm Okho invents algebra, Al-Jaba introduces zero from India and popularizes Hindu-Arabic numerals. Ibn Sunnah, Avicenna, writes Canon of Medicine, Europe's authority for 500 years. Astronomers refine astrolabe. Geographers like Al-Idris chart the world. Knowledge is sanctified. A hadith exalts ink of scholars over blood of martyrs. 4.3 Schools of Law, Madahib. Amid flowering intellect, jurists crystallize fiqh, Islamic jurisprudence, school founder region of influence hallmarks. Hanafi, Abu Hanifa, 702 to 767, Iraq, Ottoman lands, South Asia. Emphasis on analogical reasoning, qiyas, and public interest, istihsan. Malik ibn Anas, 711 to 795. North and West Africa. Reliance on Medinan practice as living sunnah. Shafi'ah, Muhammad al-Shafi, 767 to 820. Egypt, East Africa, Southeast Asia. Codifies usul al-fiqh, legal methodology. Balances hadith with qiyas. Hanbal, Ahmad ibn Hanbal, 780 to 855. Arabia, scriptural literalism, piety over rational speculation. Sunni consensus, ijma, emerges. Shia develop Ja'far fiqh under Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq. 4.4 Mihna, Inquisition of the Mind. Al-Ma'mun, enamored with Mu'tazila rationalism, imposes doctrine that Quran is created, not eternal. Scholar Ahmad ibn Hanbal endures flogging but refuses. Populace sides with him. By 848, the Mihna ends, signaling limits on caliphal power over creed and tipping authority toward ulama, scholars. 4.5 Fragmentation and flourish. By the 10th century, Abbasid caliphs rule in name, de facto power splinters, Tulunids and Ikhshidids in Egypt, Samanids in Transoxiana, sponsor Persian poetry. Firdaus composes Shahnameh, epic of Zoroastrian kings, yet written under Islamic aegis. Baids, Shia, sees Baghdad, 945, humbling caliph to a figurehead. Still, commerce surges on Dar al-Islam's tax-light caravan routes, silk, spices, paper mills. Mosques echo in Cordoba, where Umayyad's splendor rivals Baghdad. In Samarkand, blue-tiled minarets pierce the sky. 5. The Mystic Heart, Sufism. 5.1 Origins and Aims. Sufis, perhaps from suf, wool, signifying ascetic garb, seek marifa, gnosis, beyond legalistic compliance. Early luminaries, Hassan al-Basr, d. 728, laments worldly caliphs. Rabi'a al-Adawiyya, Basra mystic, prays, I love you for yourself alone, not for heaven or fear of hell. Du Annun al-Misri articulates fana, self-annihilation in God. 5.2 Turuk, Brotherhoods. By the 12th century, Sufism organizes into orders centered on saintly sheikhs, order founder hallmarks reach. Qadiriyya, Abd al-Qadir al-Jilani died, 1166. Charity, sobriety, Iraq, West Africa. Mevleviyya, Jalal al-Dan Ruma, 1207 to 1273. Sama whirling dance, reed flute poetry. Anatolia, Balkans, Naqshbandiya. Baha al-Din Naqshband, 1318 to 1389. Silent dhikr, soberness, Central and South Asia. Shadhiliya, Abul Hassan al-Shadhil, died 1258. Tawakkul, trust, litany recitations. North Africa, Egypt. Dhikr, remembrance. Rhythms, heartbeats. La ilaha illa Allah, echoing until self dissolves. 5.3 Rumor and the Ocean of Love. Persian jurist turned poet, Rumor loses mentor Shams-i Tabriz, then pours grief into 26,000-verse Masnav. Come, come, whoever you are, ours is not a caravan of despair. His verses lure Muslim, Christian, agnostic alike, proof that Sufi metaphor transcends dogma. 5.4 Sufi orthodox tensions. Legalists critique antinomian excess. Hallaj died. 922 proclaims Ana al-Haq, I am the truth, and is executed. Yet orthodox scholars like Al-Ghazal reconcile Sufism with Sharia in Ihya Ulum ad-Din, rescuing mystics from suspicion. 6. Empires of the Sword and Pen, 1258 to 1918. 6.1 Mongol Tempest and Ilkhanid Conversion. 1258. Hulagu Khan sacks Baghdad, ending a Abbasid line. Libraries burn, scholars scatter. Shockwaves test faith. Ibn Taymiyyah urges return to Quran Hadith purity. Yet within decades, Mongol rulers like Ghazan embrace Islam, building Persianate Renaissance in Tabriz. 6.23 Gunpowder Empires. Empire founding heartland hallmarks. Ottoman, Osman I, 1299. Anatolia, Balkans, Arab lands. Ecumenical millet system. Suleymaniye mosques, Janissary corps. Safavid, Shah Ismail I, 1501. Iran, imposes Twelver-Shahism, shrines at Qom, Mashhad, art of Isfahan. Mughal, Babur, 1526. Indo-Gangetic plain. Taj Mahal, Akbar's syncretic Din-i-Ilah, Urdu literature. 6.3 Sunni Shah geopolitics. Safavid-Ottoman rivalry entrenches sectarian borders. Tigris-Zagros frontier still mirrors today's divide. Theological polemics produce prayer call variations. Shia ad Hayya ala khair al-amal, legal distinctions, and commemorations like Ashura processions in Karbala. 6.4 Science, decline narratives, and renewal. Contrary to decline cliché, late empires innovate. Taqa ad-Dan builds Istanbul Observatory, 1577, rivaling Tycho Brahe. Mughal Akbar fosters translations between Sanskrit and Persian. Yet European industrial power outpaces. 1798 saw Napoleon in Egypt, jolting Muslim thinkers toward reform. 7. Reform, revival, and the colonial encounter, 18th to 20th centuries. 7.1 Purist revivals. Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, 1703 to 1792, preaches strict monotheism in Najd, allies with Ibn Saud. Wahhabiyya denounces tomb veneration, later shapes Saudi kingdom. Fula jihads, West Africa. Uthman dan Fodio founds Sokoto Caliphate, 1804, reforming Hausa states. 7.2 Modernist intellectuals. Facing colonial dominance, reformers seek synthesis. Thinker locale key ideas. Jamal al-Din al-Afghan. Iran, Egypt, Ottoman. Pan-Islamic unity versus imperialism. Muhammad Abdu. Egypt, Grand Mufti, 1899. Ijtihad, independent reasoning, to align Islam with reason. Reforms Al-Azhar curriculum. Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. British India. Aligarh Muslim University. Scientific tafsir reconciles Quran with modern science. 7.3 Political Islam emergent. Muslim Brotherhood, Hassan al-Banna, 1928, urges Islam as system of life. Abul A'la Maudud coins Islamic state theory. Jamaat-e-Islami forms in 1941. Post-colonial states navigate secularism versus Sharia. Turkey's Kemalist laicite. Iran's 1979 revolution under Khomeini, forging Wilayat al-Faqih, guardianship of jurist. 7.4 Diasporas and New Voices. Indentured laborers carry Islam to Caribbean. Chinese Hui trek Silk Road. Ahmadiyya missionaries preach in London, 1920s, and Chicago, 1920. In America, African-descended movements, Nation of Islam, later Sunni transitions under Warith Deen Muhammad, tie faith to civil rights struggle. Malcolm X's 1964 Hajj reorients rhetoric toward global brotherhood. 8. Islam and Modernity, 21st Century Mosaic. 8.1 Demographics and Distribution. 1.9 billion Muslims, approximately 24% of humanity. Largest populations: Indonesia, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Nigeria, shifting center of gravity from Arab core. 8.2 Women, Scholarship and Authority. Female muftis emerge. Amina Wadud leads mixed-gender prayer, 2005, sparking debate. Sheikha Fatima al-Samarkandiya revival. Modern scholars cite medieval women transmitters of hadith, more than 8,000 documented. Courts in Morocco, 2004, reform family law, Mudawana, boosting women's rights. Saudi Arabia, 2018, lifts driving ban. 8.3 Digital fatwas and Islamic finance. Web portals, Islam QA, Seekers Guidance, deliver rulings across time zones. Blockchain zakat platforms track charity transparency. Halal fintech spurs Sukuk, Islamic bonds, markets surpassing $2 trillion. 8.4 Extremism and counter-narratives. Al-Qaeda, 1998. ISIS, 2014. Exploit grievances, yet face repudiation from mainstream scholars. Aman, message 2005. Grassroots de-radicalization and Number Not in My Name campaigns highlight interpretive struggle within Ummah. 8.5 Climate and Ethics. Muslim-majority nations endure climate hits. 2015 Istanbul Environmental Summit issues Islamic Declaration on Global Climate. Green mosques install solar panels. Ramadan campaigns cut plastic iftar waste. 8.6 Interfaith Bridge Building. Marrakesh Declaration, 2016, upholds minority rights. Document on Human Fraternity, Pope Francis and Sheikh Ahmad al-Tayyib, 2019, champions peace. Grassroots programs pair synagogues, mosques for community service. 9. Epilogue, The Path of Surrender. Night again drapes the Hijaz. Pilgrims swirl around the Kaaba, draped in white, hearts throbbing with a single refrain. Labbaik, Allahumma labbaik. From a solitary cave cry to a planetary chorus, Islam's story is one of revelation received and submission enacted. In law, codes inked on parchment, in poetry engraved on hearts, in domes reflecting desert sunsets, and in the silent dhikr of a seeker before dawn. The Quran declares, "We made you nations and tribes so that you may know one another." Across 14 centuries, Muslims have known one another, and the world, through conquest and commerce, philosophy and physics, whirling dance and silicon chips. They have argued over authority, shed tears for Karbala, copied galaxies onto astrolabes, and recited verses that send shivers down minarets still warm from the noon sun. Yet amid diversity, 5 pillars stand: testimony, prayer, charity, fasting, pilgrimage. Like tent poles under desert stars, They hold up a vast canopy where Bedouin shepherd, Malaysian technologist, Senegalese griot, and Chicago activist can feel at home, face Mecca, and murmur the same syllables that once stilled Muhammad's trembling heart. Iqra. To submit is not to capitulate to tyranny. It is to align will with the one beyond time, to find peace, salam, in surrender, Islam. Whether heard in the measured cadence of Quranic tilawa, the boom of a Sufi drum, or the staccato of keystrokes coding an app for halal microloans, the call remains. The caravan kneels, lanterns dim. Our journey through Islam ends, but the road of submission stretches beyond the horizon, lit by the crescent of possibility. Sacred threads, a journey through the world's religions. Before temples rose or scriptures sang, before names like Yahweh, Buddha, or Allah echoed through history, humanity looked up at the stars and asked, "Why are we here?" Sacred Threads is a sweeping 15-part audio odyssey into the heart of our deepest yearnings, for meaning, for order, for the divine. From the silent meditations of Jain monks to the cosmic battles of Zoroastrian myth, from the fire of Sinai to the path beneath the Bodhi tree, this series traces the origins, stories, and living truths of the world's great religions, and the new ones still being born. You'll walk with prophets, philosophers, and skeptics. You'll witness the rise of sacred texts and hear the whispered doubts of those who walked away. And through it all, you'll discover not just what others believe, but what belief itself reveals about us. Whether you're faithful, skeptical, or just curious, this is more than a history of religions. It's a mirror, and the question it reflects is eternal. What do you worship when the world falls silent?
The dawn of religion.
Episode 5, Cycles and Dharma, Hinduism. Prelude. A conch shell sounds over the Ganges at dawn. Mist curls above sacred water as saffron-robed priests offer flames, and somewhere in the foothills of the Himalayas, an old rishi recites syllables that echo back 3,000 years. They speak of fire and sky, of sacrifice and immortality, of cosmic order and the secret self. These mantras have outlived empires, slipped into silicon circuits, and ring still in yoga studios half a world away. Welcome to Episode 5 of The World's Religions. Tonight we journey through Hinduism, a civilization-sized tapestry woven of ritual, myth, philosophy, and daily custom. More a family of traditions than a single creed, Hinduism invites us into a universe where time is cyclic, divinity wears countless faces, and liberation lies both within and beyond the world. Part 1 explores the Vedas, songs at the dawn of consciousness, from sacrifice to self. The Upanishadic turn, karma, dharma, samsara, and moksha, mapping the cosmic cycle. The Mahabharata and Ramayana, epic rivers of meaning. Gods, goddesses, and avatars, the expanding pantheon, Vishnu, Shiva, Devi. Part 2 will take us through yoga's many paths: bhakti devotion, medieval temples, colonial encounter, modern gurus, caste politics, and Hinduism's global future. Prepare to step onto a wheel that never stops turning, yet promises freedom at its still center. 1. The Vedas, Songs at the Dawn of Consciousness. 1.1 Proto-Indo-Aryans and the Sapta Sindhu. Around 1500 BCE, dates debated, migrating Indo-Aryan pastoralists enter the Sapta Sindhu, land of 7 rivers, today's Punjab and Haryana. They bring with them a sky god pantheon, chariot warfare, and a prodigious oral tradition, the Agi Veda. 1.2 Composition and Preservation. The Avrari, Sama, Yajur, and Atharva Vedas form the core Vedic corpus. Their Samhitas, hymn collections, address natural forces personified. Agni, fire, mouth of sacrifice. Indra, thunderbolt, wielding victor over the serpent Vrtra. Varuna, cosmic judge guarding RTA, order. Soma, elusive moon plant intoxicant. Recital is mathematically precise. Padapatha breaks compounds. Ganapatha expands each word forward and back, an oral encryption ensuring stability before writing. Modern linguists marvel. A text of 1,028 hymns, 153,826 words, transmitted nearly error-free for millennia. 1.3 Yajna, the Vedic sacrifice. Central to Vedic religion is yajna, fire offerings of ghee, grain, and soma liquors, performed by Vij priests who chant mantras to coax gods into sustaining cosmic order. Kings sponsor elaborate horse sacrifices Ashvamedha to assert imperial might, while householders maintain daily Agnihotra hearth fires. 1.4 Social stratification. Varna. Early verses hint at society's fourfold Varna: color, class; Brahmana, priests; Kshatriya, warriors, rulers; Vaishya, herdsmen, traders; Shudra, servants. The famous Purusa Sukta hymn imagines cosmic being dismembered. Mouth becomes priest, arms warrior, thighs commoner, feet servant, mythologizing hierarchy as cosmic anatomy. 2. From Sacrifice to Self, the Upanishadic Turn. 2.1 Brahmanas and the Seeds of Speculation. Between 900 to 600 BCE, priestly prose commentaries, Brahmanas, puzzle over sacrificial symbolism. Why does Agni carry offerings? How does mantra equal reality? Questions outgrow ritual answers, gestating a revolution. 2.2 Upanishads, sitting near the teacher. The principal Upanishads, Brihadaranyaka, Chandogya, Katha, Esha, Taittiriya, Aitareya, Katha, Mundaka, Mandukya, and Shvetashvatara, detach knowledge from fire altars to the fires of mind. Key doctrines: Brahman, infinite, unchanging ground; Atman, innermost self; Tattvam Asi, that thou art, identity of self and absolute; Neti, not this, apophatic approach; Om, phonetic condensation of cosmos; dialogue form dazzles; King Janaka quizzes sage Yajnavalkya; boy Nachiketa's bargains with Yama; Garga debates cosmology in King Janaka's court, showing women as philosophers. 2.3 Philosophical schools, darshanas. Upanishadic insights spawn orthodox Astika schools, darshana founders' core tenets: Samkhya, Kapila, dualism, Purusa, spirit, and Prakriti, matter; Yoga, Patanjali, 8-limb discipline for mind-body mastery; Nyaya, Gautama, logic, epistemology, 16 categories; Vaisheshika, Canada, atomism, categories of reality; Mamsa, Jaimini, exegesis of ritual, potency of mantra; Vedanta, Badarayana and later Shankara, Ramanuja, ultimate non-duality, Advaita, or qualified dualism, Vishishtadvaita. These schools debate in Sanskrit treatises, refining India's intellectual rigor centuries before Aristotle is translated. 3. Karma, Dharma, Samsara, Moksha, mapping the cosmic cycle. 3.1. Karma, moral mechanics. Literally, action, karma expands from ritual act to ethical causality. Deeds leave samskaras, impressions, that fruit in this life or another. No omnipotent judge, the cosmos itself keeps ledgers. 3.2. Samsara. The wheel. Birth, death, rebirth cycles, as relentless as monsoon. Eons, kalpas, measure cosmic breaths. A human may transmigrate through 8.4 million species, say Puranas. 3.3. Dharma, the law of being. More than duty, dharma is one's inherent pattern aligned with cosmic order. It shifts by varna, class, ashrama, life stage, and context, demanding situational wisdom. Life stages: brahmacharya, student; grasta, householder; vanaprastha, forest dweller, retiree; samnyasa, renouncer. 3.4. Moksha, liberation. Goal: moksha, release, from samsara, realized as merging with Brahman, abiding in divine presence, or dwelling in Krishna's Goloka, varies by school. Methods: knowledge, jnana; devotion, bhakti; works, karma; or meditation, dhyana. Upanishad whispers, as a lump of salt thrown in water dissolves, so does the knower of the self become one with it. Fourth, epic rivers of meaning, Mahabharata and Ramayana. 4.1. Mahabharata, the Great War and Great Dharma. At 100,000 verses, Mahabharata dwarfs Iliad plus Odyssey tenfold. It chronicles fratricidal Kurukshetra war between Pandavas and Kauravas, an allegory of ethical crisis. Embedded at book's heart, Bhagavad Gita, dialogue where Prince Arjuna, paralyzed by kinslaughter, receives Krishna's cosmic vision. Svadharma versus universal ethics. Krishna unveils paths: karma yoga, selfless action; jnana yoga, wisdom; bhakti yoga, loving surrender. 4.2. Ramayana, the journey of Dharma. Authored by sage Valmiki, the Ramayana recounts Prince Rama, wife Isuta, and loyal Simeon Hanuman versus demon king Ravana. Themes: kingship duty, marital fidelity, power of devotion. Diwali lights commemorate Rama's return. Epics unify subcontinent, recited in Sanskrit, Tamil Kamba Ramayanam, Hindi Tulsidas Ramcharitmanas, Indonesian shadow puppet versions, illustrating Hinduism's polyphonic nature. 5. Gods, goddesses, and avatars. Vishnu, Shiva, Devi. 5.1. Trimurti and beyond. While Vedas emphasize elemental deities, later Puranas, 300 to 1000 CE, elevate a cosmic triad. Brahma, creator; few temples; creation is one-off. Vishnu, preserver; Shiva, destroyer, regenerator. Yet Hinduism resists rigid hierarchy. Each deity blossoms countless forms. 5.2. Vishnu and his avatars. Vishnu sleeps on cosmic serpent Ananta, between cycles. To save world, he descends as Avatara, descent. Matsya, fish, rescues Manu's ark. Kurma, tortoise, supports churning of ocean. Varaha, boar, lifts earth. Narasimha, man-lion, slays tyrant Hiranyakashipu. Vamana, dwarf, reclaims cosmos via 3 strides. Parashurama, warrior sage, wields axe. Rama, prince of Ayodhya. Krishna, cowherd, charioteer, flute god. Buddha, enlightened teacher in some lists. Kalki, future rider who ends Kali Yuga. Vaishnavism luxuriates in bhakti songs. Alvars in Tamil Nadu, Jayadeva's Gata Govinda, Mirabai's Rajasthani hymns. 5.3. Shiva and Shaivite mysticism. Shiva, dances Tandava within cosmic cremation ground. Dual nature, Mahadeva, ascetic yogi smeared in ash, river Ganga coiled in hair, Nataraja, lord of dance encircled by flames. South Indian Shiva temples at Chidambaram and Thanjavur host nighttime lamps lit to cosmic rhythm. Kashmir's Trika Shaivism posits universe as Shiva's vibration, Spanda. 5.4 Devi, the goddess as power. In Shakta theology, ultimate reality is feminine Shakti. Durga rides lion, slays buffalo demon. Lakshmi grants prosperity. Sarasvat streams music, art, learning. Kala devours ego. Garland of skulls sparks both fear and liberation. Deva Mahatmya, circa 400 CE, proclaims her supreme. Navaratri festival drums 9 nights across India. 5.5 Bhakti revolution and sectarian harmony. Between the 6th to 12th centuries, Tamil Nayanars, Shaiva saints, and Alvars, Vaishnav, spread vernacular devotion, bypassing Brahmin intermediaries. North Indian poets, Kabir, Tulsidas, Surdas, sing accessible divinity. Sufi influence colors metaphors. Bhakti undermines caste exclusivity, offering love as path to moksha. Interlude and invitation to Part 2. Flames sway before temple deities. Incense spirals into twilight. We have journeyed from Vedic fire sacrifices to epic wars and cosmic dances, meeting gods who are many, yet somehow one. In Part 2, we will map the rise of yoga, Raja, Bhakti, Hatha, and beyond. Explore temple architecture, from cave shrines to Angkor Wat. Chart medieval exchanges with Islam, Sikhism, and colonial powers. Examine caste, reformers like Ramohun Roy, Vivekananda, Ambedkar, and contemporary Hindu politics. Trace Hinduism's global footprint, from Bali offerings to Silicon Valley mindfulness. Episode 5, Cycles and Dharma. Hinduism. The wheel of time turns. A single note from a bamboo flute drifts across a moonlit ghat. Somewhere, a yogi's breath slows to silence, a temple bell shivers in bronze, and a young programmer in Bengaluru launches a meditation app that will circle the globe by morning. The river of Hindu tradition keeps flowing, bending, splitting, re-merging, yet always singing the same ancient refrain. Truth is one. Sages call it by many names. Our pilgrimage resumes where Part 1 paused, with gods dancing, Bhakti poets singing, and the Upanishadic insight that the self is the world. Tonight we cross 15 centuries, from forest hermitages to digital homilies, tracing how Hinduism reinvented itself through invasion, empire, reform, and globalization. 6. Yoga, paths of the body, mind, and heart. 6.1 Classical Yoga, Patanjali's 8-limbed stairway. Around the 2nd century BCE, CE, Patanjali compiles the Yoga Sutras, mapping a psychological technology. Yama, ethical restraints, non-violence, truth. Niyama, observances, purity, contentment. Asana, steady posture. Pranayama, breath control. Pratyahara, sense withdrawal. Dharana, concentration. Dhyana, meditation. Samadhi, absorption, losing subject-object duality. Goal, Sita Virti Nirodha, stilling mental ripples so Purusa reflects itself. 6.2 Bhakti Yoga, the path of love. While philosophers analyze mind, saints melt hearts. Singing Krishna's name, Chaitanya, 16th century, weeps in Bengal streets. Maharashtra's Varkari pilgrims walk barefoot to Pandharpur, chanting Vithal, Vithal. In South India, Annamacharya composes 32,000 Telugu songs to Venkateshwara. Emotion becomes sacrament. 6.3 Jnana Yoga, the path of wisdom. 8th century sage Adi Shankara systematizes Advaita Vedanta. World is Maya, dependent reality. Brahman alone is real. Liberation comes via discrimination, viveka, and direct realization, aparoksa anubhuti. His terse commentaries and founding of 4 marthas, monastic seats, unify Sanskrit learning from coast to Himalaya. 6.4 Karma Yoga, action without attachment. The Bhagavad Gita instructs, act but offer fruits to me. Medieval saints translate this into service. Iyer women cook free meals in temple kitchens. Sikh langar, rooted partly in Hindu bhakti ethic, feeds millions. 6.5 Hatha Yoga and the body alchemical. Around the 11th century, Natha masters Gorakhnath and Matsyendranath develop Hatha Yoga. Postures, bandhas, mudras, and kundalin energy raising. Manuals, Hatha Yoga, Pradpika, 15th century, combine Tantra with physiology. British officers later encounter these asanas, seedling to the modern yoga boom. 7. Stone hymns, temples, icons, and sacred landscapes. 7.1 Cave to Colossus. Ajanta and Ellora, 5th to 8th century. Volcanic cliffs carved into Kailasa mountain temple housing Shiva's cosmic home. Badami and Mahabalipuram, Pallava sculptors freeze myth in granite waves. 7.2 Dravidian and Nagara styles. Region architecture hallmark. South, Dravidian. Pyramidal gopurams, Meenakshi temple's polychrome towers swarm with deities. Brihadiswara's 80-ton capstone lifted by 6-kilometer ramp. North, Nagara. Curvilinear shikara spires. Khajuraho's erotic carvings fuse fertility with transcendence. Jagannath Puri's chariot festival rolls deities to sea of humanity. 7.3 Temple economies. Land grants, Devadana, dancing girls, Devadasasis, bronze guilds, temples become banks, theatres and hospitals. Pilgrim networks spur roads akin to Europe's cathedral circuits. 7.4 Angkor, Bali and beyond. Khmer kings build Angkor Wat, 12th century, largest religious monument on earth, depicting churning of ocean on 800-meter bas-relief. In Bali, Hindu-Buddhist syncretism births rice terrace water temples. Trihita Karana philosophy aligns gods, humans, nature. 8. Encounters with Islam and the birth of Sikhism. 8.1 Delhi Sultanate and Mughal synthesis. From 1206, Turkic rulers erect Delhi Sultanate. Later Mughals, 1526, patronize art-blending Persian miniatures with Hindu motifs. Emperor Akbar debates Jesuits, Jains and Brahmins in the Ibadat Khana, forging Dani Ilaha vision. Taj Mahal, 1632–53, weaves Quranic calligraphy with lotus finials. 8.2 Bhakti Sufi confluence. Poets like Kabir, 15th century, dissolve boundaries. The Hindu says Ram, the Muslim Rahim, but tell me, who created them both? Sufi saints, Nizamuddin Auliya, and Bhakti singers share Qawwali rhythms. Vernacular devotion becomes resistance to orthodoxy. 8.3 Guru Nanak and Sikhism. In 1469, Guru Nanak of Punjab proclaims Ik Onkar, one reality. Rejecting caste and idolatry, yet cherishing bhakti and Nam Simran, name remembrance, Sikhism emerges as bridge tradition. 10 gurus fashion scripture, Guru Granth Sahib, infused with Kabir's dohas and Hindu ragas. 9. Colonialism, reform, and the birth of modern Hindu identity. 9.1 British rule and Orientalism. 18th century East India Company gains Bengal. Sir William Jones translates Sanskrit, birthing Indo-European linguistics. Hinduism, as singular label, crystallizes in census categories and debates about sati. 9.2 Abolition of sati and social reform. Raja Ramohun Roy, 1772 to 1833, founds Brahmo Samaj, citing Vedas to oppose widow burning. Governor-General Bentinck outlaws sati, 1829. Roy seeds Indian journalism and rational monotheism. 9.3 Ramakrishna and Vivekananda, mysticism meets parliament. Mystic Ramakrishna, 1836 to 86, worships Kali yet experiences Christ and Allah. Disciple Swami Vivekananda electrifies 1893 Chicago Parliament of Religions. I am proud to belong to a religion which has taught the world tolerance. He establishes Vedanta societies in New York, San Francisco, Hinduism's first American beachhead. 9.4 Arya Samaj and Vedic nationalism. Swami Dayananda, Saraswati, 1824 to 83, rallies. Back to the Vedas, denouncing idol worship, child marriage, and polytheism, yet amplifying pride in Vedic heritage. Shuddhi ceremonies reconvert those lured by missionaries, foreshadowing Hindu nationalist rhetoric. 9.5 Mahatma Gandhi, Ahimsa and the Gita in politics. Mohandas Gandhi, trained in London law, reads Gita through Tolstoy farm lenses. His Ahimsa Satyagraha topples empire via spinning wheel and salt march. Yet partition, 1947, cleaves India-Pakistan, birthing traumatic refugee tide. Gandhi is assassinated by Hindu nationalist Nathuram Godse, 1948, exposing ideological fissures. 9.6 Ambedkar and the annihilation of caste. B. R. Ambedkar, 1891 to 1956, born Dalit, drafts India's constitution outlawing untouchability. Disillusioned with Hindu orthodoxy, he converts to Buddhism with 600,000 followers, 1956, igniting Dalit Buddhist movement and ongoing caste equality battles. 10. Independent India, secular state, sacred politics. 10.1 Constitutional secularism and personal laws. India, 1950, declares secular democracy while permitting religious personal laws. Hindu Code Bills of 1955 to 56 abolish polygamy and codify inheritance for Hindus, Jains, Sikhs, Buddhists. Muslim family law left separate, sowing debates on uniform civil code. 10.2 Rise of Hindutva. Rashtriya Swayamsevak, Sangh, RSS, 1925, advocates Hindutva, Hinduness, as cultural nationalism. Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, leverages Ram Janmabhoomi agitation. 1992 demolition of Babri Masjid in Ayodhya sparks riots. BJP victory, 2014-2019, under Narendra Modi deepens questions. Is Indian secularism tilting majoritarian? Citizenship Amendment Act, 2019, granting asylum to non-Muslim South Asian migrants triggers protests, while supporters hail civilizational justice. 10.3 Dalit and Adivasi assertion. Movements like PIM, Army and Dalit Panthers, challenge caste violence. Supreme Court bans manual scavenging, 2013, yet sewer death headlines persist. Tribal rights laws, 2006, allow forest self-governance, though mining concessions threaten sacred groves. 10.4 Gender and sexuality. Triple talaq, instant Muslim divorce, outlawed, 2019, partly through Hindu majority push. Section 377, colonial anti-sodomy law, struck down, 2018. Queer Hindu groups reinterpret myth, Shiva as Ardhanarshvara, half-female, and Krishna's trans friend Shikandi as inclusive exemplars. 11th. Global Hinduism, diaspora, yoga boom, and digital devotion. 11.1 Diasporic constellations. Indentured labor, 1834 to 1917, seeds Hindus in Trinidad, Fiji, Mauritius, South Africa, temples built from sugar estate wages. Post-1965 U.S. Immigration Act lures engineers. Today, nearly 4 million Hindus thrive in America. UK hosts Diwali lights on London Eye. Canada elects Hindu MPs. Bali integrates Hindu rituals with tourism. 11.2 ISKCon and Guru movements. A. C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, 1966, founds ISKCON, Hare Krishna drums echo in Times Square. Gurus like Sai Baba, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, transcendental meditation. Sathya Sai, Amma, Sri Sri Ravi Shankar, Sadhguru gain global followings. Scandals over money and abuse provoke scrutiny, yet diaspora temples expand, from Atlanta's Swaminarayan Mandir to Sydney's Murugan Hilltop Shrine. 11.3 Yoga's Metamorphosis. Tirumalai Krishnamacharya, 1930s, teaches Patapi Joys, Ashtanga, BKS Iyengar, Alignment, Indra Devi, Hollywood. By 2025, global yoga industry exceeds $100 billion. International Day of Yoga, UN 2015, showcases 35,000 Indians breathing on Rajpath. Skeptics decry cultural appropriation, while BJP frames it as soft power. Apps fuse pranayama with neurofeedback. Scientists at Harvard map yoga's effect on telomere length. 11.4 Online Darshan and Pandemic Pujas. COVID-19, 2020-21. Shutters temples. Priests live stream Arati via smartphones. Gurus hold Zoom satsangs. VR software lets diaspora devotees walk around Varanasi Ghats. Yet digital divides bar rural Dalits from participation, exposing tech inequality. 12th. Contemporary debates, pluralism, environment, and the future. 12.1 Interfaith relations. Hindu-Muslim tensions flare. Delhi riots, 2020. Yet peace networks like Interfaith Coalition for Peace host joint Eid Diwali kitchens. American Hindus partner with Jews on kosher halal vegetarian dialogues. Bali's Hindu priests bless ocean cleanups alongside surfer Christians. 12.2 Ecology and Sacred Rivers. Ganga personified as goddess, yet industrial effluence poisons her. Namami Gange project, 2014-2, spends billions on sewage plants. Pilgrimage plastic remains challenge. Bishnoi community in Rajasthan guards trees since the 15th century. Chipko women hug forests. Sikkim bans chemical fertilizers, citing Vedic respect for soil. 12.3 Cows, Cuisine, and Politics of the Plate. Cow protection long revered. Since 2015, beef lynching incidents spark global outcry. Dalit leather workers and Muslim butchers face vigilante violence. Court cases pit personal diet against sacred sentiment. Meanwhile, vegan Hindus revive ahimsa ethics across caste lines. 12.4 Science and Spirituality. Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, draws engineers who recite Gita before Mars orbiter launch, 2013. Quantum physicists cite Upanishads at TED Talks. Critics warn against pseudoscience, cow urine cures, yet integrative medicine labs clinically test turmeric's curcumin. 12.5 The Digital Sanskrit Revival. AI tools translate Vedas. Gita GPT chatbots answer ethical queries. Open source fonts digitize Grantha and Sharada scripts. Young TikTokers chant Gayatri mantra over lo-fi beats. Elders worry about decontextualization. 13th Epilogue. The still point inside the wheel. Night again cloaks the Ganges. Oil lamps float like galaxies on water, each flame a prayer, for exams, for crops, for peace, for the soul's return home. On far shores, LED screens glow with the same river in 4K, pixels substituting for perfume of jasmine, yet somehow the mantra still penetrates, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hinduism is not a monolith, but a mandala. patterns repeating at larger scales. Sacrifice becomes meditation. Village goddess becomes cosmic energy. Caste hierarchies face democratic upheavals. Yoga emerges from Himalayan caves to corporate wellness rooms. Through it all, the core intuition endures. Reality is layered, life is cyclic, and liberation is possible. Right here, right now. The Vedas sang of fire as mediator. Neuroscientists now watch meditation ignite frontal lobes. The Upanishads whispered, Tattvam Asi. Social activists translate it into solidarity with migrant workers. Krishna played a flute. Today his devotees remix kirtan with EDM, yet tears still flow. Castes crumble, reform, resurrect, like phoenixes and sometimes like ghosts, while the Constitution fights to keep the fire of equality alive. Hinduism's genius is adaptation without annihilation. It absorbs, digests, and reincarnates influences. Greek astrology, Persian miniature, British parliamentarism, Silicon Valley code, yet maintains a yogic spine of continuity. So, dear listener, whether you bow before Nataraja's bronze whirl, breathe through a sun salutation, or simply ponder the karmic ripples of your choices, you are touching threads of a tapestry older than history and wider than the ocean. May you find your dharma, ride samsara lightly, sow good karma, and glimpse, if only for an instant, the moksha hidden in every heartbeat. Sacred threads, a journey through the world's religions. Before temples rose or scriptures sang, before names like Yahweh, Buddha, or Allah echoed through history, humanity looked up at the stars and asked, why are we here? Sacred Threads is a sweeping 15-part audio odyssey into the heart of our deepest yearnings, for meaning, for order, for the divine. From the silent meditations of Jain monks to the cosmic battles of Zoroastrian myth, from the fire of Sinai to the path beneath the Bodhi tree, this series traces the origins, stories, and living truths of the world's great religions, and the new ones still being born. You'll walk with prophets, philosophers, and skeptics. You'll witness the rise of sacred texts and hear the whispered doubts of those who walked away. And through it all, you'll discover not just what others believe, but what belief itself reveals about us. Whether you're faithful, skeptical, or just curious, this is more than a history of religions. It's a mirror, and the question it reflects is eternal. What do you worship when the world falls silent?
The dawn of religion.
Episode 6, Ascetic Fire, Jainism. Prelude. Imagine northern India 26 centuries ago. The hot wind combs through a sal forest. Birds hush. A prince stands barefoot on a bed of scorching stones, eyes half closed, unmoving except for the slow rise of breath. Ants crawl across his ankles. He offers them no resistance. Around him villagers whisper, that is Vardhamana, seeker of impossible freedom. One day he will be called Mahavira, the great hero, and his vow of non-violence will radiate like hidden fire, shaping kings' consciences, guarding billions of living beings, and even inspiring the man who defied the British Empire with a spinning wheel. Welcome to Episode 6 of The World's Religions. Tonight we travel the austere yet luminous path of Jainism, a faith that finds divinity not in sacrifice or worship, but in self-restraint carried to its incandescent edge. We will explore Mahavira and the birth of the Jain Samga, the five great vows, Ahimsa and its companions, Jain cosmology, the infinite and the infinitesimal, two robes, one ideal, Shvetambara and Digambara, monastic fire and lay embers, structuring a dual community. Part 2 will lead us through temple cities of marble lace, Jain contributions to mathematics and ecology, encounters with colonial modernity, and the quiet global diaspora that funds animal shelters and vegan research today. 1. Mahavira and the birth of the Jain Samga. 1.1. A prince restless in a golden cage. Traditional dating places Vardhamana Mahavira between 599 to 527 BCE, Shvetambara, or 540 to 468 BCE, Digambara, though modern scholars cluster near circa 497 to 425 BCE. He is born in Kshatriya Kund, a small republic in the Vaji Confederacy of present-day Bihar. His parents, King Siddhartha and Queen Trishala, belong to the Jataka clan of the Kshatriya warrior Varna. Omens mark his birth: 14 auspicious dreams, elephants bowing, lakes filling with lotus. For 30 years Vardhamana lives in material comfort, yet chronicles insist his gaze already pierces illusion. At age 30, he asks parental leave to renounce. His parents hesitate. His elder brother persuades him to wait until their death, respecting filial dharma. 2 years later, he lays aside royal silk, plucks hair in fistfuls, a gesture called Kesha Lonchana, and walks into forest silence, wearing only a single white cloth. 1.2. The 12-year tapas. Mahavira's austerities outstrip his contemporaries. He stands motionless amid monsoon deluge, fasts for months, meditates with eyes fixed on one point, ekagrata, and endures abuse without anger. One account describes shepherd boys setting dogs on him. Another tells of nails driven into his ears by a resentful landowner, yet he blesses the assailant. After 12 years of tapas, arduous practice, on the banks of the Rijupalika River near Drimbagrama, Mahavira attains Kevala Jnana, omniscient perception unclouded by karma. The moment blazes in Jain art. The conqueror, Jina, stands beneath an Ashoka tree, sun halo crowning his shaven skull. 1.3 Predecessors and the Tirtha line. Mahavira does not claim originality. He calls himself the 24th Tirthankara, ford-maker across the river of rebirth, reviving a timeless doctrine lost in cyclical decay. Preceding him looms Parshvanatha, 23rd Tirthankara, circa 8th century BCE, whose followers still exist. Earlier still, Jains believe, 22 other liberated teachers preach similar asceticism deep into mythic antiquity. This emphasis on continuity will help Jainism weather political shifts. Truth is eternal, merely rediscovered. 1.4 Establishing the Samga. Mahavira wanders Magadha and Kosala, teaching through Samavasarana assemblies, auditoriums conjured by celestial beings, say texts where animals, gods, and humans sit in concentric rings, each understanding in their own tongue. His charisma draws 14,000 monks, 36,000 nuns, 159,000 laymen, and 318,000 laywomen, Shvetambara numbers, before his nirvana at Pava, age 72. He organizes disciples into fourfold Katavida Samga: Muni, monks; Arika, Sadhvi, noons; Shravaka, laymen; Shravika, laywomen. Thus, Jainism from inception entwines total renunciation with pragmatic household virtue, a dual DNA we will examine later. 1.5 Scriptural Seeds. Unlike Buddha, Mahavira speaks Ardhamagad, Prakrit, common tongue of Indo-Gangetic plains, eschewing elite Sanskrit. His sermons, agamas, are memorized by Ganadharas, chief disciples. Centuries later, political upheaval and famine scatter monks. Textual schisms erupt over what survives. The Shvetambara canon now contains 45 agamas. Digambaras insist sacred knowledge was lost and compile later treatises. Satkandagama, Kasaya. This divergence stems not from theology, but from memory's fragility, highlighting ascetic oral culture's vulnerability. 2. The Five Great Vows, building an inner citadel. 2.1 Ahimsa, non-violence in thought, word, deed. At Jainism's molten core burns ahimsa. While Vedic Brahmins legitimize sacrifice and Buddhists preach a middle path, Mahavira radicalizes non-harm. Physical, no killing even microscopic life. Verbal, words must avoid wounding. Mental, harboring ill-will seeds, karmic bondage. Monks sweep paths with Rajaharana brooms, filter water through silk to spare plankton, and eat only daytime meals to prevent insect attraction. Lay people adopt a softer version, vegetarianism, avoiding root vegetables that kill entire plants, and supporting animal shelters, Panjrapol. Ahimsa transcends ethics. It is metaphysics. Every violence binds jiva, soul, with karmic matter, pudgala, like soot on a lamp, obscuring its innate luminosity. 2.2 Satya, truth that heals. Speech must align with reality, but also with kindness and purpose. A monk may remain silent rather than utter a fact that harms. This vow anticipates modern, non-violent communication, forging language into scalpel for compassion. 2.3 Asteya, non-stealing. Taking what is not freely offered, whether material or credit, tightens karmic chains. For lay Jains in trade, scrupulous honesty becomes brand identity. Medieval Muslim chroniclers trust Jain moneylenders over co-religionists. 2.4 Brahmacharya, celibacy or chaste fidelity. For monks and nuns, celibacy channels energy inward. For householders, it mandates faithful monogamy, moderate sensual indulgence, and limiting desire. 2.5 Aparigraha, non-possession. Literal for renunciants, they own nothing, not even clothes, Digambara. For laity, limit consumption, practice generous dana, charity, recognize impermanence. Aparigraha will later galvanize Gandhi's Swadeshi, simple living, and contemporary minimalist movements. 2.6 Anuvrat and the ethics cascade. Mahavira frames vows with graduated intensity. Mahavrata, great vows, for ascetics. Anuvrata, small vows, for laity. This scalable ethic lets Jainism flourish among merchants who finance monasteries yet remain world-engaged, seed of its modern sustainability. 3. Jain cosmology, eternal cycles and cosmic layers. 3.1 The shape of the universe, a giant man. Imagine a human torso standing upright. Jain cosmology pictures the loka as exactly that, broad at shoulders, narrow at waist, widening at hips. Upper world, Urdhva Loka, 16 heavens where virtuous devas dwell. Middle world, Madhya Loka, our realm, Jambudvipa, a disk with concentric continents separated by oceans of milk, sugarcane juice, and wine. Lower world, Adho Loka, 7 hells of cold and heat. Above heavens soars Siddha Shila, crescent-shaped realm on Loka's summit, where liberated souls reside forever in blissful stillness. 3.2 Time Wheel, Utsarpin and Avasarpin. Time is a wheel with 6 spokes ascending. Utsarpin, ages of moral and physical ascent, and 6 descending. Avasarpin. We are mid-descent, hence spiritual darkness. In future ages, Jain doctrine will vanish until the next Tirthankara cycle begins. This cosmic pessimism breeds urgent personal asceticism. Liberation is rare, Act swiftly. 3.3 Jiva and Ajiva, dualism without creator. Reality divides into jiva, sentient soul, and ajiva, non-sentient matter, space, motion, rest, time. There is no creator god, universe is self-regulating. Karma as subtle matter chains jiva to ajiva. Liberation releases soul as weightless energy rushing to Siddha Shila like a spark. 3.4 Anekantavada, many-sided truth. Because reality is complex and language partial, any assertion captures only a syad, from a certain viewpoint, slice. The elephant and blind men parable originates here. Philosophical Shyadvada nurtures tolerance. Contradictory doctrines may express facets of one reality if correctly framed. This pluralistic epistemology will later seduce academic philosophers and conflict resolution specialists seeking antidotes to dogmatism. 4. Two robes, one ideal, Shvetambara and Digambara. 4.1 The Great Famine and the Council of Vallabhi. A 12-year famine, circa 4th century BCE, though dates vary, strikes Magadha. Monk Bhadrabahu leads a southern migration to Mysore. Stulabhadra remains in north, permitting white cotton robes against cold. When groups reunite, divergences crystallize. 4.2 Digambara, sky-clad. Attire. Nudity symbolizes complete aparigraha. Women considered incapable of the extreme discipline, hence cannot attain liberation until rebirth male. Scripture. Original agamas lost, rely on secondary texts like Satkandagama. Iconography. Genus sculpted nude, with downcast eyes, guarded by Yaksa, Yaksin. Geography. Strong in Karnataka, Maharashtra, Bundelkhand. 4.3 Shvetambara, white-clad. Attire. White muslin robes, mouthcloth, mupat, filters, speech microbes. Scripture. Preserve 45 agamas, codified at Council of Vallabhi, circa 5th century CE. View on women. Women can achieve liberation. Malnatha, 19th Tirthankara, is female in Shvetambara law. Subsex, Murtipujaka, image worshippers, Sthanakavas, and Terapanth, non-image ascetics. Though ritual practices diverge, both uphold 5 vows and revere identical Tirthankaras, proving Jain unity in diversity. 5. Monastic fire and lay embers. 5.1 Daily life of a monk, muni, or nun, arika. Morning. Before sunrise, sweep sleeping area to avoid crushing insects. Stand in Kayotsarga, motionless meditation, for 48 minutes. Alms round. Accept food in cupped hands, no utensils, from lay donors, only once daily, walking barefoot. Study and teaching. Recite scriptures, debate logic, instruct householders. Wandering. Except during 4-month monsoon, Katomasa. Travel always to prevent attachment. Pratikramana. Evening confession of unintentional harm. Ultimate act. Salakana. Ritual fast unto death, voluntarily taken in old age or terminal illness, thinning karma like flame exhausting wick. Controversial yet legally protected in modern India as spiritual, not suicidal. 5.2 Lay household dharma. Lay Jains manage trade guilds, banks, and now diamond empires, channeling wealth into temple building and philanthropy. They practice anuvrat, limited vows, plus extra like restricting night meals, abstaining from fermented drinks. Prayashchitta, 8-day Paryusana festival of fasting. Forgiveness rites. Michami Dukadam, may my transgressions be null. Ayambil, monthly grain-free fast. Animal welfare, funding gaushalas, cow sanctuaries, and bird hospitals. Thus, Jain society resembles a furnace. Monastic core burns hottest, but lay coals keep heat circulating through economy and culture. Interlude and invitation to Part 2. Listen, a faint bell echoes across Mount Shatranjaya, where 863 marble temples shimmer in moonlight. Each spire commemorates a vow, each carving a living sermon in stone. Yet Jainism's story does not end in ascetic stillness. It continues in laboratories studying plant pain, in courtrooms debating fasting rites, and in United Nations climate summits quoting ahimsa. In Part 2, we will climb the 1,000 steps of Shatranjaya and Girinar, decoding temple architecture and art. Meet Jain bankers who financed Mughal emperors, mathematicians who pioneered infinity, and merchants who mapped Indian Ocean trade. Witness colonial encounters, Gandhian synergy, and the rise of a global vegan ethic. Explore modern sect reforms, women ascetics, and Jain diaspora in Chicago and Nairobi. Conclude with Jainism's ecological vision for a planet on fire. Ready to walk the next leg of the path? Signal, and the flame will guide us onward. Night melts into a porcelain dawn above the Gulf of Kambat. Pilgrims begin their climb, 3,650 stone steps spiraling up Mount Shatranjaya, one for every day of a decade. They chant Namo Jinanam with each footfall, ascending past dew-soaked Dharma flags and sleeping langurs toward a citadel of marble domes that seems to hover between earth and the hush of liberated souls. Here, stone itself practices ahimsa, pillars so slender they bend rather than break, carving so fine they shame lace. Our journey resumes amid these sanctuaries of silence and light, exploring the Jain genius for turning renunciation into beauty, trade into compassion, and philosophical precision into ecological foresight. We trace the flame from medieval temple towns through colonial courts and global diasporas, ending with Jainism's voice in the climate debates of the 21st century. 6. Peaks of marble, temples, pilgrimage, and sacred art. 6.1 Shatranjaya and Girinar, Hills of Victory. Shatranjaya, Palitana, Gujarat, hosts 863 shrines built across a millennium, funded by merchant guilds. No one lives here. The entire hill is a temple, its gates locked at dusk, so even priests must descend, symbol that the summit belongs only to the Siddhas. Girinar, Junagadh, older still, offers steep granite slopes crowned by shrines of Neminatha, 22nd Tirthankara, and Amba Devi, blending Jain and Hindu devotion. Pilgrims perform Bhavanin Yatras, 52 temple circuits, rewalking Mahavira's wanderings, proving that spiritual geography is cartography of past vows. 6.2 Dilwara and Ranakpur, marble made weightless. In Rajasthan's Aravalli Hills, 11th century Dilwara temples dazzle with ceilings whittled into concentric lotus petals. Pillars seem to hover on bell-shaped bases. The Ranakpur Chaumukha, 15th century, spans 48,000 square feet. Its 1,444 pillars uniquely carved. Legend says counting them is impossible because the mind forgets in awe. 6.3 Southward Glories. Shravanabelagola, Karnataka. A 57-foot monolithic statue of Bahubali, Gomateshwara, stands serene since 981 CE, vines sculpted around his legs to show steadfast meditation. Once every 12 years, priests climb cranes to pour pots of saffron, sugarcane juice, and sandalwood over his head. The Mahamastakabhisika, witnessed by 500,000 devotees. Kanchipuram's Trilokya Tilaka temple melds Dravidian towers with Jain icons, evidence of plural coexistence. 6.4 Iconography as philosophy. Jinas are depicted nude or in simple robes, eyes half closed, hands in dhyana mudra, signaling inward conquest. Their pedestals display lanchanas, emblems, lion for Mahavira, serpent for Parshva, guiding illiterate pilgrims. Surrounding Yaksas and Yaksins show Jainism absorbing local deities without sacrificing non-violent core. Guardian spirits may carry swords, but the Jina remains unmoved. 7. Medieval Jain society. Trade, mathematics, and royal patronage. 7.1. Merchant monk symbiosis. By the 10th century, Jain shrens, guilds, dominate diamond, spice, and textile trade routes from Cambay to Malacca. They finance not only temples but dharmashalas, free lodgings, stepwells, and famine kitchens. Monks bless caravans, yet remind donors that true wealth is measured in punya, merit, and detachment. 7.2. Kings under the vow. Though Jain population never exceeds 1 to 2% of the subcontinent, its ethic shapes dynasties. Dynasty region Jain influence. Rashtrakutas, 8th to 10th century. Deccan. King Amogavarsha writes Ratnamalika, extolling ahimsa, commissions Jain caves at Ellora. Chaulukyas, Solankis, 10th to 12th century. Gujarat, Siddharaja Jayasima, sponsors Hemakandra, polymath monk who standardizes Gujarati grammar. Ganga dynasty, 4th to 10th century. Karnataka, build Bahubali Colossus, issue copperplate grants to temples. 7.3. Hemakandra, poet, polymath, politician whisperer. Acharya Hemakandra, 1089 to 1172, composes treatises on prosody, lexicography, yoga, and even politics. Legend says he persuades King Kumarapala to outlaw animal slaughter in Gujarat for a year, perhaps the earliest state-level vegetarian edict. 7.4. Jain mathematics and logic. Mahavara Acharya, 9th century, writes Ganita Sarasangraha, proving formulas for polygon area and combinations centuries before Pascal. Yativrasabha explores infinity sets, Ananta Ananta, foreshadowing Kanta. Jain logicians refine Syadvada and Saptabhang, 7-valued logic. Statements can be true, false, both, indescribable, etc., anticipating modern multivalent logic. 8. Colonial encounters and the Gandhi convergence. 8.1. East India Company courts. British administrators perceive Jains as curiosities but appreciate mercantile honesty. 19th century Jagat Seths of Bengal finance both company wars and famine relief, navigating between profit and piety. 8.2. The Salakana trials. Colonial law awkwardly meets ritual fasts unto death. In 1813, a Digambara monk's Salakana prompts court intervention. Scholar Buell defends it as religious freedom, foreshadowing modern Indian Supreme Court debate. Nikhil Soni vs. Rajasthan, 2015. 8.3. Gandhi and Ahimsa's Renaissance. Mohandas Gandhi grows in a Gujarati Bania milieu saturated with Jain values. Childhood visits to Jain temple, conversations with Srimad Rajakandra, Jain mystic, crystallize his vow of non-violence. Gandhi universalizes Jain ahimsa into political strategy, satyagraha, that topples colonial rule and inspires civil rights movements worldwide. Thus, a minority ethic reshapes global history. 9. Modern reforms, sex, and women's ascetic renaissance. 9.1. Terapanth and the rise of systematic monasticism. In 1760, Acharya Bhiksu founds Terapanth within Shvetambara, enforcing centralized discipline. A single Acharya leads, monks travel in organized groups, eliminating sect rivalry. 20th century leader Acharya Tulsi launches Anuvrat movement, 1949, promoting small vows for all humanity, precursor to interfaith ethics charters. 9.2. Stanakavas, an imageless worship. Rejecting temple rituals as potential violence, incense fire kills insects. Stanakavasu's emphasize meditation halls, bolstering focus on internal idol, soul. 9.3 Women Ascetics, breaking Digambara glass ceiling. Traditionally, Digambaras barred female liberation, yet 20th century nuns like Arika Janana Matri memorize scriptures, oversee monumental Jambudvipa map at Hastinapur, and argue doctrinal reforms. Shvetambara nuns already number twice monks, 5,000 versus 2,500, running schools and hospitals, signifying gendered compassion. 10. Jainism and the environmental ethic. 10.1 Animal Rights Vanguard. Panjrapol cattle shelters. Greater than 1,000 shelters across India care for 600,000 aging cows, goats, pigeons. Ahimsa International funds global vegan research. Many Jain families sponsor animal rahat surgeries for bullocks. Legislation. Maharashtra's 1976 Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, lobby dominated by Jain lawyers. 10.2 Micro-lending for micro-life. Jain NGOs finance mosquito net distribution to prevent insecticide spraying. Digambara Abbot Munisri, Nirvan Segar, trains farmers in Jiv Amrit biofertilizer, eschewing chemical pesticides. 10.3 Climate initiatives. Paryushan carbon. Fast campaigns. Devotees reduce electricity, avoid cars for 8 days, offset emissions by tree planting. 2021 Ahimsa and Ecology Summit, online, drafts Sharimad Rajachandra Declaration calling for fossil fuel divestment, quoting Akaranga Sutra, all life is bound together by mutual support. 10.4 Water ethics. Temple trusts retrofit rainwater harvesting at Mount Abu. Engineers design stepwell revival aligning with ancient Baoli architecture, reducing groundwater depletion. 11th Jain diaspora, trading karmic footprints across continents. 11.1 East Africa and the Indian Ocean. 19th century merchants from Kutch and Saurashtra settle in Mombasa, Nairobi, Dar es Salaam. They build Visa Oshwal community centers, fund African schools, and transport Ahimsa cuisine, bhajias and uthapam, from Gujarat to Zanzibar spice markets. 11.2 North America and Europe. Post-1965. U.S. immigration opens doors. Today, approximately 200,000 Jains in America with 70 temples. Jaina, Federation of Jain Associations in North America, hosts biennial conventions featuring youth Broadway-style Garba musicals about Tirthankaras. UK's Institute of Jainology collaborates with Oxford to digitize palm leaf manuscripts, merging ancient Grantha with cloud storage. 11.3 Interfaith Leadership. Jain's Chair, Parliament of World Religions Committees offering Ahimsa meditations during global crises, from 9/11 to COVID-19. They serve vegan meals at UN dialogues, lobbying for World Nonviolence Day. 12th, Legal Battles and Ethical Frontiers. 12.1 Salakana and the Indian Supreme Court. 2015, Rajasthan High Court bans Salakana as suicide. Nationwide Jain protests chant, "My death, my right." Supreme Court stays the verdict, 2016, citing Article 25, religious freedom. Debate spotlights autonomy versus sanctity of life, pushing bioethics into dharmic context. 12.2 Patents and plant rights. Jain monks argue against GMO patents at WTO, claiming seeds are subtle life forms. While not legally binding, their lobbying shapes India's 2002 Biological Diversity Act, integrating traditional knowledge clauses. 12.3 Corporate Ahimsa. Jain CEOs in diamond industry adopt conflict-free Jain audit. Verifying mines avoid ecological harm and displacement. Venture capital funds back cell-based meat startups, framing lab chicken as extension of aparigraha. 13th, contemporary culture. Jainism in film, literature and tech. 13.1 Storytelling. Bollywood's Road to Siddhashila, 2023, follows a climate-anxious coder undertaking Shatranjaya pilgrimage, wins National Award for Ecological Screenplay. Graphic novel Tirtha 24 retells Mahavira's life in cyberpunk style, introducing youth to Anekantavada through augmented reality. 13.2 Digital platforms. Apps like Ahimsa Life track daily non-violence points, skip leather shoes, earn credits for tree planting. AI chatbots trained on Jain agamas offer conflict coaching. Before speaking, sweep the path of words as a monk sweeps insects. 13.3 Cuisine boom. Jain vegan restaurants in Singapore partner with Michelin chefs. Indian airline Vistara offers JNVML, Jain vegan meal, mainstream. Food bloggers promote fermentation-free sourdough to honor root avoidance vow. 14. Challenges ahead. 14.1 Demographic decline. India's 2011 census counts 4.5 million Jains, 0.36% population. Low fertility and high urbanization shrink numbers. Community debates easing celibacy for some monks to mentor youth. Controversial but revealing adaptive tension. 14.2 Urban violence versus absolute ahimsa. Mosquito-borne dengue raises question. Can larvae be ethically culled? Some temples breed larvivorous fish as non-violent control, innovating but limited. 14.3 Global heating and monastic travel. Barefoot monks face asphalt temperatures surpassing 50 degrees Celsius. Digambara councils discuss allowing eco-friendly sandals, a potential doctrinal pivot comparable to Tibetan monks adopting metal insect pushers for snowy paths. 15th Epilogue. The conflagration that heals. Dusk returns over Shatranjaya. Pilgrims descend. The hill lies silent but alive, each marble dome storing sunlight for souls far from release. In a hospital in Boston, a Jain surgeon completes a transplant guided by the vow to minimize harm. In Nairobi, a Jain schoolgirl waters a sapling. In Bangalore, coders push an update to an Ahimsa app, now downloaded in 70 countries. Mahavira's fire still burns, not as destruction, but as inner conflagration that incinerates cruelty, leaving compassion bright as diamond. Across 2,500 years, Jainism has shown that the mightiest power is restraint, that a broom can be a weapon against ignorance, and that even silence can reverberate louder than empire. In a century craving sustainability, Jain thought offers Ahimsa as blueprint for animal rights, aparigraha as antidote to consumerism, Anekantavada as grammar for pluralistic dialogue, Salakana as dignified exit, challenging techno-medical hubris. Whether the world heeds these lessons may decide more than Jain destiny. It may decide the planets. The lamp gutters, then steadies. Our pilgrimage through Jainism ends, but the path of gentle footprints stretches on, inviting every being, from microbe to monarch, to walk without fear. Sacred Threads, a journey through the world's religions. before temples rose or scriptures sang, before names like Yahweh, Buddha, or Allah echoed through history, humanity looked up at the stars and asked, "Why are we here?" Sacred Threads is a sweeping 15-part audio odyssey into the heart of our deepest yearnings, for meaning, for order, for the divine. From the silent meditations of Jain monks to the cosmic battles of Zoroastrian myth, from the fire of Sinai to the path beneath the Bodhi tree, this series traces the origins, stories, and living truths of the world's great religions and the new ones still being born. You'll walk with prophets, philosophers, and skeptics. You'll witness the rise of sacred texts and hear the whispered doubts of those who walked away. And through it all, you'll discover not just what others believe, but what belief itself reveals about us. Whether you're faithful, skeptical, or just curious, this is more than a history of religions. It's a mirror, and the question it reflects is eternal. What do you worship when the world falls silent?
The dawn of religion.
Episode 7, The Middle Way, Buddhism. Prelude. Night cloaks the banks of the Neranjara River. A lone ascetic sits beneath a sprawling fig tree, legs crossed, back straight as an arrow forged of silence. He has eaten almost nothing for 49 days. Demons whisper, memories tempt, yet his mind is stiller than moonlight on water. Then, at the moment just before dawn, a star blazes in the east, and Siddhartha Gautama opens his eyes. What he sees is neither God nor scripture, but the delicate machinery of suffering and the path that ends it. Welcome to episode 7 of The World's Religions. Tonight we walk the middle way of Buddhism, a path that begins with a single awakening under a tree and spirals into chant of 10,000 monasteries, from the snows of Tibet to the skyscrapers of Tokyo and the mindfulness apps of Silicon Valley. Part 1 explores a prince's renunciation, the life of Siddhartha Gautama. First, turning of the wheel, the Four Noble Truths, a noble eightfold path. Building the Sangha, monastic code, lay support, and the Buddha's final days. Councils, canons, and the early spread, from Magadha to Sri Lanka. Theravada's southern journey, Mahayana's great departure, emptiness and the Bodhisattva ideal. Crossing the Himalayas, Buddhism in China and Korea. Part 2 will carry us through Vajrayana's Thunderbolt Tantra, the Zen riddles of Japan, colonial challenges, social engaged Buddhism, and 21st century global networks. 1. A Prince's Renunciation, the life of Siddhartha Gautama. 1.1 Birth amid Prophecy. Most Theravadan chronologies place Siddhartha Gautama's birth in 623 BCE. Many modern scholars suggest circa 480 to 400 BCE. He is born in Lumbini, modern Nepal, to King Shuddhodana of the Shakya clan and Queen Maya, who dreams of a white elephant entering her side, omen of greatness. Within 7 days, Maya dies. Siddhartha is raised by his aunt Mahaprajapat, foreshadowing the Buddha's later embrace of women renunciants. 1.2 The Four Sights. Coddled in opulence, the young prince excels at martial arts and philosophy. Yet destiny intervenes when he slips beyond palace walls and beholds old age, sickness, death. A serene ascetic. Realizing that no silk cushion shields from decay, he resolves to seek an exit from suffering, dukkha. 1.3 Great Departure and Ascetic Extremes. At 29, after the birth of his son Rahula, Siddhartha rides away on his horse Kanthaka, hair shorn, jewels discarded. For 6 years, he practices breath detention, thorn beds, and grain of rice fasting with 5 ascetics. Yet these extremes bring only emaciation. Accepting milk rice from a village girl Sujata, he rejects self-mortification, forging the middle way. 1.4 Awakening beneath the Bodhi tree. Seated under the Bodhi tree in Bodh Gaya, vow unbroken, let my skin and bones wither, but I will not rise until enlightenment. Mara, lord of delusion, assails him with armies and seductive daughters. Siddhartha touches the earth, Bhumisparsha Mudra, calling the ground to witness his countless past lives. At dawn, he penetrates 4 noble truths, experiences nirvana, unbinding. He is now Buddha, awakened one, and Tathagata, thus come. Second turning of the wheel. Core Dharma. 2.1 The first sermon at Deer Park. In Sarnath, he meets his former ascetic companions, delivers Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta, setting in motion the wheel of Dharma, articulating dukkha, life is unsatisfactory. Samudaya, craving causes dukkha. Nirodha, cessation is possible. Magga, path to cessation, the noble eightfold path. 2.2 Eightfold Path. Ethics, meditation, wisdom. Wisdom, panya. Ethics, esala. Meditation, samadhi. Right view, right speech, right effort, right intention, right action, right mindfulness, right livelihood, right concentration. Progress is cyclical. Ethics cleans mind, meditation clarifies, wisdom uproots craving, reinforcing ethics. 2.3 Anatta and impermanence. Distinctive doctrine, anatta, no permanent soul. Alongside anicca, impermanence, and dukkha, it forms the 3 marks of existence, dismantling Brahmanical Atman. Third, building the Sangha. 3.1 Vinaya, discipline as architecture. Buddha ordains monks, bhikkhu, and, after Mahaprajapataka's plea, nuns, bhikkhun. The Vinaya Pitaka accrues 227 precepts for monks, 311 for nuns. Offences range from parajika, major, expulsion, to minor etiquette. Purpose, cradle awakening, not legalism. 3.2 Lay devotees and the gift of food. Householders, upasaka, upasika, undertake 5 precepts: no killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, lying, intoxicants, support monastics via alms. In return, Sangha offers teachings and merit transfer. Symbiosis births earliest welfare system, monasteries as hospitals, granaries. 3.3 The Buddha's Final Days. At 80, Buddha eats a meal, maybe tainted pork, mushrooms, from Smith Kunda. Sensing death, he walks to Kushinagara, lies between twin shala trees, and tells Ananda, "Impermanent are all compounded things. Strive unceasingly." He passes into parinirvana. His relics are divided among 8 states, later enshrined under stupas, becoming pilgrimage magnets. Fourth Councils, Canons, and Early Spread. 4.1 First Council, Rajagra, circa 400 BCE. 500 Arahants gather under Mahakashyapa. Ananda recites suttas, Upali recites Vinaya, oral canon set. 4.2 Second Council, Vaishal, circa 380 BCE. Dispute over lax monastic rules, using gold, eating after noon, leads to split. Stavira, elders versus Mahasamgika, seeds of future schools. 4.3 Emperor Ashoka and missionary Dharma. In 3rd century BCE, Ashoka Maurya converts after Kalinga war carnage. He convenes 3rd Council, Pataliputra, to purge corruption, dispatches missionaries, Mahinda to Sri Lanka, BCE 250, converting King Devanampia Tissa, founding Theravada stronghold. Envoys to Gandhara, Alexandria, and possibly Myanmar. Ashoka's edicts on pillars advocate ahimsa, religious tolerance, and public health care, making him history's first Buddhist ruler and a model for later kings from Siam to Japan. 4.4 Fourth Council. Theravada counts Fourth Council in Sri Lanka, 1st century BCE, under King Vetagamani. Tipitaka finally written on palm leaves in Pali at Alu Vihara caves, safeguarding against famine memory loss. Sarvastivada tradition holds another in Kashmir under Kanishka, 2nd century CE, compiling Sanskrit Mahavibhasa, philosophical bedrock for Central Asian Buddhism. 5. Theravada's Southern Journey. 5.1 Lanka's Golden Chronicles. Text: Dapavamsa and Mahavamsa narrate Sinhalese kingship fused to Sangha. Monks craft Pali commentaries. Scholar Buddhaghosa, 5th century, synthesizes in Visuddhimagga, Manual of Meditation Jhanas, and Abhidhamma Psychology. 5.2 Southeast Asia. Region entry. Highlights. Myanmar, 5th century, firm under pagan king Anawrahta, 11th century. Shwezigon Pagoda houses Ashokan relics. Meditation traditions merge with forest hermits. Thailand, Mondavaravat era, re-imported from Sri Lanka, 13th century. Sukhothai kings style themselves Dharmaraja. Modern Thai forest tradition, Ajahn Mun, revives wilderness practice. Cambodia and Laos, 13th century via Sri Lankan monks. Angkor Wat converts from Mahayana to Theravada amidst Khmer decline. Theravada emphasizes Pali canon, Arahant ideal, Satipatthana mindfulness. 6. Mahayana's Great Departure. 6.1 Origins and Sutra Explosion. Around 1st century BCE to 1st century CE, new scriptures arise along Silk Road, Prajnaparamita Sutras, perfection of wisdom. Heart and Diamond Sutras proclaim Shunyata, emptiness. Lotus Sutra, one vehicle, Ekayana, universal Buddhahood. Bodhisattva, Avalokiteshvara, pure land. Sutras, devotional faith in Amitabha. Buddha ensures rebirth in bliss realm. 6.2 Philosophical Schools. School founder key teachings: Madhyamaka, Nagarjuna, 2nd century. Shunyata, two truths, conventional and ultimate, reality beyond concepts. Yogacara, Sitamatra. Asanga and Vasubandhu, 4th century. Consciousness only, 8 consciousnesses, including storehouse, Alaya Vijnana. Tathagata Garbha, various sutras. All beings possess Buddha nature, like gold in ore. 6.3 Bodhisattva Path. Ideal shifts from personal arahant liberation to bodhisattva who vows, sentient beings are numberless, I vow to save them. The 6 paramitas, generosity to wisdom, replace Eightfold Path as scaffolding. 7. Crossing the Himalayas, Buddhism in China and Korea. 7.1 Silk Road Transmission. 1st century CE, Han envoy meets Kashmir monks. White horse carries sutras to Luoyang. Kumarajva, 4th century, produces lucid Chinese translations. Lotus, Vimalakarti. Faxian, 5th century, pilgrimages to India, returns with Vinaya texts. Xuanzang, 7th century, brings Yogacara treatises, inspiring epic novel Journey to the West. 7.2 Chinese Schools. School founder emphasis: Tiantai, Tendai in Japan. Ji, Lotus Sutra, threefold truth, emptiness, provisional, middle. Huayan, Keigon. Fazang, interpenetration, Indra's net of all phenomena. Chan, Zen, Bodhidharma, 6th century. Direct mind-to-mind transmission, meditation, koan riddles. Pure Land, Jodo. Tanluan Shandao, Amitabha recitation, Nien Pho for rebirth. 7.3 Korean flowering. Three kingdoms adopt Buddhism, 4th to 7th century. Scholar monk Wonyo drinks skull-cup water, realizes mind creates purity and impurity, preaches popular faith, merging Huayom, Huayan, with lay devotion. Interlude and preview of Part 2. The wheel continues west to Tibet and east to Japan. Thunderbolt mantras and ink-brush koans awaiting. We will meet tantric siddhas, samurai Zen masters, colonial skeptics, and neuroscientists scanning monks' brains. Episode 7. The Middle Way. Buddhism. Wind moves through blue prayer flags strung between two cedars. One whispers Sanskrit, the other Chinese. The cloth, sun-faded and frayed, still carries the same wish: may all beings be free from suffering. Our path resumes where the caravans of silk and scripture left us, on the shoulders of Asia, before descending into our century, where meditation sits beside MRI scanners and monks live-stream the evening chant. In this half we travel through Vajrayana's thunderbolt, the Zen of ink and silence, the reform movements that met the modern world, and the complicated face of global Buddhism today. Along the way, we'll keep our feet on practice, what Buddhists actually do, so the story stays grounded in breath, bowl, and bell. 8. The Thunderbolt Vehicle. Vajrayana and the Himalayan World. 8.1. What Tantra is and isn't. Vajrayana means the diamond thunderbolt vehicle, a path that uses mantra, mudra, ritual gestures, visualization, and mandala to transform mind swiftly. The theory is simple and daring. Ordinary experience is already the display of emptiness and luminosity. If you assume the perspective of a Buddha, body, speech, and mind, right now, you cut through habits faster than gradual practice alone. This is not license for excess. It is a discipline layered on top of earlier vows. A tantric practitioner keeps the basic pratimoksha precepts, the bodhisattva vow, and adds tantric samaya commitments. Breaking these is considered especially corrosive because the method leans on trust and precision. 8.2 Tibet, from court to monastery. Songtsen Gampo, 7th century, unifies Tibet, sponsors temples. Tradition says his queens from Nepal and China bring Buddhist images. Trisong Detsen, R. 755-797, invites Indian scholar Shantaraksita and tantric adept Padmasambhava. They establish Samye, Tibet's first monastery, and train translators to seed a textual culture. The so-called Samye debate, late 8th century, pits Chinese sudden awakening against Indian gradual cultivation. The court sides with the Indian line. Modern historians caution the story is more complex, anchoring Tibetan scholasticism to Nalanda-style logic and ethics. Tibet's traditions later differentiate. Nyingma, ancient, preserves early tantras and the visionary Dzogchen, great perfection, which points directly to primordial awareness. Kagyu grows from the translator Marpa and the yogi poet Milarepa. It treasures Mahamudra, the Great Seal, and the 6 yogas of Naropa, including Tomo, inner heat. Sakya refines scholastic tantra and diplomacy. Sakya Pandita engages the Mongol court, modeling the patron-priest alliance. Geluk, founded by Tsongkhapa, 1357-1419, emphasizes monastic discipline and a rigorous Madhyamaka analysis. The Dalai Lama lineage arises here. In 1578, Mongol leader Ultan Khan bestows the title Dalai, Ocean, on Sonam Gyatso, counted as the third. By the 17th century, the 5th Dalai Lama consolidates temporal power, and the Ganden Phodrang government rules from Lhasa. Monastic universities, Ganden, Sera, Drepung, train scholars in philosophical debate, a fast-paced dialectic where monks clap thunderously to punctuate each question. 8.3 Arts of Awakening. Thangka paintings and sand mandalas map the awakened mind. When the sand is swept away, impermanence becomes tactile. Prayer flags, lungta, wind horse, carry aspirations with the breeze. Prayer wheels transmit the mantra's sound by spin. Cham dances with towering masks and drums enact the victory of wisdom over confusion. 8.4 The 20th Century and Diaspora. In 1959, after an uprising against Chinese rule, the 14th Dalai Lama flees to India. Tens of thousands follow. Monasteries are refounded in exile, Dharamsala, Bilakupe. Tibetan Buddhism spreads quickly to Europe and North America. Teachers like Chogyam Trungpa, Dilgo Khyentse, Karmapa lineage, and Pema Chodron translate practices for new audiences. The Dalai Lama becomes a global voice for compassion and non-violence, while Tibetans inside China navigate tight restrictions amid a revival of monastery life in some regions. 8.5 Bhutan and the Vajrayana state. Bhutan, shaped by Drukpa Kagyu, incorporates Buddhism into governance through gross national happiness, a policy framework privileging community, culture, and ecology alongside GDP, an example of Buddhist ethics informing public policy. 9. From ink and sword to tea and silence, East Asian Zen and Japanese Buddhism. 9.1 China's Chan and the turn to mind. Chan, Zen in Japanese, arises in China around the 6th to 7th centuries, emphasizing direct insight over scripture. Stories of Bodhidharma facing a wall for 9 years and Huineng's sudden awakening echo a single refrain. Look directly at mind. Methods include silent illumination and Gongwan Koan, paradoxical cases that short-circuit discursive thought. 9.2 Korea and the Peninsula blend. Korean Sun integrates meditative rigor with scholastic learning. The monk Wonyo famously drinks water from a skull in the dark, finds it foul at dawn, and realizes purity and impurity are mind-made, a parable cherished across East Asia. 9.3 Japan's layered landscape. Nara period imports 6 schools: Kusha, Jojitsu, Ritsu, Sanron, Hosso, Keigon. Heian era brings Tendai, Saisho, and Shingon, Kukai. Tendai centers on Lotus Sutra and a comprehensive practice curriculum. Shingon codifies esoteric Mikyo with mantra, mudra, and mandala via the teachings of Mahavairocana. Kamakura period, 12th to 13th century, births new, lay-oriented paths for an age of war. Pure Land. Honen teaches simple Nembutsu chanting, Namu Amida Butsu, entrusting oneself to Amida Buddha. Shinran deepens radical grace in Jodo Shinshu, where even the good rely on Amida's vow. Nichiren proclaims the Lotus Sutra the sole vehicle. Chanting Nam Myoho Renge Kyo becomes both devotional and activist. Zen arrives through Eisai, Rinzai, and Dogen, Soto. Rinzai uses koan introspection and sharp interviews to cut through. Soto practices shikantaza, just sitting, trusting that sitting is itself Buddha's activity. Dogen's Shobogenzo explores impermanence and practice realization with philosophical brilliance. 9.4 Arts and Ethics. Zen-shaped tea ceremony, chanoyu, ink painting, and archery, arts where concentration and simplicity reveal form. Yet history is mixed. Some Zen leaders endorsed Japanese militarism before 1945. The post-war era saw repentance and reform, with teachers like Shunryu Suzuki and Thich Nhat Hanh, a Vietnamese Zen master, modeling gentle presence. 9.5 Modern Japanese movements. Soka Gakkai, a lay Nichiren organization, founded mid-20th century, emphasizes personal empowerment and peace advocacy, with a global footprint and political arm, Komeito, in Japan. Other currents, Risho Koshikai, Shin communities, focus on social welfare and interfaith dialogue. 10. Theravada renewed, forests, Vipassana, and Southeast Asia. 10.1 Sri Lanka's revival. Under colonial rule, Buddhism wavered. The Pali Text Society, founded 1881, and Anagarika Dharmapala sparked a revival, reconnecting Sri Lankans with the canon and inspiring lay activism. In the 20th century, meditation teachers reopened the contemplative core that had grown quiet in some monastic centers. 10.2 Myanmar's meditation renaissance. Two influential lineages reshaped global practice. Mahasi Sayadaw taught a noting form of vipassana based on the Satipatthana Sutta, observing sensations, feelings, mind states, and phenomena in real time. U Ba Kin, a lay teacher, trained S.N. Goenka, who brought 10-day courses to the world beginning in the 1970s. Millions have since learned this non-sectarian, donation-based approach. 10.3 Thailand's forest tradition. Reacting to urban monastic laxity, Ajahn Mun Buridatta, 1870 to 1949, revived wilderness practice, secluded meditation, austere discipline, and mindfulness in each breath and footstep. His disciples, Ajahn Chah, Ajahn Mahabua, established monasteries now found from Ubon to Oxford and California. 10.4 Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam. The Khmer Rouge decimated Cambodia's Sangha in the 1970s. The revival since the 1990s has rebuilt thousands of pagodas. Laos kept Buddhism alive under socialist oversight. Vietnam's Thien, Zen, blends with Pure Land. Thich Nhat Hanh coined engaged Buddhism, linking mindfulness to peacemaking during the war and later founding Plum Village in France, where a global community practices interbeing. 11. What Buddhists Do. A field guide to practice. 11.1 Ethics. S. Eller. Most lay Buddhists keep 5 precepts: avoid killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, false speech, and intoxicants. On observance days, they may adopt 8 precepts, adding celibacy, fasting after noon, and simplicity in dress and bed. Monastics live under extensive Vinaya rules. Mahayana adds bodhisattva vows, promises to act for all beings' benefit. 11.2 Meditation, Bhavana. Shamatha, calm. Settle attention using breath, a kasina, visual object, or loving kindness. Vipassana, insight. Examine impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and not self in sensations. See their rise and fall. Brahma Viharas, cultivate metta, loving kindness, karuna, compassion, mudita, sympathetic joy, upekkha, equanimity. Zen, zazen, either koan focus, rinzai, or shikantaza, soto. Tibetan, deity yoga, analytic meditation on emptiness, lojong, mind training slogans, tonglen, giving and taking, dzogchen, mahamudra, resting in awareness. 11.3 Ritual and Devotion. Chanting, Pali Suttas, Nembutsu, Amida, Om Mani Padme Hum, Avalokiteshvara, Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, Lotus. Stupa circumambulation, prostrations as embodied humility. Vesak, Buddha's birth, awakening, parinirvana, lights up cities from Colombo to Kuala Lumpur. Obon in Japan remembers ancestors. Losar in Tibet marks New Year with masked dances. 11.4 Community and livelihood. Monasteries serve as schools, clinics, and counseling centers. Dana, generosity, supports the Sangha. In return, monks and nuns offer teachings and presence. Right livelihood encourages professions that do not harm, an ethic shaping choices from butchery to weapons manufacture in Buddhist societies. 12. Buddhism meets modernity, science, secular mindfulness, and humanistic Buddhism. 12.1 Dialogue with Science. From the 19th century onward, Scholars translated canon and framed Buddhism as empirical introspection. In the late 20th, neuroscientists, for example, research programs in Wisconsin and Massachusetts, measured long-term meditators' attention, compassion, and neural plasticity. The Dalai Lama's mind and life dialogues fostered labs studying meditation's effects on stress and immune function. Results are nuanced, but suggest trainable attention and affect. 12.2 Mindfulness goes mainstream. In 1979, John Kabat-Zinn launched MBSR, Mindfulness-Based Stress Reduction, a secular 8-week course. Variants now permeate clinics, schools, prisons, and apps. Benefits: reduced anxiety and improved emotional regulation for many sit beside critiques. McMindfulness can neglect ethics and social context. Teachers warn against stripping practice from compassion and community. 12.3 Humanistic and Socially Engaged Buddhism. In Taiwan, Fo Guangshan, Xing Yun, Dharma Drum Mountain, Sheng Yen, and Su Chi, Cheng Yen combine meditation with hospitals, disaster relief, and environmental projects, humanistic Buddhism. Engaged Buddhists, from Thich Nhat Hanh to Thai activist Sulak Sivaraksa, apply precepts to war, poverty, and ecology. Gross national happiness in Bhutan and Thailand's sufficiency economy are policy echoes of Buddhist moderation. 13. Tangles and shadows. Violence, nationalism, and scandals. Buddhism's ideals do not immunize societies from politics. Sri Lanka. Some monks allied with Sinhala Buddhist nationalism during civil war. Post-war, others now press reconciliation and anti-hate education. Myanmar. Monastic figures like Ashin Wirathu have stoked anti-Muslim fear. Violence against Rohingya drew global condemnation and strong criticism from Buddhist leaders across traditions. Japan. Scholars documented parts of the pre-1945 Buddhist establishment blessing imperial war. Later generations issued apologies and pursued peace education. The West has faced sexual misconduct and abuse scandals in several sanghas. Communities have responded by creating ethics councils, trauma-informed training, and transparent governance. Buddhism's spread has forced the age-old sangha to learn organizational accountability. 14. Women, ordination, and changing norms. From Mahaprajapati, the Buddha's foster mother and first nun, to medieval abbesses in China and Japan, women have always practiced, though often with fewer resources. In modern times, bhikkhun ordination revived in Sri Lanka, 1998, after centuries of lapse, spreading to Vietnam and Taiwan. Thailand's canonical status remains contested, but pioneers like Dhammananda Bhikkhun persevere. Tibetan Buddhism now recognizes Geshe-me degrees, highest scholastic credential for nuns. International nunneries flourish. Lay leaders, many women, guide meditation centers worldwide, expanding models of authority. LGBTQ+ inclusion varies. Western sanghas tend to affirm equality. Some Asian settings maintain conservative views, though urban centers are shifting. 15. Philosophy in focus, dependent origination, emptiness, and Buddha. Nature. 15.1 Dependent origination, Pratitya Samutpada. At the heart of Buddhist analysis is this claim. Things arise in dependence on causes and conditions. Therefore, they are empty of fixed essence. Seeing this is not nihilism. It loosens clinging and opens compassion because everything interis. 15.2 Emptiness and Two Truths. Madhyamaka states, ultimately, all phenomena are empty. Conventionally, cause and effect still operate. Wisdom recognizes both without reifying either. Ethical life is possible precisely because conventional truth functions. 15.3 Consciousness only and the storehouse. Yogacara explores how perception is filtered through habitual patterns lodged in the alaya vijnana, storehouse consciousness. This resonates with modern psychology's schemas and implicit bias, though the frameworks differ. 15.4 Buddha Nature, Tathagatagarbha. Some sutras teach that all beings have Buddha nature, not a soul but a potential, like gold buried in dirt. This idea fuels confidence. Practice uncovers what's already there. 15.5 Rebirth and No Self. Buddhism rejects a permanent soul, yet ancient Buddhists taught rebirth of karmic streams. Modern Buddhists vary. Some accept literal rebirth, others read it metaphorically as the way actions echo through families and cultures. The tradition leaves room for philosophical nuance, so long as practice reduces greed, hate, and delusion. 16. Global Buddhism. Now. Diasporas, digital sanghas, and the planetary crisis. 16.12 Streams, one river. Scholars sometimes distinguish ethnic Buddhism, communities from historically Buddhist cultures, and convert Buddhism, new practitioners in the West. In reality, the streams blend. Cambodian temples in California host teen mindfulness classes. American Zen centers partner with Vietnamese pagodas for Lunar New Year. 16.2 Digital Practice. Live stream chants, Zoom retreats, and meditation apps knit digital sanghas. Advantages: access and inclusion. Risks: disembodiment, consumer mindset. Many communities now use a hybrid model, online teaching, in-person retreats, to keep intimacy with scale. 16.3 Climate and Compassionate Action. From Himalayan glacier melt to Pacific typhoons, Buddhist regions face climate upheaval. Monasteries plant forests. Thai ecology monks ordain trees with saffron robes to protect them. Joanna Macy's work that reconnects draws on Buddhist interdependence for climate resilience circles. The Eco-Sattva training movement invites practitioners to bind vows to the earth. 17. Epilogue. The quiet thunder of the middle way. Night again. Under a Bodhi tree somewhere, maybe in Bihar, maybe in your backyard, someone is watching the breath as it leaves and returns. A moth taps a lamp. A child laughs in the next room. The city hums. Suffering moves through the world like weather. So does kindness. Buddhism began with a man who refused both extremes, neither indulgence nor self-torture, and offered a path as practical as it is profound. Look closely, act ethically, train attention, and discover that the self you cling to is lighter than you feared. Over 2,500 years, that method has worn many robes: yellow in Sri Lanka, maroon in Lhasa, black in Kyoto. It has sung in Pali and whispered in Chinese, argued in Sanskrit and smiled in silence. It has also, like every human tradition, stumbled, compromised, and learned. In a disoriented century, Buddhism's gifts are strikingly ordinary: a way to be with pain without turning it into hatred, a way to love without making the beloved an object, a way to work without being worked by our wishes, a way to see that everything we are depends on everything else. If you've ever taken one conscious breath, you have already tasted the middle way. Perhaps that is why the Dharma keeps traveling, on sandal soles, on caravan wheels, in typeset pages, through fiber optic cables. It does not demand belief first, it invites experiment. Look for yourself. If it reduces suffering, keep going. If not, adjust. As the Buddha is reported to have said, "Be a lamp unto yourselves." The bell rings, its tone spreads, fades, and is gone. The quiet after is not emptiness, but room. Room enough for the world and your next step upon its path. Sacred threads, a journey through the world's religions. Before temples rose or scriptures sang, before names like Yahweh, Buddha, or Allah echoed through history, humanity looked up at the stars and asked, "Why are we here?" Sacred Threads is a sweeping 15-part audio odyssey into the heart of our deepest yearnings, for meaning, for order, for the divine. From the silent meditations of Jain monks to the cosmic battles of Zoroastrian myth, from the fire of Sinai to the path beneath the Bodhi tree, this series traces the origins, stories, and living truths of the world's great religions, and the new ones still being born. You'll walk with prophets, philosophers, and skeptics. You'll witness the rise of sacred texts and hear the whispered doubts of those who walked away. And through it all, you'll discover not just what others believe, but what belief itself reveals about us. Whether you're faithful, skeptical, or just curious, this is more than a history of religions. It's a mirror, and the question it reflects is eternal. What do you worship when the world falls silent?
The dawn of religion.
Episode 8, Steel and Spirit, Sikhism. Narrator's Prelude. Dawn over the Punjab. Golden light rolls across wheat fields as if poured from a brass lota. Somewhere a bamboo flute gives way to a harmonium, a drum counts a heartbeat. Then a voice begins, low and luminous. Ik Onkar, Satnam, Karta Purach, Nirbhau, Nirvair. So opens the Mul Mantra, the seed formula of Sikhism. Tonight we follow a tradition born not in throne room or temple, but in song, sung in Gurmukhi script, carried by farmers and soldiers, queens and cart drivers, and guarded by a people who learn to pray with one hand and defend the defenseless with the other. We will meet the 10 gurus, hear the Guru Granth Sahib speak through ragas, watch the birth of the Khalsa, and witness how steel and spirit forged a community. 1. The River and the Revelation, Guru Nanak, 1469 to 1539. 1.1. A child of the five waters. Nanak is born in 1469 in Talwandi, later Nankana Sahib, near Lahore. The Punjab, land of 5 rivers, is then a crossroads of Sanskrit learning, Sufi poetry, and village folk religion. Muslim sultans rule cities, Bhakti saints and Sufis trade verses under banyan trees. From the start, Nanak pushes past borders. He questions rote ritual, refuses to accept caste as cosmic law, and wanders past shrines of any one faith. His closest companion becomes Mardana, a Muslim bard who plays the rabab while Nanak sings. The friendship itself is a sermon. 1.2. There is no Hindu, there is no Muslim. Tradition tells of a mystical disappearance. Nanak goes to bathe in the Vein River and vanishes for 3 days. When he returns, his first sentence is seismic. Nako Hindu na Musalman. Not a denial of identities, but a demolition of prideful labels. Beneath them lies one shared reality. Ik Onkar, the one, without rival or second. He begins composing hymns, concise, fierce, compassionate. They praise the Naam, the name, the living presence of the divine, and stress 3 pillars for ordinary life. Naam Japna, remember the name. Kararat, Karna, earn by honest work. Vanchakna, share what you have. 1.3. The Udasas, journeys of a singing pilgrim. Nanak travels far, east toward Bengal and Assam, south to Sri Lanka in some accounts, north into the Himalaya, west toward Mecca and Baghdad, whether literally or in devotional memory. Wherever he goes, he sings, debates, and reforms. A merchant cheating on weight? Nanak composes a hymn on fairness, a ritual that demeans women. He sings, "From woman, man is born. Within woman, man is conceived. With woman, he is engaged and married. Why call her bad, from whom kings are born?" His companions gather as a sangat, a fellowship of listeners who discover that God arrives most plainly where sangat and kirtan, sung scripture, meet. 1.4 Kartarpur and an open kitchen. Late in life, Nanak settles at Kartarpur, Creator's town. Here he institutionalizes langar, a free community kitchen serving anyone, regardless of caste or creed. Diners sit together on the floor in Pangat, a leveling of status that is neither symbolic nor optional. To this day, the Sikh community's most recognizable offering is a hot, humble, limitless meal. 1.5 Succession without bloodline. Nanak rejects dynastic instinct. He chooses a successor not by family but fitness. Lena, a humble devotee who becomes Guru Angad. The line of gurus begins, not priests or prophets in the Abrahamic mold, but enlightened teachers who embody and transmit the same current of Shabad, divine word. 2. The Gurus organize a people, 1539 to 1606. 2.1 Guru Angad, 1504 to 1552. Letters and limbs. Guru Angad, formerly Lechna, codifies Gurmukhi, a script supple enough to carry the music of Punjabi speech. This is not mere calligraphy, it is civilizational choice. By fixing the script, he anchors a language and empowers villagers to read sacred words without Sanskrit's gatekeepers. He also promotes Mal Akhara, wrestling arenas, balancing spiritual and physical discipline, and sustains Langar with his wife, Mata Kuvi, remembered in scripture for her sweet, nourishing cool. The Guru's house is already a partnership. 2.2 Guru Amar Das, 1479 to 1574, Ladders for the Many. At age 73, Amar Das becomes the third guru. He builds a stepwell at Goindwal, an architectural sermon on equality. Everyone descends the same stairs to the same water. He organizes the rapidly growing fellowship into manjis, preaching districts, with men and women as heads, a radical delegation that expands reach without losing cohesion. His compositions include the Anand, Song of Bliss, later woven into the Sikh wedding ceremony, Anand Karaj. He campaigns against sati, widow burning, and purda, and insists that even visiting emperors must first sit in Pangat before darshan, audience. Ethics is not footnote, but frame. 2.3 Guru Ram Das, 1534 to 1581, a city around a pool. Ram Das founds a new settlement around a sacred tank, Amritsar, the pool of nectar. He begins excavations. The city grid is practical, the vision enduring, a center where commerce, devotion, and service interweave. His hymns on marriage, humility, and refuge remain core to Sikh devotion. 2.4 Guru Arjan, 1563 to 1606, Temple and Text. With Guru Arjan, the community's ideals take stone form. He completes the Harmandir, Temple of the Sovereign, later called the Golden Temple, uniquely built lower than the surrounding land, with doors on all four sides. Anyone may enter. He seats scripture at the center, not an idol. Music floats from the sanctum over rippling water. He then compiles the Adi Granth, 1604, installing it with ceremony and appointing Bhai Buddha as the first Granthi, scripture custodian. The anthology gathers not only the first 5 gurus' hymns, but the verses of Bhagats, saints like Kabir, Namdev, Ravidas, Sheikh Farid, whose devotion transcended sect lines. This curation is theological. Truth is recognized by its fragrance, not its label. Political weather turns. Under Emperor Akbar, relations are cordial. The emperor even visits Langar. Under his successor, Jahangir, court intrigue and local rivalries metastasize. In 1606, Guru Arjan is arrested, fined and tortured. Accounts differ in detail but converge on martyrdom. The community's grief hardens into resolve. Steel enters the song. 3. Mo P. The Two Swords, 1606 to 1644. 3.1 Guru Hargobind, 1595 to 1644. Saint Soldier. Guru Hargobind, Arjan's son, dons two swords at his investiture, Pir Samir, spiritual authority, and Manesar, temporal responsibility. He builds the Akal Takht, the throne of the Timeless One, opposite the Harmandir. Where scripture sings in the temple, sovereignty speaks from the Takht. The pairing is deliberate. Religion without justice is mute. Justice without spirit is blind. He trains Akaras of horsemen and archers, not for plunder but defense. Folk memory celebrates the Bandi Chor episode. Freed from Mughal detention at Gwalior Fort, he refuses release unless 52 unjustly held Rajas go with him. He returns to Amritsar on Diwali, lights blazing. Sikhs still celebrate Bandi Chor Divas, the Day of Liberation, alongside Diwali. Clashes with Mughal forces punctuate his tenure, but so do alliances with Hindu hill Rajas and cordial moments with imperial officers. The message is pragmatic fidelity. Protect the weak, restrain the cruel, negotiate where possible, stand firm when needed. 4. The Quiet Flame, 1644 to 1664. 4.1 Guru Har Rai, 1630 to 1661. A garden and a clinic. Guru Har Rai, Hargobind's grandson, maintains a trained bodyguard but leans healer rather than fighter. He keeps a medicinal garden at Kiratpur Sahib and reportedly provides life-saving herbs to Dara Shuko, the Sufi-minded Mughal prince later executed by his orthodox brother Aurangzeb. When Har Rai's own son, Ram Rai, compromises a verse's meaning to please Aurangzeb, the guru disowns him, underscoring scriptural integrity over court favor. 4.2 Guru Har Krishan, 1656 to 1664. The Child Healer. At age 5, Har Krishan becomes guru. By 8, he dies in Delhi during a smallpox outbreak, tending the afflicted and earning the tender honorific Bail Hari Krishan. His last words, Baba Bakale, signal that the next guru resides at Bakala. Amid imperial suspicion and family claimants, the line will leap into a contemplative's hands. 5. Fear none, frighten none. Guru Tegh Bahadur, 1621-1675. 5.1. The ninth guru steps from solitude. A poet-warrior and son of Hargobind, Tegh Bahadur has spent years in meditative retreat. He founds Chaknanaki, later Anandpur Sahib, and composes saloks that sound like mountain air, paired, exact, fearless. 5.2. A martyr for others' conscience. In 1675, Brahmin scholars from Kashmir, threatened with forced conversion campaigns, seek help. Tegh Bahadur travels to Delhi, declares that if the guru can be made to submit, his followers will follow, but if he stands, coercion fails. He is beheaded in Chandni Chowk. His companions are gruesomely executed. Bhai Jaita, later honoured as Bhai Jivan Singh, carries the severed head through monsoon and patrols back to Anandpur. Another devotee, Lakhi Shah Vanjara, cremates the body by setting his house aflame to escape notice. The places of sacrifice become Gurdwara Sisganj Sahib and Rakhabganj in Delhi. Sikhs remember Tegh Bahadur as Hind Deb Chadar, the shield of India, not for theological agreement with Kashmiri Pandits, but for defending freedom of conscience. The ethic is clear. The Sikh path protects the right of others to walk their path. 6. The 10th Guru and the birth of the Khalsa, 1666 to 1708. 6.1. The Poet General. Gobind Singh, born 1666 in Patna Sahib, inherits both a broken heart and a burning mandate. A master archer and brilliant poet, he creates a court at Anandpur humming with music, calligraphy, and arms training. Around him swirl alliances and sieges. Hill Rajas of the Shivaliks resent his growing influence. Imperial officers watch warily. 6.2 Vaisak, 1699. The Call for Heads. On Vaisakh, Spring Harvest Festival, 1699, crowds gather at Anandpur. The Guru, eyes like torches, unsheathes a sword and asks for a head. A stunned silence. Then Daya Ram, a Khatri from Lahore, steps forward. The Guru leads him inside a tent. The blade flashes. Blood spills in a basin, so witnesses report. The Guru reappears, asks again. 4 more men answer: Dharam Das, Jat, Mokam Chand, washerman, Sahib Chand, barber, Himat Rai, water carrier. Finally, the tent opens. The 5 emerge alive, radiant, dressed alike. The Guru administers Amrit, sweetened water stirred in an iron bowl with a double-edged sword, while 5 banis are recited. He calls them the Panj Pyare, the 5 beloved ones, and bids them initiate him in turn. Guru becomes disciple. Disciple becomes Guru. This moment birthed the Khalsa, the Guru's own sovereign community. The ceremony renames the 5, Singh, lion, for men, Kaur, sovereign, princess, for women, titles that erase caste surnames. The Khalsa will wear 5 Ks as vows made visible. Kesh, unshorn hair, honoring natural form and discipline. Kangha, wooden comb, cleanliness within simplicity. Kara, steel bangle, restraint and unbroken link to the Guru. Kirpan, sword, a duty to protect others, not license to attack. Kachera, tailored shorts, sexual restraint and readiness for action. The Khalsa ethic fuses bhakti, devotion, with shakti, power. The slogan, Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. The Khalsa belongs to the wondrous Guru, victory belongs to the wondrous Guru. Anchors courage in humility. 6.3 War and Sacrifice. Sieges tighten. Under pressure and deceitful oaths of safe passage, the Sikhs evacuate Anandpur. In the chaotic crossings of the Sarsa River, manuscripts and mementos are lost. The Guru's party scatters. 2 of his elder sons, Ajit Singh and Jujhar Singh, fall in the ferocious battle of Chamkar, holding a fortress against overwhelming numbers. His younger sons, Zorawar Singh and Fateh Singh, are captured at Sirhind and, when they refuse to convert, bricked alive by the viceroy Wazir Khan. Their grandmother Mata Gujri dies of exposure in captivity. The Sahibzade become the tender, terrible icons of Sikh fidelity. The Guru rallies remnants in the Machiwara forests, composes and strikes. He writes the Zafarnama, Epistle of Victory, to Aurangzeb, indicting broken promises and lifting moral courage over imperial force. When all peaceful means have failed, it is righteous to draw the sword. The letter is both rebuke and invitation to conscience. 6.4 The Guru's Last Command, Granth and Panth. After Aurangzeb dies, 1707, the political chessboard shifts. The Guru, now in Nanded, Deccan, is stabbed by an assassin's blade. The wound seems to heal, but ruptures after the bowstring draws tight another day. Before his death in 1708, he makes a final, revolutionary bequest. The Guruship of spirit and word passes to the Guru Granth Sahib, the scripture, as the eternal Guru, Guru Maneo Granth. Temporal leadership resides in the Guru Panth, the collective Khalsa acting in line with the Guru's word. No human successor replaces him. The soul of authority is now a partnership, scripture as compass, community as hands and feet. 7. The scripture that sings. Guru Granth Sahib. 7.1 Architecture of a Singing Book. The Guru Granth Sahib, standardized form 1708, expanded earlier as the Adi Granth, contains hymns in 31 rags, musical modes. It speaks in Punjabi, Sadhukari, Braja, Persian, Marathi, and more, because truth travels many tongues. Organization by rag means this is not a doctrinal digest, it is a songbook for transformation. The sonic form matters. Sikhs encounter the Guru by listening to kirtan, not merely reading silently. 7.2. The Core Confession, Mool Mantra and Japji. Every morning begins with Jap Jem Sahib, first composition in the Granth, seeded by the Mool Mantra. Ik Onkar, one reality. Sat Nam, true name. Karta Parak, creative being. Nirbhau, without fear. Nirvaya, without enmity. Akal Murat, timeless form. Ajunuri, unborn. Saibang, self-existent. Gurprasad, by the Guru's grace. The rest of Japji steps through stages of practice, from listening, sunyai, and obedience, hukam, to the khans, realms, of spiritual development, ending with Nanak's signature, Nanak Nam Chahdi Kala, Terebane Sarbat Dabhala. Through your name may we rise in high spirits, in your will may all prosper. The horizon is universal welfare, not tribal victory. 7.3. No idol, but word. In a Gurdwara, the Guru's door, the Guru Granth Sahib rests on a raised throne, takht. Devotees bow, not to paper and ink, but to Shabad Guru, the living word that addresses and recreates the listener. Free from images of God or the Gurus, the space directs attention to sound and service. The only food offered to the Guru is shared, Kara Prasad, a warm sweet of flour, sugar and ghee, symbol of equal grace. 7.4. A canon of inclusion. Alongside the Guru's voices stand Bhagats from Hindu and Muslim lineages, many of low caste origin. Their inclusion is not a museum of tolerance, it is a living interfaith within the scripture. The test is spiritual aroma, humility, devotion, justice. 8. After the Gurus, from Banda Singh Bahadur to the Confederacy, 1708 to 1799. 8.1. Banda Singh Bahadur, Revolution in the Fields. Shortly before his death, Guru Gobind Singh commissions Banda Singh Bahadur, born Lakhman Das, a Bairag ascetic turned Sikh, to lead resistance against Syrian's tyrannies. Between 1709 to 1715, Banda's Khalsa bands sweep through Punjab, abolish zamindar landlordism in territories they control, and grant land to tillers, a social upheaval as radical as it is short-lived. He mints coins invoking the Guru's name, Deg Teg Fateh, Deg, cauldron of charity, Teg, sword of justice, and briefly establishes Logar as a capital. Mughal reprisals are brutal. Banda is captured after a siege and executed in Delhi, along with hundreds of companions. The immediate political project collapses, but a template of sovereignty tethered to service remains etched in memory.
8.2 Decades of Persecution and Resilience.
The 18th century becomes a crucible. Afghan warlord Ahmad Shah Abdali, Durrani, invades repeatedly. Local officials and opportunists join cycles of retribution. Sikhs go to the forests and marshes, organizing as Jathas bands and later Missiles confederacies. Two collective traumas scar the century. Chota Galugara, the Lesser Massacre, 1746. Thousands killed near the Ravi. Vada Galugara, the Great Massacre, 1762. Tens of thousands die near Kuprana, many while protecting a moving caravan of women, children, and scripture. Yet from ashes rises Chard Kala, ever-rising spirit. By century's end, Missiles under leaders like Charat Singh and Mahan Singh, grandfather and father of Ranjit Singh, Jassa Singh Ahluwalia, Baghal Singh, and Hari Singh Bhangi control swathes of Punjab, raid Delhi, and hoist the Nishan Sahib on the Red Fort. Brief symbolic gestures of autonomy against the fading Mughal sun. 9. The Khalsa ethic in daily life. Before we cross into empire and modernity, Part 2, pause inside a Sikh home and Gurdwara to see how theology becomes texture.
9.1 Nitnam, the rhythm of prayer.
Amrit-initiated Sikhs keep a Nitnam, daily regimen. Jap Jaunchej Sahib at dawn, Jap Sahib, Tav Prasad Savaye, and Chaupai Sahib from later Sikh liturgical tradition, often included. Rehra Sahib at dusk, Kirtan Sohila at bedtime. Non-initiated Sikhs may adapt the cycle. The point is not recital points, but remembered presence threaded through a workday. 9.2 Seva and Langar. Seva is love made practical. It could mean scrubbing shoes at the Gurdwara entrance, chopping onions in the kitchen, running a blood donation camp, or dispatching food trucks after a flood. Langar operationalizes seva, chopping, stirring, serving, cleaning, a choreography of equality. The menu is simple, vegetarian, so all may partake, and inexhaustible. 9.3 The 5 Ks lived. Kesh requires patient grooming. Dastars, turbans, protect hair and crown dignity. Kara taps the wrist when the hand strays. Its circle mirrors Ik Onkar's unity. Kirpan hangs small or large. Law courts in many countries now recognize it as a religious article of faith, not a weapon, a reminder of the duty to intervene against injustice. Kangha, tucked within the hair, is practical sanctity. Kachera answers both modesty and readiness. 9.4 Weddings, births, funerals. Anand Karaj, wedding, circles the scripture as Levan hymns describe stages of love's union. The couple is tied by scarf, but the knot is through the word, not property. Newborns receive a name by randomly opening the granth and taking the first letter of the first line on the left page. Funerals, Antim Ardas, emphasize hukam, divine order, and Simran, remembrance. Ashes may be scattered in rivers, but the work of Siva continues. 10. Ideas that shape a people. 10.1 God beyond and within. Sikhism refuses the idol of either-or. God is Nirgun, without attributes, and Sargun, present in attributes. The one shines in forms, yet is not trapped by any. This allows ardent devotion without mythic literalism. 10.2 Hukam and Haumai. The universe moves by hukam, divine order. To live in hukam is to align action with reality, like a boat steering with current, not against it. The obstacle is haumai, ego obsession, a sticky illusion that I am separate, masterful, owed. The medicine is Nam, Siva, and Sangat. 10.3 Equality and caste. The gurus denounced caste repeatedly. Langar dramatizes the critique. Yet social habits die slowly. Sikh history includes anti-caste saints, e.g. Ravidas's hymns in scripture, and modern communities, e.g. Ravidasya, pressing for dignity. The ideal is clear, no high or low, and leadership open to all. 10.4 Gender and Sovereignty. From Mai Bhago, the warrior who rallied deserters in 1705, to modern Kaur leaders, Sikhism envisions women as fully sovereign. The Khalsa names codify it. Singh and Kaur replace caste surnames. Anand Karaj centers partnership. Kirtan and Ardas welcome women's voices. Practice often lags vision, but the scriptural compass points true. The harmonium fades, a distant horse snorts. The Nishan Sahib snaps in a light breeze above a pool of nectar. The seed Nanak planted has become a grove, sheltering, singing, and, when storms threaten, standing like oak. In Part 2, we will ride with Maharaja Ranjit Singh as he builds a plural empire from the missiles, march into the Anglo-Sikh wars, annexation, and Singh Sabha revival. Enter the 20th century's fires. Jallianwala Bagh, Gurdwara reform, partition. Face the late-century crucible, Operation Blue Star and its aftermath, and the diaspora's resilience. Close with today's Sikh ethics, Siva in disasters, advocacy for religious freedom, farmers' protests, and the global song of Sarbat Dabala. The marble of the Harmandir Sahib is warm under bare feet. Morning kirtan pours from the sanctum like sunlight made sound. The water around the temple ripples with each tabla stroke. Across the square, the Akal Takht waits, a throne of temporal duty facing a sanctuary of eternal word. Between the two, people walk, farmers and soldiers, students and grandmothers, threading their lives through this aisle of song and steel. We pick up the story where part one paused. The gurus have ended. The Granth has been enthroned as the eternal guru, and a people formed by Langa, Seva, and Khalsa discipline must learn to steer through the tempests of empire and modernity. 11. The Lion of the Punjab, Ranjit Singh and the Sikh Empire, 1799 to 1839. 11.1 From Missiles to a Kingdom. The 18th century left the Khalsa dispersed into missiles, semi-autonomous confederacies of cavalry. Out of this mosaic rises Ranjit Singh, born 1780, heir to the Sukha Chakya missile. Smallpox has scarred one eye, diplomacy and daring sharpen the other. In 1799 he seizes Lahore, and over the next decades he stitches the missiles into a state that will be remembered as the Sikh Empire. 11.2 Governance without bigotry. Ranjit Singh styles himself Sarkar-e-Khalisa, head of a commonwealth, and vows protection of all. He forbids the desecration of mosques, funds Hindu temples and Sufi shrines, and gilds the Harmandir Sahib, whose sanctum already glowed with scripture. His court includes Fakir Azizuddin, a Muslim foreign minister, Raja Dhyan Singh, a Dogra Hindu noble, and European officers who train the army. His coins bear inscriptions to the Akal Purakh, timeless one, not to himself. He outlaws sati, widow burning, in his domain, and discourages cow slaughter to honor Hindu sentiment, policies that, however paternal by today's standards, signal a pragmatic pluralism rare for the era. 11.3 The Khalsa Army modernized. French and Italian veterans of Napoleon, Allard, Ventura, Court, Avitabile, help reorganize the Fauji Khas, regular army. Drill, artillery, and logistics transform irregular cavalry into a disciplined force. The empire expands. Multan falls. Kashmir is annexed, 1819. The Khyber is crossed. Peshawar is held, briefly and at cost. At the same time, Ranjit Singh signs the Treaty of Amritsar, 1809, with the East India Company, freezing the Sutlej as a border and avoiding premature war. 11.4a Court of Brass and Brush. Lahore's Darbar becomes a gallery. Ivory miniatures, Persian manuscripts, Sikh arms inlaid with Koftgari silver. European travelogues marvel that the Maharaja sits not on a golden peacock throne, but on the floor, cross-legged, while emissaries bow to a one-eyed king in a simple turban. Power without pomp, faith without fanaticism. This is the empire's self-portrait. 11.5 The cracks beneath the gilding. No human arrangement is permanent. Ranjit Singh's succession is fragile. Factionalism simmers among Dogra nobles, Santawalia relatives, and palace cliques. When the lion dies in 1839, the glue softens. Within 10 years, the empire will fall, not because the Khalsa forgot how to fight, but because backroom bargains eroded the will to hold. 12. Collapse and annexation. The Anglo-Sikh Wars, 1845 to 1849. 12.1 A carousel of coronations. After Ranjit Singh, Karak, Singh reigns briefly and dies. His son now Nihal. Singh dies in a mysterious gate accident. Sher Singh takes the throne and is assassinated. The regent Maharani Jind Kaur fights for her son, Duleep Singh, a child. Amid this chaos, Dogra courtiers Lal Singh and Tej Singh rise, their loyalties suspect. 12th.2. The First Anglo-Sikh War, 1845 to 46. Skirmishes along the Sutlej ignite war. Battles at Mudki, Ferozeshah, Aliwal, and Sobraun are brutal. The Khalsa soldiers fight with ferocity, but treachery at the top. Generals failing to press advantage or retreating at the worst moment thwarts victory. The Treaty of Lahore, 1846, cedes the Julundur Doab to the British and places a British resident in Lahore. The Treaty of Amritsar sells Kashmir to Gulab Singh, making him Maharaja, an act that Sikhs remember as a betrayal, a jewel bought with their blood. 12th, the Second Anglo-Sikh War, 1848 to 49. Insurgency flares, the British commit. Battles at Chilianwala, a Pyrrhic British tactical edge, and Gujarat, a decisive British victory, end the empire. In 1849, the company annexes the Punjab. The Koh-i-Noor diamond is seized. The boy Duleep Singh is exiled, converted to Christianity, and later received like a curiosity in the British court, his life a tragic footnote to imperial appetite. The annexation is not just political loss, it is spiritual whiplash. The community that had learned to balance miri-piri, temporal, spiritual, must now reinvent itself under a power that wants its soldiers, but not its sovereignty. 13. Under the Raj, Reform, Resistance, and Revival, 1849 to 1947. 13.1. Canal colonies and martial races. The British pour canals across Punjab, turning scrubland into wheat fields. They also cultivate the idea of martial races, recruiting Sikhs, admired for discipline, into the Indian Army. Sikh regiments serve across the empire, from the northwest frontier to Mesopotamia, Gallipoli, France, and East Africa in World War I, again across North Africa, Italy, and Burma in World War II. Pride intertwines with ambivalence. Valor is honored, but autonomy is not returned. 13.2. Singh Sabha. Text, Identity, and Printing Press. When political power dissolves, cultural power steps forward. The Singh Sabha movement, born in the 1870s, seeks to recover and clarify Sikh identity in the face of missionary polemic and Hindu reform movements. Leaders like Gyani Dit Singh, Bhai Khan Singh Nabha, author of Ham Hindu Nahin, We Are Not Hindus, and Bhai Veer Singh champion Gurmukhi literacy, modern schools and colleges, Khalsa Tract Society pamphlets, reprinting and standardizing Gurbani. Out of ferment emerges the Sikh Rehat Maryada, a code of conduct finalized in the 1940s by the community's elected body, guiding ceremonies, daily prayers, and community governance. 13.3. Gurdwara Reform and the Akalis. By the early 1900s, many shrines are controlled by mahants, hereditary custodians, some accused of corruption. The Akali movement, 1920s, organizes peaceful occupation and reform. Tragedy strikes at Nankana Sahib, 1921, when hired thugs massacre reformers. Public outrage forces change. The Shiromani Gurdwara Parbandhak Committee, SGPC, forms 1920, and the Sikh Gurdwaras Act, 1925, places major shrines under elected management, a rare instance of religious democracy installed by mass movement. 13.4. Jallianwala Bagh, 1919, and the turning of a tide. On 13th April 1919, in Amritsar, a peaceful gathering, men, women, children, fills an enclosed garden. General Dyer orders troops to fire without warning. Hundreds fall, official counts understate, eyewitnesses recall far more. The massacre shocks the world, galvanizes Indian nationalism, and leaves an acid memory in Sikh, Hindu, and Muslim hearts alike. The Raj's mask has slipped. 13.5. Gadar and Komagata Maru. In 1913, Punjabi expatriates in North America and Asia found the Ghadar Party, publishing revolutionary papers and plotting insurrection. Their uprising fails, but the idea travels. The Komagata Maru incident, 1914, a ship of mostly Sikh migrants denied entry to Canada and forced back, exposes racial exclusion. Back in India, police fire on returning passengers at Budge Budge. Diaspora and homeland knit through grief and resolve. 14. Partition, a torn Punjab, 1947. 14.1. Borders on maps, blood on trains. When British India is partitioned into India and Pakistan in 1947, Punjab is cleaved. The Sikh heartland is divided. Nankana Sahib, Panja Sahib, Kartarpur, Lahore, and many historic Gurdwaras land in West Punjab, Pakistan. Amritsar, Anandpur, and Patiala remain in East Punjab, India. The human cost is staggering. Caravans of refugees move both directions. Trains of corpses arrive at stations. Estimates of the dead reach into the hundreds of thousands across communities. Many Sikhs flee ancestral lands. Many Muslims flee the East. Stories of horror are matched by stories of courage. Villagers shielding neighbors of another faith. Sikhs rescuing Muslim families they had known for generations. Trauma etches deep, but so does memory of shared humanity. 14.2. Rebuilding Lives. Sikhs resettle in East Punjab and Delhi, founding new markets and factories. Gurdwaras in Pakistan are maintained by small local communities and Pakistani authorities. Pilgrimage is restricted for decades, then slowly reopens. In 2019, the Kartarpur corridor allows visa-free access from India to Gurdwara Darbar Sahib, Kartarpur, the site where Guru Nanak spent his final years, reuniting many with a home of the heart across a hard border. 15. Statehood, Revolution, and the Crucible, 1947 to 1995. 15.1. Punjabi Suba and Reorganization. Post-independence, Sikhs press for a Punjabi-speaking state. After non-violent agitations led by Sant Fateh Singh and others, India reorganizes in 1966. Haryana is carved from Hindi-speaking districts. Himachal Pradesh expands. Punjab becomes a smaller, Sikh-majority state. Chandigarh is created as a shared capital and union territory, an arrangement that will remain an irritant. 15.2. The Green Revolution. New seeds, fertilizers, and canals turn Punjab into India's breadbasket in the late 1960s to 70s. Prosperity rises, so do debts, soil depletion, and water stress. Economic change tugs at social fabric. At the same time, politics grows fractious. The Shiromani Akali Dal advances cultural and federal demands in the Anandpur Sahib Resolution 1973, often misread as separatist. It articulates greater state autonomy within India's federation and protection for Sikh identity. 15.3. The Rise of Militancy and Operation Blue Star, 1984. In the late 1970s, early 1980s, preacher Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale emerges as a fiery voice against social ills and for Sikh assertion. Amid factional politics and police abuses, militant violence spreads. Assassinations, bombings, counter-violence follows. In June 1984, the Indian Army launches Operation Blue Star to flush militants from the Harmandir Sahib complex, where Bhindranwale and armed followers have fortified positions. The battle rages through Guru Arjan's martyrdom day. The Akal Takht is heavily damaged. The shrine is struck. Pilgrims and combatants die. Numbers remain contested. Grief does not. Many Sikhs across the world feel sacrilege and sorrow. In the countryside, Operation Woodrose extends the crackdown. Innocent families are swept into detentions alongside insurgents. The wound will take generations to process. 15.4. Assassination and Pogroms, October-November 1984. On 31st October 1984, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi is assassinated by her Sikh bodyguards. Within hours and days, organized mobs, often with political complicity, unleash anti-Sikh pogroms in Delhi and other cities. Homes and gurdwaras burned, men hunted by kerosene and iron rods, women assaulted, children orphaned. Thousands are killed. Survivors still wait, in many cases, for full justice. 15.5 Insurgency and Counterinsurgency, 1985 to 1995. Punjab plunges into a decade of insurgency and counterinsurgency. Train bombings and targeted killings on one side, extrajudicial executions, disappearances, and torture on the other. Operation Black Thunder, 1988, reclaims the Harmandir complex with fewer casualties. Democracy flickers, dims, returns. In 1995, Chief Minister Beant Singh is assassinated. By the mid-1990s, the insurgency collapses under local exhaustion and heavy policing. The quiet that follows is welcome but uneven. Justice is patchy, memory raw. 16. A global people, diaspora, identity, and savor. 16.1 From Mills to Ministries. Sikhs had sailed to Hong Kong, Southeast Asia, East Africa, Britain and North America since the late 19th century. After 1947 and again after the 1980s, they leave Punjab in larger numbers. Today they are mayors and mechanics, truckers and technologists. In Britain, Sikhs helped rebuild post-war industry and now sit in Parliament. British law has long exempted turban-wearing Sikhs from motorcycle helmet requirements and, more recently, from some workplace hard hat mandates. In Canada, Sikhs serve as cabinet ministers, police officers, and military personnel. Turbans are part of the RCMP uniform after a landmark case in the 1990s. In the United States, decades of advocacy win accommodations in the army and other agencies for turbans and beards as articles of faith. Sikhs serve openly in uniform. 16.2 Post 9/11 and Oak Creek. After September 11, 2001, turbans and beards made Sikhs targets for mistaken hate. Community groups formed, the Sikh Coalition, SALDF, United Sikhs, to educate, litigate, and protect. In 2012, a white supremacist murders 6 worshippers at the Oak Creek, Wisconsin Gurdwara. The Sangat responds with prayer and outreach, establishing a template of resilience without retaliation. 16.3 Langar without walls. If any tradition was built for crisis, it is one whose core ritual is feeding strangers. During earthquakes, floods, and pandemics, Sikh organizations, Khalsa Aid, United Sikhs, local Gurdwaras, set up Langar tents at borders and shelters. In 2020-21, amid India's farmers' protests, Sikhs and their allies transform highways into kitchens, libraries, and clinics. Seva scaled to a city. Around the world during COVID-19 lockdowns, Gurdwaras deliver hot meals and oxygen, proving that a theology of service can move as fast as a virus. 16.4 The Kirpan in Court and Classroom. From London schools to New Jersey courthouses, the Kirpan, vowed Sikh sword, forces societies to balance safety and conscience. Most legal systems now treat the Kirpan as a religious article with guidelines, size, sheath, intent. Each case educates. The Kirpan is not a dagger of aggression, but a symbol of duty to protect the vulnerable. 17. The Pulse of Daily Faith, Gurudwara, Sangat, and Song. 17.1 How a Day Begins. At Amrit Vela, pre-dawn, Sikhs recite Jap Shing Sahib. The day arcs through Rehras at dusk and Kirtan Sahila at night. It is not performance, but practice. Naam remembered in traffic, at factory bench, in classroom. Even those who don't keep the full cycle feel the cadence of verses as breath marks on the day. Sembilan belas koma dua Sangat dan Pangat. Sangat, holy company, and Pangat, eating in a line on the floor, embody equality. The architecture is open, 4 doors to the sanctuary, a Nishan Sahib, saffron flag, standing watch outside. Inside, Granthi and Ragis, scripture readers and musicians, sing rag-based hymns. Many diasporic Gurdwaras teach tabla and harmonium to children, so the next generation inherits the sound. 17.3 Weddings and Names. At Anand Karaj, the couple circles the Guru as the Lavan hymns describe deeper union, from duty to joy to grace to oneness. Newborns are often named by the first letter of a randomly opened verse, a gentle surrender of ego at the start of a life. 17.4 Gatka and Grace. The martial art Gatka, flashing sticks, swords, and chakram rings, trains agility and restraint. During Nagar Kabatans, processions, Gatka troops remind spectators that the Khalsa's steel is not swagger, but service on call. 18. Ideas for a Century on Fire. Atrafal, Sarbat Dabhala, and Chard Kala. The closing line of daily Ardhas, prayer, asks for Sarbat Dabhala, the welfare of all. This is not sentiment, it is policy. Vote, spend, eat, and build as if others' children are your own. Chardakala, ever-rising spirit, demands joy without naivety, courage without cruelty. 18.2 Environment and the Field. Punjab's success brought pesticide-laced soil, falling water tables, and farmer debt. Sikh environmentalists invoke Guru Nanak's line, "Air is the teacher, water the father, earth the great mother," to push for crop diversification, organic methods, and water harvesting. Langar kitchens install solar. Gurdwaras plant native groves. Faith becomes ecology with sleeves rolled up. 18.3 Caste and Gender. Scripture denounces caste, yet discrimination shadows life. Endogamous marriage patterns, separate Gurdwaras in some villages. Activists inspired by Ravidas's hymns insist the word's equality must become worldly equality. On gender, the Khalsa's pledge remains radical. Kaur as sovereign. Women lead sangats, teach and serve in elected roles. Debates continue over traditions that have restricted women from singing at certain shrines. The compass points toward full inclusion. Practice is catching up. 18.4 Dialogue without dilution. Sikhism was born in dialogue. Nanak sang with a Muslim rabab, welcomed Bhagats of all paths into scripture. Today, Sikhs serve in interfaith councils, coach Know Your Neighbour programs, and host langar at parliaments. The stance is neither relativism nor polemic. Hold your centre. Open your door. 19. The Sikh imagination in culture and politics. 19.1 Literature and Film. Punjabi writers and filmmakers wrestle with partition, 1984, and diaspora identity, stories of loss and stubborn hope. Curtain albums blend classic rags with new orchestration. Rappers rhyme marpa into verses of self-defense and savor. 19.2 Public Life. Sikhs hold office as mayors, legislators, ministers. They lead farmers' unions, human rights NGOs, and startups. In many democracies, they are hyper-visible, turbans, beards, and understood slowly. Each court case won for the kirpan, each school assembly about the turban, is a page in civic catechism. 19.3 The Diaspora's Debates. From referenda to memorials, Sikhs abroad argue about memory and nation. Some foreground Khalistan, a proposed Sikh homeland. Others insist the sovereignty of the Guru Panth is moral, not territorial. The community does what it has always done: sangat, argue, sing, feed, and keep walking. 20. Epilogue. Steel in the song, song in the steel. Night again at Amritsar. The last curtain softens. The Guru Granth Sahib is carried in a palanquin, wrapped in brocade and reverence to the Akal Takht for the night's rest. Outside, the Nishan Sahib leans into the wind, a saffron flame against the indigo sky. Sikhism began as a melody under an open sky. Guru Nanak's insistence that beyond our little labels there is one, not far but near as breath. In centuries that followed, that melody learned rhythm. Langar, seva, equality, courage. It learned harmony, the Granth and the Panth, word and community, each checking and sustaining the other. And when storms blew, empires, pogroms, wars, the community took up steel without putting down the song. Today, wherever a Sikh ties a turban at dawn, sharpens a mind on Japjio, picks up a kirpan with the promise never to bully and never to stand idle when others are harmed, the Khalsa is born again. Wherever a Gurdwara door opens and strangers are fed, Guru Nanak stands at Kartarpur again. Wherever a citizen argues for freedom of conscience, even for those of another faith, Guru Tegh Bahadur walks to Delhi again. Wherever a community rebuilds after terror without vengeance, the Sangat rises again. The world needs this pairing, steel and spirit, perhaps more than ever, backs that do not bend to tyranny and hands that will not let the hungry go unfed. To live Marpas is to insist that justice and joy belong together. The drum falls silent, the pool grows still. A last whisper from the sanctum crosses the water. Nam chard kala, teribhane sarbat dabhala. By your name may our spirits rise. In your will may all flourish. Sacred Threads, a journey through the world's religions. Before temples rose or scriptures sang, before names like Yahweh, Buddha, or Allah echoed through history, humanity looked up at the stars and asked, "Why are we here?" Sacred Threads is a sweeping 15-part audio odyssey into the heart of our deepest yearnings, for meaning, for order, for the divine. From the silent meditations of Jain monks to the cosmic battles of Zoroastrian myth, from the fire of Sinai to the path beneath the Bodhi tree, this series traces the origins, stories, and living truths of the world's great religions, and the new ones still being born. You'll walk with prophets, philosophers, and skeptics. You'll witness the rise of sacred texts and hear the whispered doubts of those who walked away. And through it all, you'll discover not just what others believe, but what belief itself reveals about us. Whether you're faithful, skeptical, or just curious, this is more than a history of religions. It's a mirror, and the question it reflects is eternal. What do you worship when the world falls silent?
The dawn of religion.
Episode 9, The Way Without Forcing, Daoism. Narrator's Prelude. Mist braids the shoulders of a pine. A stream threads itself around a rock rather than break it. Somewhere a farmer straightens from his field and listens. The wind sifts through bamboo, and in that whisper he hears more policy than any edict, more wisdom than any library. "Tao," he says softly, "the way." It doesn't shout, it doesn't shove, it moves like water and wears mountains down. Welcome to Episode 9 of the World's Religions. Tonight we enter Daoism, or Taoism, depending on the Romanization you prefer. We will meet a tradition with two intertwined faces. a philosophical face that counsels humility, naturalness, and wu wei, acting without forcing. A religious face that celebrates gods, rites, talismans, healing, meditation, and monastic lineages reaching from sacred mountains to city lanes. Scholars sometimes distinguish Dao Jia, Taoist thought, from Dao Jiao, Taoist religion, but on the ground, the two braid together like roots under a mossed stone. Part 1 brings us from the warring states' cauldron into the Laozi and Zhuangzi, the rise of Huanglao statecraft, and the early communities that seeded religious Taoism. We'll walk slowly because Taoism prefers unhurried seeing. 1. The age that needed a way, China before Taoism. 1.1 Zhou order unravels. For centuries, the Zhou kings ruled by ritual and kinship. As central power frayed, dukes fought dukes and ministers ate ministers. The spring and autumn era slid into the warring states, 5th to 3rd centuries BCE. 7 great states, Qin, Chu, Qi, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei, sparred with iron, chariots, and clever texts. Out of crisis bloomed the 100 schools. Confucians argued for moral cultivation and ritual propriety. Mohists campaigned for universal love and frugal states. Legalists engineered strict laws and harsh penalties. Naturalists mapped yin-yang rhythms and the 5 phases: wood, fire, earth, metal, water. Taoists whispered a different proposal: stop thrashing, attend to how things already flow. 1.2 A different kind of instruction. Where other schools codified rules, early Taoists offered images and paradox: water, valley, uncarved wood, the wheel's usefulness in its empty hub. They distrusted verbal certainty. The Tao that can be spoken is not the constant Tao, begins one text, both a warning and an invitation. 2. The Laozi Dao Deijing, a short book with deep currents. 2.1 Text, author, and name. The Laozi, also called Dao Deijing, classic of the way and its power, is among the world's most translated books. Tradition attributes it to Laozi, Old Master, a semi-mythic archivist who, tired of corruption, rode west on a water buffalo and, stopped by a border guard, penned a slim volume before vanishing. Whether he was a single person or a composite voice, the text itself likely coalesced over time from pre-Qin sayings. Early manuscript finds, Guodian bamboo slips circa 4th century BCE, and Mawangdui silk texts buried 2nd century BCE confirm that Laozi-like materials circulated before China unified under Qin, and that the chapters' order and wording varied. The book's brevity, about 5,000 characters, masks a depth that continues to sprout commentary. 2.2 Themes that teach by turning you around.
Dao Wei. Not a road laid by humans, but the generative pattern lurking in things. It is prior to names, mother of the 10,000 beings, inexhaustible and without favorites.
De. Power. Virtue. Not moralism, but potency. The quiet authority of something fully itself. Wu wei, non-forcing. Not passivity, but effortless efficacy. Like a skilled archer who has become the bow or water that attains its end by not contending. Ziran, self-so, naturalness. The spontaneity of a thing in its own pattern. Pu, uncarved block. Original simplicity. Once carved by concept and ambition, we lose the grain. Soft overcomes hard. Water hollows stone. Infants are supple and thus full of life. The rigid breaks. 3 treasures: compassion, frugality, and not daring to be first under heaven. Taoist leadership starts by refusing to preen. 2.3a Politics of Humility. The Laozi addresses rulers as often as mystics. Paradoxically, it advises governing by not over-governing. When rulers meddle, people contend. When rulers restrain appetite and reduce cleverness, corruption withers. When rulers stop self-display, people settle. This is not an argument for neglect, but for light touch, a trust in feedback and flow instead of control by decree. 3. The Zhuangzi, wild, funny, and profound. If the Laozi is a river stone, small, cool, gnomic, the Zhuangzi is a mountain riddled with trails, stories, jokes, dialogues, and shimmering parables stitched across 33 chapters, the inner 7 likely closest to Zhuangzhou himself, the outer and mixed accreting later voices. The book plays, and in play it pierces. 3.1. Butterflies, butchers, and useless trees. Butterfly dream. Zhuangzi dreams he is a butterfly. Waking, he wonders, was Zhuangzi dreaming the butterfly, or is a butterfly now dreaming Zhuangzi? The point is not relativism for its own sake, but a loosening of fixed identity. Cook Ding. A butcher carves an ox so seamlessly his blade never meets resistance. He follows heaven's patterns in the joints. His knife stays sharp for years. The story embodies Wu Wei, mastery as attunement. Useless tree, twisted and gnarled, it is spared the carpenter's axe. Everyone knows the use of the useful, Zhuangzi smiles, but who knows the use of the useless? Uselessness becomes shelter, shade, life. 3.2. Fasting of the mind, sitting and forgetting. Two practices flicker into view. Jinzhai, fasting the heart-mind, emptying preconception so one hears through the whole body. Zuowang, sitting and forgetting, dropping knowledge, rituals, even self until one merges with the way. These are proto-meditations, later elaborated in religious Daoism. 3.3. Language with a wink. Zhuangzi treats language like a dragonfly. Hold too tight, and it breaks. He invites perspectival humility, what he calls the equalization of things. None of this denies differences. It refuses to weaponize them. His laughter disarms certainty, and thus, quietly, violence. 4. Beyond two books, Liezi, Huanglao, and the Naturalist Thread. 4.1. The Liezi and Wandering Tales. The Liezi, edited in its present form around the 3rd to 4th century CE, contains some of Chinese philosophy's most charming stories, like the man who feared his shadow and ran himself to death. Whether or not it preserves an ancient master named Li Yuku, it transmits a Taoist sensibility, thrift, ease, and freedom from fear. 4.2. Huanglao, rulership by the way. Early Western Han emperors and counselors cherished a syncretism known as Huanglao, blending the Yellow Emperor, a culture hero associated with medicine, cosmology, and statecraft, and Laozi's non-forcing governance. Under emperors Wen and Jing, 2nd century BCE, the court prized light taxes, modest punishments, and restraint, policies later remembered as a time when the people were left to breathe. When Emperor Wu turned toward activist Confucian state doctrine, Huanglao receded at court, but its ethos seeped into medicine, astronomy, and ritual. 4.3. Yin-Yang and 5 Phases. Strictly speaking, yin-yang theory and the 5 phases arose in the naturalist school, not Daoism as a sect. But Taoists harvested these models. Yin, receptive, dark, moist, and yang, active, bright, dry, co-generate. Neither is evil, both are needed. 5 phases, wood, fire, earth, metal, water, cycle through production and control sequences, furnishing a grammar for medicine, music, statecraft, feng shui, and calendar. Taoism's genius is to absorb and metabolize such patterns, not to ossify them. 5. Words into worlds, from thought to religion. 5.1. The Celestial Masters, a community with registers. Around the 2nd century CE, in the Sichuan uplands, a figure named Zhang Daoling experiences a revelation from Lord Lao, Laozi deified as Taishang Laojun. He founds the movement later called the Way of the Celestial Masters, Tianxi Dao, sometimes nicknamed the Five Pecks of Rice community after a suggested donation for new adherents. Features registers. Elu. Initiates are inscribed into celestial rosters, linking humans to protective spirits. Healing and confession. Illness is read as disrupted qi and moral imbalance. Confession and ritual restore harmony. Parish structure. Communities organized with local libationers overseeing ethics, marriages, funerals. Diet and discipline. Moderation in alcohol and sex. Avoidance of grain during certain fasts. Bigyu, cultivation of breath. This was religion as social fabric, not only ideas or solitary meditation, but villages knit by rites and ledgers. 5.2 Yellow Turbans and Great Peace. Near the same period, northern China witnessed the Yellow Turban Uprising, 184 CE, inspired by healers of the Way of Great Peace, Taiping Dao. Though distinct from the Celestial Masters, they drew from similar healing ritual currents and tapped popular frustration with corrupt officials and disaster. The rebellion failed, but it signaled that Taoist-colored hopes had mass traction. 5.3 From Persecution to Patronage. As dynasties rose and fell, Taoist movements found patrons and endured purges, yet each century added layers. The Jin and early medieval periods, 4th to 5th century, saw revelations on Mount Maoshan and elsewhere, enriching liturgy and cosmology. By Tang times, 7th to 10th century, Daoism shared the cultural stage with Buddhism and Confucian statecraft. Emperors would alternately favor and curb each as politics required. We will reach those later. For now, two revelation lineages deserve a closer look. 6. Shangqing and Lingbao. Heaven opens its library. 6.1 Shangqing. Highest clarity. In the 4th century, texts known as Shangqing were revealed in spirit visions associated with Wei Huakun and recorded by Yang Shi for the aristocratic Shu family. The revelations outlined a dazzling inner cosmos, gods residing in organs, palaces within the body. Visualization and ascent practices, refining Jing Qi Shen, essence, breath, spirit, to commune with perfected beings. A preference for meditative elixirs over crude external alchemy. Shangqing offered a literary mysticism, lyric, aristocratic, and profoundly interior. 6.2 Lingbao. Numinous treasure. Soon after, Lingbao scriptures emerged, 4th to 5th century, interlacing Taoist cosmology with ritual patterns that echoed Buddhist liturgy. Universal salvation rituals, merit transfer, and concern for all souls, including the unquiet dead. Talismans, few, and incantations, Zhou, standardized. Priests wielded thunder and lamp in carefully choreographed jiao offerings for community renewal. A cosmic bureaucracy of heavens, offices, registers. These lineages did not replace Laozi and Zhuangzi. They extended them into ceremony, community care, and mythic imagination. 6.3 The Pantheon takes shape. Across medieval centuries, the Taoist pantheon crystallized, fluid, regional, but broadly recognizable. Sanqing, the three pure ones, Yuanxi Tianzun, primordial, Lingbao Tianzun, numinous treasure, and Daode Tianzun, the deified Laozi, Taishang Laojun. Jade Emperor as celestial administrator, Queen Mother of the West, Zhiwangmu, with peaches of longevity, Zhenwu, Zhuanwu, the perfected warrior of the north, the eight immortals, folk favorites, Lu Dongbin, Han Xiangzi, He Xianggu, and others. The kitchen god, Zhaojun, who ascends yearly to report household virtues and vices. Taoist religion here becomes a complete world, Cosmic offices mirror earthly ones. Ritual redresses imbalance. Myth teaches ethics. 7. Priests and monks. Two paths under one sky. 7.1. Gengi, Orthodox unity, and the Celestial Masters line. The Gengi tradition, rooted in the Celestial Masters, trained ritual specialists who married, lived among laity, and served local communities with registers, talismans, exorcisms, and jiao rites. Their historical seat is often associated with Mount Longhu in Jiangxi, where the Heavenly Master lineage continued across centuries. A Gengi priest looks more like a village pastor and healer than a cloistered monk, anchoring Daoism to households and markets. 7.2 Quanzhen, complete perfection, monastic reform. In the 12th century, amid war and social churn, Wang Chongyang founded Quanzhen. He promoted monastic celibacy and communal living, meditation, including Zhuowang, ethical precepts, and internal alchemy, a synthesis of the three teachings: Confucian ethics, Buddhist meditation, Taoist cosmology. His disciples, the Seven Perfected, carried Quanzhen across North China. Qiu Chuji famously met Genghis Khan, counseling restraint. Later, the Longmen branch flourished. The White Cloud Temple, Baiyunguan, in Beijing, became a major seat. Quanzhen's monastic model offered Daoism a stable counterpart to Genghis' family priest paradigm. Together, they encompassed village rite and mountain cloister. 8. Techniques of the Way, nourishing life and seeking longevity. We'll explore these in depth in Part 2, but the map begins here. 8.1 Yangsheng, nourishing life. Taoists cultivated Yangsheng practices to nourish life. Breathwork, tuna, and guiding stretching, Daoyin, dietary regimens, seasonal living and herbs, sexual ethics and arts, Fangzhong, a spectrum from moderation to esoteric retention theories. Qigong, a modern umbrella term for older methods aligning breath, posture, and intention. The goal is harmony, not mere longevity, to ride the seasons inside the body as lightly as a leaf on a stream. 8.2 Alchemy, outer and inner. External alchemy, Waidan, experimented with minerals, notably cinnabar, mercury, to compound elixirs, sometimes yielding poison rather than immortality. Court chronicles tell of rulers sickened by pills that promised transcendence. Internal alchemy, Naidan, turned the crucible inward. Refine essence, Jing, into breath, Kuai, breath into spirit, Shen, and spirit into void. Circulate the microcosmic orbit, gestate an inner embryo of realized nature. Metaphors abound, masters warned against forcing, Wu Wei even in alchemy. 8.3 Martial echoes. Though Taijiquan and Wudang legends often wear Taoist robes, their histories braid multiple streams: military arts, village traditions, literati practice, later colored by Taoist cosmology. Whatever the precise genealogies, the ideal is consistent: softness over brute hardness, rooted balance over strain. 9. Taoism and the fabric of Chinese culture, a first look. A fuller story waits for Part 2, but even now the outlines show poetry, Li Bai lifting cups among flowers, Wang Wei's mist and pines. Taoist images saturate Tang verse. Painting, mountain water landscapes where empty space speaks. Humans are small, the way immense. Gardens, zigzag bridges that slow the body into attention. Windows framing fragments like living scrolls. Calligraphy and music, spontaneity honed by discipline until the stroke becomes breath. The Tao is not only thought or rite, it is a taste, simple, spare, generous. 10. Side by side, and sometimes at odds, Daoism, Buddhism, Confucianism. Again, we'll linger on this in Part 2, But the three teachings long coexisted, competed, and cross-pollinated. Confucianism shaped ethics and governance. Buddhism brought monasticism, emptiness, and compassion. Daoism offered naturalness, ritual healing, and alchemical practice. A Chinese household might honor ancestors in Confucian rites, sponsor a Taoist jiao for community renewal, and chant Buddhist sutras for a departed grandmother. Far from hypocrisy, this was pragmatic complementarity, each tradition tending a different angle of the human. 11. How to hear a doctrine that doesn't argue. Taoism loves images because images trust experience. To close part 1, consider 3 that can guide even a 21st century listener. Water. It does not insist. It takes the low places people scorn, yet it wears down the hard. When tempted to force, ask, is there a softer path that still arrives? The uncarved block. Before branding, a thing has grain. Try doing one task today with fewer labels and more listening for the grain. The empty hub. A wheel turns because of the space in the middle. Leave room in calendars, in conversations. Usefulness leans on emptiness. These are not metaphors about religion. They are methods for living less violently. Interlude and invitation to part 2. Night thickens. A mountain path gleams white with limestone dust. A Taoist priest carries a bundle of talismans and a bell. Somewhere below, a Quanzhen monk sits in breath as cool as moonlight. Across a valley, a village prepares a jiao ritual. Paper bridges, lamps, drums. And in a city apartment, a designer reads the Tao Te Ching and deletes 3 features from a bloated app. The way threads them all. In part 2, we'll dive deep into internal alchemy and nourishing life arts, walk the monasteries of Quanzhen and the village lanes of Zhengyi, watch Daoism spar and dance with Buddhism and Confucianism through the Tang and Song. See how Taoist ideas shaped medicine, feng shui, painting, poetry, and gardens. Trace suppression and revival in the 20th century and the global spread of Qigong, Taiji, and Taoist ethics. Close with a field guide for living Wu Wei today, leadership, ecology, and the courage of soft power. A river curls around a boulder it could never hope to move. Fog lifts, pine needles release last night's rain. A temple bell answers a dog's bark somewhere below. If part 1 traced Taoism's quiet grammar, the Laozi's water wisdom, the Zhuangzi's laughter, the first congregations that stitched villages with registers and rites, part 2 follows those currents downstream. Alchemy and longevity, monasteries and village priests, painters and physicians, suppression and revival, and the practical art of doing less so, the right thing can happen more. 12. Elixirs and inner embers, from Waidan to Naidan. 12.1 Ge Hong and the Alchemist's Dilemma. In the 4th century, the scholar official Ge Hong compiled the Bao Puzi, the master who embraces simplicity, a handbook for seekers of the extraordinary that reads today like a ledger of trial and error. He catalogued external alchemy, Waidan, heating minerals, especially cinnabar, mercury sulfide, with herbs in sealed furnaces to yield elixirs that promised light bones and long lives. Court chronicles across dynasties tell of men and emperors who ingested immortality and found poison, mercury madness, liver failure, sudden collapse. The caution did not kill the dream, it forced it inward. 12.2 Turning the Crucible Inside, Naidan. By the late 1st millennium, alchemists had reimagined the lab as body. The classics of internal alchemy, Naidan, teach a choreography of breath, attention, and subtle physiology. 3 treasures, Jing, essence, Qi, vital breath, Shen, spirit, are refined in sequence. Essence clarifies into breath, breath into spirit, spirit into void luminous awareness. The lower dantian, below the navel, is pictured as a furnace, the kidneys as watery mercury, the heart as fiery cinnabar, the spine a flue for circulating heat. Energy is guided along a microcosmic orbit, up the spine, down the front, smoothing blockages until circulation becomes effortless. Images are metaphors as much as maps. The best teachers warned against literalism and force. Lineages articulate the art in different idioms. The Zhonglu tradition, mythically traced to immortals Zhongli Quan and Lu Dongbin, couches instruction as mentor-student dialogue. The Southern school associated with Zhang Boduan's Wuzhenpian, Awakening to Reality, 11th century, writes in dense, rhymed riddles. Quanzhen masters such as Liu Yiming, 18th century, leave lucid commentaries that insist Needon is a way of integrity before it is a technique. Without honesty, moderation, and kindness, the elixir curdles. 12.3. Nourishing Life. Yang Sheng. Beyond elixirs, Taoists developed Yang Sheng, nourishing life practices that prize harmony over heroics. Dao Yin, guiding and stretching, sequences to unknot fascia and encourage breath. Tuna, breathing methods, lengthening exhale, gathering inhale, aligning with seasons. Diet and daily rhythm tuned to sunlight and climate. Sexual ethics and arts, Fangzhong, ranging from restraint to carefully framed reciprocity. Often misunderstood, their intent was to balance, not exploit. The medical sage Sun Simiao, 7th century, nicknamed King of Medicine, bridged Taoist sensibility and clinical craft. On the absolute sincerity of great physicians, he wrote that a healer must treat rich and poor, friend and foe, alike, a Taoist compassion translated into practice. 12.4. The Body as Cosmos. Temple walls and hand scrolls sometimes display the Neijing Tu and Shuzhen Tu, anatomical landscapes where vertebrae are mountains, sinews are rivers, and deities dwell in organs. These diagrams remind practitioners that microcosm mirrors macrocosm. To calm one's breath is to make weather inside the skin. 13. Rites that stitch a village, priests, pantheons, and the Jiao. 13.1. 2 tracks, 1 tradition. By the medieval period, Taoist service took 2 complementary forms. Zhengyi, orthodox unity, heir to the celestial masters, trained ritual specialists who married, farmed, or worked and served their communities as exorcists, healers, and liturgists. Their headquarters long centered on Longhu Shan, Dragon Tiger Mountain, in Jiangxi, where the heavenly master lineage maintained registers and ordinations. Quanzhen, complete perfection, founded in the 12th century by Wang Chongyang, cultivated monastic celibacy, meditation, and internal alchemy. Quanzhen temples such as Baiyunguan, White Cloud Monastery, in Beijing became hubs for education and ordination. One could meet Daoism in a village lane, a priest burning talismans to pacify a fever, or in a mountain cloister where monks chanted liturgies in dawn's blue light. 13.2. The Jiao, renewing a world. A Jiao is a community renewal ceremony that might last days. Priests erect altars with banners and lamps. Petitions are inscribed to the celestial bureaucracy. Trumpets and drums sound like weather. Paper bridges span symbolic rivers so restless spirits may cross. The rite rebalances for a harvest, a plague, a drought, or a city's birthday. It is theology turned into architecture and sound. 13.3. The Pantheon and the Household. Taoism's pantheon is both bureaucratic and intimate. The 3 pure ones preside at the summit, with the Jade Emperor as administrator. Ziwangmu, the Queen Mother of the West, tends peaches of longevity on jade terraces. Zhenwu, the dark perfected lord, guards the north. The 8 immortals wander between taverns and clouds. Kitchen god, Zhaojun, watches the stove and reports yearly on a family's conduct. Earth gods, Tudigong, and city gods, Cheng Huangye, link neighborhoods to the larger cosmos. Taoist ritual interweaves with folk practice and sometimes Buddhist liturgy, for example, during the lunar seventh month ghost festival, showing that Chinese religion at street level is braided rather than boxed. 14. Empire and the Way, Tang favor, Song synthesis, Yuan patronage. 14.1. Tang, the Way at court. The Tang imperial lineage bore the surname Li and claimed mythical kinship with Laozi. Tang emperors periodically canonized Laozi's text, granting it honorific titles. Xuanzong patronized Taoist rites and music at court. In 845, the Emperor Wuzong, anxious about foreign influence and eager for temple wealth, launched a persecution of Buddhism, closing monasteries and seizing lands. Daoism and Confucianism benefited institutionally, but the three traditions continued to interpenetrate in everyday life. 14.2. Song, three teachings, one conversation. The Song era, 960 to 1279, fostered a renaissance of philosophy and art. Neo-Confucian thinkers like Zhu Xi developed a cosmology of principle, lie, and material force, QI, that conversed with Taoist and Buddhist models. Quanzhen arose in the north, urging meditation, ethical discipline, and internal alchemy. Zhengyi priests in the south refined Jiao liturgies and talismanic arts. Painters put Taoist emptiness and mist on silk. Poets drank tea on terraces and called it the Way. 14.3 Yuan, audience with a conqueror. In 1222, Chu Chuji, a principal disciple of Wang Chongyang, traveled across Central Asia to meet Genghis Khan. The aged monk counseled restraint and care for life. Genghis reportedly granted tax exemptions to Taoist sites. Under the Yuan-Mongol dynasty, Quanzhen monasteries flourished. Zhengyi registers were recognized. Rivalries flickered. Sometimes Taoists and Buddhists competed for imperial favor, but the broader pattern remained: coexistence with jockeying. 14.4 Ming and Qing, regulation and resilience. Later dynasties alternated patronage and control. Some emperors pursued elixirs to their detriment. Ming Jiajing was notorious for alchemical obsessions. Others enforced temple audits. Taoist lineages adapted, codifying ordinations, transmitting rituals in printed rubrics, and embedding themselves deeper in local society. 15. The brush and the breath, Taoism in the arts. 15.1 Mountains and water, Shanshui, mountain water. Painting, especially in the northern song, carries unmistakable Taoist DNA. Works by Fan Quan, travelers among mountains and streams, and Guoxi place humans as tiny guests under cliffs that breathe. Empty space is not lack. It is the way made visible, room for mist and meaning. Later masters Ma Yuan and Xiagui simplify forms further until a lone branch and a splash of ink can hold a winter. 15.2 Poetry and the Cup. The recluse Tao Qian, Yuan Ming, left office to return to fields and gardens, composing poems where chrysanthemums and wine attest a life less pushed. In the Tang, Li Bai rides moonlight across rivers. Romance, yes, but also a Taoist trust in spontaneity. 15.3 Gardens and the Engineered Natural. Classical Suzhou gardens choreograph crooked paths, borrowed scenery, jiejing, and taihu stones so that each step is a framed surprise. Pavilions bear names from the Zhuangzi: water, rock, plant, and pavilion turn philosophical into habitable. 15.4 Qin and calligraphy. The seven-string guqin, instrument of sages, invites listening to quiet. Pieces like Flowing Water or Three Variations on Plum Blossom teach attention that does not seize. Calligraphy, brush, ink, paper, enacts Wu Wei. The stroke is both discipline and release. Too tight, it dies. Too lax, it spills. The middle way leaves a line that breathes. 16. medicine, feng shui, and the ecology of restraint. 16.1 Medicines Classic. The Huangdi Neijing, Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon, a composite from early centuries BCE-CE, systematized meridians, acupuncture points, pulse diagnosis, and seasonal regimen in a cosmology of yin-yang and 5 phases. Though not Taoist scripture, its assumptions, balance, interdependence, timing mesh with Taoist sensibility. Physicians like Sun Simiao and later compilers integrated herbal pharmacopoeias with ethical vows. 16.2 Dwelling with the Land. Feng shui, wind water, art listens to terrain, mountain backs, water mouths, dragon veins, seeking sightings that flow. Whether sighting a village, a grave, or a doorway, the principle remains: work with rather than against contours. Modern planners may debate old rules, but the core insight, design that respects forces larger than the plan, still instructs. 16.3 Wu Wei as environmental ethic. The Laozi's doing without overdoing reads today like policy advice. Restore wetlands rather than build bigger levees. Rewild hillsides instead of repeatedly terracing. Practice small corrections early in water and soil management. In a century of climate stress, soft power, planting mangroves, removing dams, letting rivers meander, often outperforms hard walls. 17. Upheaval and return. Daoism in the modern era. 17.1 Late Qing and Republican campaigns. By the late 19th and early 20th centuries, reformers attacked superstition. Urban temples were secularized into schools or offices. Spirit medium cults were policed. Priestly lineages adjusted by streamlining rites and emphasizing ethics and public service. 17.2 1949 and after. Suppression, survival, revival. After 1949, religious institutions came under state control. The China Taoist Association was established, 1957, to liaise with authorities. The Cultural Revolution, 1966 to 76, shattered statues and monasteries. Many priests and monks hid or ceased practice. With reform and opening, post-1978, limited revival began. Baiyunguan reopened, ordinations resumed, mountains like Wudang and Longhu were restored. Taoist music and rituals entered intangible cultural heritage programs. Temples regrew gardens. Local communities relearned Jiao. Meanwhile, across the strait, Taiwan saw continuous Zhengyi practice and exuberant temple culture, elaborate processions, charitable associations, and priestly ordinations. Hong Kong and overseas Chinese communities sustained lineages through urban temples and ancestral halls. 17.3 Qigong fever and global breath. From the 1950s and especially the 1980s, Qigong, an umbrella for breath movement practices, spread from parks to stadiums. Some groups drifted toward mass movements and met political headwinds. Others remained clinical or recreational. Beyond China, Taijiquan, with roots in Chen and Yang families, and allied arts, Bagua, Xingyi, took hold in community centers and clinics from Sao Paulo to Stockholm. Much of this wave presented itself as health practice, not religion, yet it carried Taoist metaphors of flow and softness into global culture. 17.4 Acupuncture and the clinic. Acupuncture and herbal medicine migrated into Western hospitals and private practices. Research explored mechanisms from endorphin release to fascia dynamics. Results vary by condition, but the broader shift is clear. A Taoist-tinged ecology of care has entered the world's medical conversation. 18. The Way Leaves Asia. Translators, Teachers, and Pop Culture. 18.1 The Bookshelf of the Way. Over the last century, translators and scholars, D.C. Lau, Burton Watson, Ames and Hall, Roger Ames and David Hall, Arthur Waley, red pine, bill porter, and many more made the Laozi and Zhuangzi available in dozens of voices, highlighting process philosophy, ritual context, or poetic force. Interpretations differ, and that is fitting. The texts invite multiple angles. 18.2 Teachers in Parks and Monasteries. Monastics from Quanzhen and priests from Zhengyi travel to teach. Lay teachers offer Qigong and Taiji. Taoist studies programs sprout in universities. Some lineages maintain formal ordination. Others share practices without membership. Caution matters. Not everything branded Taoist is anchored in lineage or ethics, but the spread has opened curiosity rather than closed it. 18.3 The Way on the Screen and the Risk of Caricature. Cinema filled with wudang peaks and sword flight. Legends of Zhang Sanfeng, the imagined founder of Taiji, enchant, though historians remind us the boxing's demonstrable roots lie with Chen village. Pop culture magnifies magic. Taoists themselves often return to quiet practice, breath, brush, garden, rite. 19. A Field Guide to Wu Wei. Now, leadership, work, and ecology. You don't need a temple bell to practice Taoist sense. You need attention and restraint. 19.1 For leaders. Set less, see more. Cut 3 initiatives. Put slack back into the calendar. The empty hub lets the wheel turn. Nudge, don't shove. Change incentives and frictions so the desired behavior is the path of least resistance. Stop signaling. Start listening. Leave room for bottom-up intelligence. Outcomes improve when you stop overmanaging. Practice the 3 treasures: compassion in policy design, frugality in resource use, humility about what you can predict. 19.2 For makers. Follow the grain. When code, clay, or copy resists, step back. Let material properties guide choices. Use the useless. Keep space on the page, silence in the score, margin in the sprint. Emptiness is a feature, not a bug. Cook. Ding your craft. Repetition with awareness ripens into effortlessness. Don't force the joint that isn't there. 19.3 For citizens and cities. Plant soft power. Trees in schoolyards, bioswales, daylighted streams. Little water things that add up. Design for walking. Curved paths, shaded benches, small surprises. A Taoist city invites meandering attention, not just throughput. Eat with seasons, sleep with dark. Vote for slack in systems so they flex before they break. 19.4 For the self you keep meeting. 5 minutes of Zhuowang. Sit and forget the to-do. Feel the breath like a river under ribs. 1 act of non-forcing. In the next argument, ask 1 question instead of offering a fix. Tend the kitchen god. Treat the ordinary center of home, stove, sink, table, as an altar to attention. 20. Misunderstandings to lay down gently. Daoism is quietism. It can counsel withdrawal from vanity, but it also built public rituals, advised emperors, and healed villages. It prefers right amount, not zero. Qigong is automatically Taoist. Much isn't. Some is medical, some martial, some new religious. Taoist values, ethics, humility, lineage are the test. Wu Wei means do nothing. It means don't overdo. Shape with the grain, pause before push. Water arrives, just not by ramming. Yin is bad, yang is good. Both are necessary. The disease is in stagnation or excess, not in one pole. 21. Epilogue. The river's logic. Dusk on Wudang. Bats stitch the first stars. A priest folds talismans into a wooden box and blows out a lamp. In Beijing, an office worker copies a single Laozi line on a sticky note and closes 2 browser tabs. In a Fujian village, a Zhengyi master checks the moon's phase before starting a rite. In Vancouver, an octogenarian finishes a slow set of taiji and smiles at the wind. None of them is trying to conquer anything. All are looking for the angle where things want to go. Taoism survived because its core wager is small and durable. The way already moves. We can fight it, or we can feel for the current and let it carry us around a rock we cannot budge. Sometimes that looks like governance with a lighter touch, sometimes like a hand that loosens its grip on a problem long enough to notice a better lever, sometimes like a community feeding ghosts so the living can sleep, sometimes like a body that remembers how to breathe below the clavicles. The Laozi and Zhuangzi are not manuals of escape, they are manuals of gentler contact. They do not promise that life will stop changing, they promise that we can change more gracefully with it. They do not abolish grief. They show how grief can flow rather than harden. They do not crown the clever. They ask the clever to unlearn just enough to see what the uncarved block still knows. So if you need a practice to take away, take one easy thing. Leave a little space. In a meeting, on a shelf, in a sentence, in a river's floodplain. The wheel will thank you. The city will breathe. You will remember the sound a pine makes when it is not forced to be anything but a pine. The stream slips by the rock, and in the long arithmetic of water, the rock is the one that moves. Sacred threads, a journey through the world's religions. Before temples rose or scriptures sang, before names like Yahweh, Buddha, or Allah echoed through history, humanity looked up at the stars and asked, "Why are we here?" Sacred Threads is a sweeping 15-part audio odyssey into the heart of our deepest yearnings, for meaning, for order, for the divine. From the silent meditations of Jain monks to the cosmic battles of Zoroastrian myth, from the fire of Sinai to the path beneath the Bodhi tree, this series traces the origins, stories, and living truths of the world's great religions and the new ones still being born. You'll walk with prophets, philosophers, and skeptics. You'll witness the rise of sacred texts and hear the whispered doubts of those who walked away. And through it all, you'll discover not just what others believe, but what belief itself reveals about us. Whether you're faithful, skeptical, or just curious, this is more than a history of religions. It's a mirror, and the question it reflects is eternal. What do you worship when the world falls silent?
The dawn of religion.
Episode 10. Order and Benevolence, Confucianism. Narrator's Prelude. A reed flute answers the clack of cartwheels on a rutted road. A village shrine smells of millet and smoke. Behind the altar, tablets bear the names of the dead. A minor official in plain robes pauses, bows toward the tablets, and turns to his pupils. To govern is to straighten, he says, and to straighten begins at home, with how you bow, how you speak, how you keep faith. Welcome to episode 10 of The World's Religions. Tonight we step into a tradition that does not promise heaven by leaving earth, but teaches heaven's order by honoring earth. How we address a parent, keep a promise, repair a name, tend a city. Confucianism is often called a philosophy, sometimes a religion, often a way of life. It is, at heart, a discipline of becoming human together. We will meet Confucius, hear the Analects as a living conversation, and watch his followers debate. Is human nature good or crooked and in need of steam and brace? We'll end part 1 at the moment. Confucianism becomes the curriculum of an empire. 1. Before the master, an age that needed repair. 1.1 Spring and Autumn to Warring States. By Confucius's time, 6th to 5th century BCE, the Zhou order, the old network of ritual obligations that held the world together, had thinned. Dukes fought dukes, ministers assassinated lords, grain taxes rose, armies marched, court music soured. Out of this chaos grew the 100 schools, not schools with buildings, but schools of thought competing to save a civilization. Mohists preached universal concern and thrift. Legalists engineered clear laws and harsh punishments. Naturalists tracked yin-yang and the 5 phases to forecast harmony. Daoists advised letting go and flowing with things. Confucius took another tack. Repair the fabric. Begin in the family. Extend to the state. Align with Tian, heaven. Not a personal god, but moral order writ in sky and season. 2. Confucius, Kongzi, the teacher and his times.
2.1 A Life in Outline.
Born Kongqiu, Latinized Confucius, in the state of Lu, modern Shandong, circa 551 BCE by traditional reckoning, he knew both poverty and posts of modest rank. He served briefly in Lu, overseeing granaries, then justice, then wandered among states offering counsel, rule by virtue, lead through ritual and example, rectify names so words fit realities. Courts heard him politely, sometimes employed him, often ignored him. He returned to Lu to teach, famously welcoming students of diverse backgrounds. Tradition says thousands studied with him, 70-odd mastered his heart. He died around 479 BCE, disappointed in politics, victorious in pedagogy. He left no treatise, he left people. 2.2a Religious Humanism. Confucius performed rituals with exacting reverence and spoke of heaven with awe. Asked about spirits, he steered learners back to the living. If you do not yet know how to serve people, how can you serve ghosts and spirits? His piety was ethical. The way to honor heaven was to be humane. 3. The Analects, Lunyu, a book of short roads. 3.1 What kind of book is this? The Analects is not a sermon or system, it's dialogue. Glints of talk, memory and example gathered by disciples over generations. That's why it feels alive. A teacher answers different people differently, names the right medicine for each temperament. 3.2 The Grammar of the Good Life. The book's key words are small, but they carry a civilization. Ren, humanness, co-human feeling. Not mere sentiment, but care that sees. Li, ritual propriety, the choreography of respect, bows, speech, roles. Not empty etiquette, patterned kindness that trains desire. Yi, righteousness, doing what fits moral shape, even at cost. Ji, wisdom, discernment. Xin, trustworthiness, keeping one's word. Zhong and Shu, loyalty and reciprocity, wholeheartedness toward duty, and the old silver rule, do not impose on others what you would not want for yourself. All of this forms the Junzi, the exemplary person, once gentleman, but Confucianism keeps opening the door wider. Opposite stands the Xiaoren, the small person, petty and grasping. 3.3 Rectification of Names, Zhengming. If words slide, duties slide. Let the ruler be ruler, the father, the son, says a famous line. This isn't hierarchy for its own sake, it's semantic honesty. Titles must match behavior. A minister who enriches himself while the state starves is not a minister in any morally meaningful sense. To rectify names is to align language and reality, hope and habit. 3.4 Government by Virtue. Confucius counseled leading by example. If the ruler is humane, people will be ashamed to do wrong. If the ruler only uses punishments, people will evade and fear but not reform. The metaphor is North Star. Stable, not coercive, guiding without shouting. 3.5 Filial piety, xiao, and family as school. Xiao is the lab where Ren grows. Feeding parents is easy. Respecting them, speaking gently, counseling them when they err without contempt is the art. Filial piety, at its best, is not blind obedience. It is relational responsibility that extends outward, family to neighborhood to state. 4. 5 classics and a canon to live by. Confucius revered an earlier archive of Zhou wisdom, poems, documents, rites, music, chronicles. Later dynasties would call them the 5 classics, Shi Jing, classic of poetry, folk songs and court odes, the hearts of farmers and kings. Shu Jing, classic of documents, speeches and edicts, history as moral theatre. Li Ji, Yi Li, record, ceremonies of rites, how to marry, mourn, feast, ritual as ethics embodied. Yi Jing, classic of changes, hexagrams and commentaries, a grammar of transformation. Chun Chu, spring and autumn annals of Lu, a spare chronicle the master may have edited. Later readers found moral judgment hidden in word choice. These texts became Confucian scripture not because Confucius wrote them, but because he curated and interpreted them as training in virtue through culture. 5. Mencius, Mengzi. The wellspring is good. 5.1 A defender of benevolent rule. A century after Confucius, Mencius, 4th century BCE, traveled from court to court, arguing that the people's welfare is the root of the state. Grain stores, fair taxes, rest for farmers, these are not luxuries, they are moral necessities. 5.2 4 Sprouts of the Heart. Mencius's signature claim, human nature is originally good. He doesn't mean we never err. He means we are born with sprouts that can grow into virtue. Compassion, Ren, humaneness. Shame, Yi, righteousness. Deference, Li, propriety. Right-wrong sense, Ji, wisdom. See a child about to fall into a well, and you instinctively lunge. That lunge is not calculation, it is human. Education waters these sprouts, bad environments wither them. 5.3 Mandate and the right to remonstrate. For Mencius, Tian, heaven, grants a mandate to rulers, but not forever. A tyrant loses the name king. To remove him is not regicide, but justice. He does not preach revolution lightly. He anchors authority in moral performance, not bloodline alone. 6. Junzi, straightening the crooked wood. 6.1 A stern craftsman of order. Contemporary with late Mencian lines, Junzi, 3rd century BCE, looked at war and greed and argued the opposite. Human nature is bad, not demonically so, but crooked, a rush of appetites. Left alone, we fight. Rights and laws are the steam and brace that straighten wood into beams. 6.2 Heaven without favoritism. Where Mencius spoke of heaven's moral lean, Junzi emphasized heaven's regularity, seasons, cycles, not interventions. If there's famine, don't blame heaven, fix irrigation and moderate taxes. His is a naturalistic theology. Respect heaven's patterns, but don't expect it to bend rules for you. 6.3 Ritual and music as social technology. Rites, rank desires, allocate honor, and prevent collision. Music harmonizes emotion. Together they turn raw impulse toward shared forms. The goal is not suppression, but channeling. Two of Xunzi's brilliant wayward students, Han Feizi and Li Si, would carry a harder version of this logic into legalism and the Qin. 7. Qin unification and the perils of hard order. In 221 BCE, the Qin king unifies China under a legalist program, standardized weights, scripts, roads, strict laws. Classical law tells of book burnings and scholars buried alive. Modern historians debate scope and motives, but no one doubts the Qin's severity. The empire it built collapsed within 15 years. Order, by iron alone, did not last. 8. The Han synthesis, Confucianism becomes a statecraft. 8.1 From Huang Lao, Ease to Confucian Merit. Early Han rulers, 3rd to 2nd centuries BCE, governed lightly under Huang Lao influences, a Daoist legalist blend. Under Emperor Wu, r. 141 to 87 BCE, the court turned decisively to Confucian learning as state ideology, largely through the Council of Dongzhongshu. The Imperial Academy trained officials in the classics. Erudites, Bozi Hgans, held chairs in the 5 classics. A recommendation system and later examinations sought talent beyond heredity. 8.2 Heaven and the Ruler, Correlative Cosmology. Dongzhongshu's synthesis linked heaven and human government through omens and correspondences. Eclipses signal political failure, moral reform restores balance. This correlative cosmology is not modern science, but it moralized rule. Harvests and floods became ethical audits. 8.3 Debate on Salt and Iron, Yantialun. In 81 BCE, ministers argued whether the state should monopolize salt and iron to fund defense. Reformers invoked Confucian frugality and people's welfare. Pragmatists defended revenue. The debate shows Confucianism wrestling not just with virtue words, but with policy levers. How do we secure borders without crushing peasants? 8.4 Filiality, Law, and Daily Life. Confucian values entered law codes, marriage rites, mourning periods, ancestral sacrifice. The classic of filial piety, Xiao Jing, circulated widely, sometimes weaponized to police households, sometimes genuinely softening them. The ideal remained reciprocal. Parents care well, children honor wisely. Remonstrance, loyal dissent, is part of filial love. 8.5 Culture as Conscience. Han historiography, Sima Qian's records of the grand historian, modeled the moral historian, praising and blaming across dynasties. Confucianism was not a priesthood, it was a culture training officials to speak truth to power with stories. 9. Why ritual matters and how it goes wrong. 9.1 Ritual as kindness in form. In Confucius's vision, Li is kindness embodied. The bow that preserves another's face, the seating that soothes rivalry, the funeral that dignifies grief. Done well, ritual becomes second nature, a beautiful habit. 9.2 The Danger of Husks. Confucius scolded husk ritual, performing forms without heat of heart. Later ages would sometimes freeze his living art into etiquette for domination. Reformers, Mencius, some Han officials, kept insisting people first. The test of rights is whether they help humans flourish. 10. Key ideas in one breath. Ren, humaneness, feeling with that grows from family outward. Li, ritual, patterned respect that educates desire. Yi, righteousness, do what fits the moral grain, not what merely profits. Xin, trustworthiness, say, mean, do, align. Zhongshu, loyalty and reciprocity, wholehearted duty measured by do not do to others. Zhengming, rectification of names, reality and title must match. Junzi, exemplary person, versus Xiaoren, petty, character, not class. Tian, heaven, moral order, mandate revocable. Education, not test prep. Self-cultivation through poetry, rites, music, history. These are not museum labels. They are training moves for citizens and rulers. 11. A short scene. Governance by example. A magistrate hears a case. A son has reported his father for stealing a sheep. What would you do? Asks a student. The magistrate opens the Analects. In the well-ordered state, fathers cover for sons, and sons cover for fathers. A gasp. License to hide crimes? The magistrate shakes his head. No. The line means, in a truly humane village, the father would not take the sheep. The son would counsel him before the law arrives. The law would have little to do. The lesson is not corruption by kinship. It is pre-legal repair by relationship. Law remains. The goal is to need it less. 12. Where we pause and what comes next. We've walked with Confucius through an age of fracture, watched his disciples carry humanness into politics, heard Mencius argue for innate goodness and the people's right to remonstrate, and Junzi warn that only formed habit turns appetite into virtue. We saw the Qin try iron order and fail fast. The Han install Confucian learning as the spine of rule, bridging moral example and statecraft. In part 2, we will chart the Songming revival, Zhou Dunyi, Zhang Zai, Cheng brothers, Zhu Extam, and the metaphysics of Li, principle, and Qi, vital stuff. Watch Wang Yangming reignite conscience, Liangzhi, and the unity of knowledge and action. Follow Confucianism into Korea, Chosun, academy debates, ancestral rites, into Japan, Tokugawa, samurai ethics, merchant morality, and Vietnam. Enter examinations, family law, and village compacts, where ideals met rice and ink. Face the 19th to 20th centuries. Opium War, May 4th, iconoclasm, PRC suppression and revival, New Confucianism, Mu Zongsan, Tang Junyi, Xu Fuguan, Tu Wei Ming. Close with a field guide. What Ren, Li, Yi, and Zheng Ming can still do for schools, offices, and parliaments today without reinscribing patriarchy or hierarchy. A winter moon lifts over tiled roofs. Inside a lamplit study, a brush pauses above paper as snow whispers on the courtyard stones. The student breathes, remembers a line. To learn and at due times practice what one has learned, is this not a pleasure? And bends again to the page. Outside this room, the empire rises and falls. Inside it, a civilization rehearses itself through ink, music of ritual, grammar of kindness, choreography of duty. We left Confucianism at the moment it became the spine of the Han state, a curriculum for officials and a conscience for rulers. In part 2, that spine grows nerves and hands. We will watch the Songming revival remake metaphysics, follow Wang Yangming as he brings conscience to the center of the mind, see how examinations and academy life train generations, track Confucian ideas across Korea, Japan, and Vietnam, and walk through modern storms, from iconoclasm to revival, before closing with a field guide for using Ren and Li without smuggling patriarchy back in the door. 13. The Great Reweaving, Songming Neo-Confucianism. 13.1. Why a revival? By the Song dynasty, 960 to 1279, China had changed. Cities boomed, printing spread, Buddhism and Daoism had grown rich portfolios of meditation and metaphysics. Confucian scholars admired Buddhist discipline and Taoist naturalness, yet worried that family, duty, and public service were fading. Their answer was not to copy rivals, nor to attack them blindly, but to reweave Confucian threads into a cosmology as deep as any monastery's and practical enough to run a village school. 13.2 Zhou Dunyi and the Turning Diagram. Zhou Dunyi, 1017 to 1073, writes a short treatise, The Explanation of the Diagram of the Supreme Ultimate. In a few pages, he paints a world where Taiji, the supreme ultimate, stirs, differentiating into Yin and Yang, which spin out the five phases. From their cycling arise things and beings. Virtue is not an imported rule, it is alignment with this pattern. When the mind is tranquil and upright, the ways pivot can turn in you. 13.3. The Chung brothers and the language of Li and Qi. Chung Hao and Chung Yi, 11th century, sharpen the revival. They speak of Li, principle, pattern, and Qi, vital stuff. Li is the intelligible structure of anything, a tree's treeness, justice's justness. Qi is the energetic matter that carries Li. Everything is a blend. If your Qi is turbid, the pattern blurs, clarified, and Li shines. Study and self-cultivation polish the lens. Chung Hao insists Ren, humaneness, is the heart of heaven and earth. Chung Yi emphasizes stern self-discipline. Between them, a path forms, quiet sitting to steady the mind. Investigation to see how principle runs through the world. 13.4. Zhang Zai and the family vast as sky. Zhang Zai, 1020 to 1077, in his Western inscription, throws open the window. Heaven is my father and earth my mother, and even such a small creature as I finds an intimate place in their midst. The great person regards all under heaven as one family. This is filial piety lifted into cosmic kinship. To love parents deeply is to learn a grammar of gratitude that can widen until all things are relatives. 13.5. Zhu Xi, curriculum builder of a civilization. Then comes Zhu Xi, 1130 to 1200, editor, commentator, and patient architect. He synthesizes his predecessors. Metaphysics. Lie is flawless principle. Qi is mixed, sometimes murky. Cultivation clarifies Qi so principle can act. Practice. Twin disciplines. Quiet sitting to calm the heart-mind and investigation of things, Jie Wu, to see how patterns run through classics, nature, and conduct. Books. He elevates the four books, Analects, Mencius, Great Learning, Doctrine of the Mean, as the core curriculum, writing commentaries whose phrasing would steer the examination system for centuries. Community. He rebuilds White Deer Grotto Academy, models village compacts that bind neighbors to mutual aid and moral exhortation, and compiles family rituals, a manual to humanize weddings, funerals, and ancestral rites. Zhu Xi is sometimes accused of freezing living questions into orthodox formulas, yet his aim was practical clarity, to give scholars habits, reading, reflection, conversation, ritual that turn humane intention into steadily useful action. 14. Mind is principle. Wang Yangming and the turn inward. 14.1. Exile and awakening. Wang Yangming, 1472 to 1529, begins as a brilliant young official. After criticizing corruption, he is banished to a remote post in Guizhou. In a crude hut at Longchang, amid illness and isolation, he experiences a breakthrough. The mind-heart, X or N, is not a mirror passively reflecting truths outside. It is the living source of moral discernment. He calls this liangzhi, innate knowing. 14.2. Knowledge and action are one. For Wang, to know a duty but not do it is not to know it. Real knowing moves the limbs. He criticizes bookishness without transformation and proposes two accelerants. Rectify the mind, watch motives as they arise, trim self-deception. Extend innate knowing. Use liangzhi like a lamp. Wherever selfishness shades it, act to clarify. 4.3. The four-sentence doctrine and a warning label. Later, Wang's disciple Wang Ji summarized this stream as 4 points that many attribute to the master. 1. In its original substance, the mind has no good or evil. 2. When intention moves, good and evil appear. 3. Knowing good and evil is innate knowing. 4. Doing good and removing evil is the investigation of things. This is a meditative psychology married to ethics. Critics warned that no good, no evil could license apathy. Wang answered, "The point is to see freshly, then move rightly." 14.4. The Taizhou Current and Everyday Sages. A popularizing branch, sometimes called the Taizhou School, e.g. Wang Gen, Luo Rufang, later Li Ji, proclaimed that commoners can awaken. The marketplace has as much moral sky as the study hall. Authorities worried about laxity. They were not wholly wrong. Shortcut seekers appear in every revival. Yet Wang's main bequest endures. Responsibility lives in the present mind, not only in external pattern. 14.5 Zhu Xi versus Wang Yangming, 2 wings, 1 bird. Later, textbooks stage them as opponents. Principle first versus mind first. In lived practice, many scholars used both wings. Read widely, sit quietly, test conscience in action, examine failures without self-hate, return to poetry, rites, and service. The shared aim, become a person whose presence helps others become persons. 15. Exams, academies, and the machinery of merit. 15.1 How the ladder worked. From Tang and Song foundations through Ming and Qing, the civil service examinations became the main road to office. Local qualifying degree, Ziyucai, provincial, Juren, metropolitan and palace exams for Jinshi presented scholars. Candidates sat in cell-like booths for days, writing essays, eventually the notorious 8-legged essay, on the 4 books and 5 classics, often through Zhu Xi's lenses. The system was criticized for rigidity and test-driven pedantry, and rightly so at times. Yet it checked hereditary monopoly, opened some mobility, and made literacy a public good. 15.2 Academies and community compacts. Alongside exams, Shuyuan academies fostered debate and conscience. Teachers posted community compacts, Zhangyue, pledges to avoid lawsuits by mediation, help widows and orphans, repair bridges, plant trees. Confucianism here is civil society, not just state. 15.3 Family rituals and the ecology of care. Manuals like Zhu Xi's Family. Rituals taught families to humanize milestones, keep funerals solemn without ruinous expense, make weddings covenants, not displays. At their best, such rites reduced status anxiety and financial harm. At their worst, they hardened into performance. The Confucian meter remains, do forms that help people flourish. 16. Beyond China, Confucian worlds of East Asia. 16.1 Korea, Choson, scholarship as statecraft. When the Choson dynasty, 1392 to 1910, replaced Goryeo, it installed Neo-Confucianism as state ideology. Seowon academies dotted the valleys. Gwageo exam selected officials. Zhongmyo Shrine and royal ancestral rites became national liturgy. 2 titans, Yi Huang, Toegye, and Yi Ilbai, Yulgok, debated the relation of principle and vital force and the moral psychology of emotions. 4-7 debate. The ideal was Yangban scholar officials who ruled by example. The reality included factional purges and rigid status. Yet village codes, school rituals, and a fierce respect for learning made Korea a Confucian power in its own right. 16.2 Japan, Tokugawa, order with arguments. Under the Tokugawa shogunate, 1603 to 1868, domain schools educated samurai in Jushi learning via the Hayashi lineage. The ethic of loyalty, frugality, and self-discipline informed what later generations called Bushido. But Confucianism in Japan was plural. Ito Jinsai and Ogyu Sorai attacked rote metaphysics. urging a return to the ancient learning of the early classics. Yomei Gaku, Wang Yangming's learning of the mind, stoked moral activism among reformist samurai. Merchants adapted Confucian trust and reciprocity to urban guilds. The result, an ethic that could serve order and also criticize it. 16.3 Vietnam. Mandarins, temples, and village pact. In Jai Viet, exams and Confucian schools flourished under the Lei and later dynasties. Hanoi's Temple of Literature honored Confucius. Village life blended Confucian lineage halls with Buddhist and local cults. Mandarins wrote village codes. The imperial center leaned on Confucian administration long after borders shifted. 17. Modern storms, iconoclasm, reinvention, and return. 17.1. Late Qing pressure and the reformers' pivot. The 19th century hit China with opium wars, unequal treaties, and internal revolts. Some reformers argued that Confucianism was not the obstacle but the resource, a tradition of merit, moral rule, and learning that could underpin new schools, railways, diplomacy. Kang Yue reread the classics to present Confucius as a reformer, not a conservative relic. The 100 Days Reform, 1898, tried and failed to accelerate change. 17.2 May 4th Iconoclasm. In 1919, students filled Beijing streets, May 4th. They called for science and democracy and often shouted, "Down with Confucius and Sons," targeting patriarchy, foot-binding, arranged marriage, hierarchy entrenched under Confucian banners. The critique bit deep. Much that marched under Confucius's name had indeed harmed women and the poor. The cure, some argued, was not to burn the archive, but to rescue the humane core from feudal costume. 17.3 Republic and Diaspora Experiments. Republican thinkers tried to modernize rituals and promote civic morality. Overseas, in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and later North America, teachers kept classical study alive, often linking Confucian ethics with pluralist democracy and human rights. 17.4 PRC, Condemnation, then Careful Revival. After 1949, official rhetoric branded Confucianism feudal. During the Cultural Revolution, temples and tablets fell. By the 1980s to 90s, a cautious rehabilitation began. Confucius reappeared in textbooks. Memorial rites revived in Khufu. Institutes to teach language and culture carried his name abroad. Today, public talk of harmonious society and virtue borrows Confucian tones, even as debates continue about freedom, law, and power. 17.5 New Confucianism. In the 20th century, philosophers like Mu Zhongshan, Tang Junyi, Xu Fuguan, and later Tu Weiming argued that Confucianism can converse with Kant, phenomenology, liberalism, that self-cultivation, communal responsibility, and moral metaphysics still matter in a technological age. Others experiment with Confucian democracy or meritocratic proposals. Critics warn against elitism. The conversation is alive, and that is the point. 18. Households and ancestors. Rights, then and now. 18.1. What the rites tried to do. Ancestral tablets and seasonal offerings never meant worship of ghosts in the spooky sense. They were grammars of gratitude. To bow to a tablet is to remember debts, milk, lullabies, fields tilled, and to promise not to hoard the future from your own children. At their best, such rites knit intergenerational care. 18.2. Where they went wrong, and how to mend. When ancestral authority blocked education for daughters or excused abuse, Confucianism betrayed itself. Repair means keeping the gratitude while ending domination. Daughters and sons both educated, elders respected and remonstrated with when they err, inheritance and care arranged justly. The Yunzi, exemplary person, is not male by definition. The term can and must degender. 18.3. The living calendar. Across East Asia, festivals still carry Confucian color. Qingming graveside visits in China, Jisa memorials in Korea, school ceremonies that bow to teachers and parents. Many households simplify rites to fit apartments and schedules. The measure is not pomp, but sincerity. 19. A Confucian field guide for the 21st century. Confucianism is not a museum. It is a toolbox for humanizing institutions. Here are ways to use its tools without recreating hierarchy. 19.1. Leadership. Virtue before velocity. Rectify names. Align titles with responsibilities. If manager means coach, measure coaching, not just output. Rule by example. Publish leaders' learning plans and mistake logs. Make humility visible. Ritualize the right things. Start meetings with a thank you round for unseen labor. End with clear commitments. Li as clarity and care, not theater. 19.2. Education. Character with content. Pair STEM with poetry and music, not as decoration, but to educate emotion. Confucius taught poems to soften the heart and sharpen judgment. Replace pure test prep with apprenticeship in trustworthiness. Deadlines kept, sources cited, promises tracked. Build learning communities, modern academies, where mentors and peers practice dialogue, debate, and service. 19.3. Law and civility. Pre-legal repair. Strengthen mediation and restorative justice. Try relationship repair before punishment. Draft community compacts, neighbor-to-neighbor pledges for shared courtesies, emergency aid, and civic chores. 19.4. Companies and clinics. REN as policy. In hospitals, make REN measurable. Quiet hours, family presence, clear consent. In firms, link bonuses to mentoring outcomes. Promote those who grow others, not only those who grow revenue. 19.5. Gender and generation. No return to the husk. Ensure equal education and leadership access. Write remonstrance channels where juniors can correct seniors without retaliation. This is filial courage, not disobedience. Redesign care systems, parental leave, elder care, so gratitude is shared, not dumped on daughters. 20. Epilogue, the thread and the loom. Dawn again over Shandong's flat winter fields. In a village school, children recite a line. Their breath fogs the air. In Seoul, students bow to teachers on the first day of term. In Kyoto, a shopkeeper opens with a practiced greeting that turns commerce into courtesy. In Hanoi, a family sweeps graves at the Spring Festival. In a Toronto community centre, grandparents teach chopstick etiquette, and teenagers edit a code of conduct for a neighbourhood mutual aid group. None of them thinks of metaphysics. All of them are weaving. Confucianism's wager is simple and demanding. Becoming human is a shared craft. You learn it in rooms where elders correct gently and accept correction in turn, where promises have weight, where ritual lightens rather than binds, where titles match behavior, where the common good steadies debate. When it has failed by forgetting its own heart, by using ritual to dominate rather than dignify, by treating women and the poor as scenery rather than participants. When it has succeeded by slow, patient work. A teacher's posture, a judge's restraint, a child's bow, a city's habit of thanking its sanitation workers. The master once said, "At 15, I set my heart upon learning. At 30, I stood firm. At 40, I had no more doubts." The world rarely affords such neat decades, but the path remains. Learn, practice, stand, question, release, and, when the time comes, teach. In that relay, past to present to future, the thread does not break. The brush lifts. The snow on the courtyard has stopped. Somewhere, a bell. It is time to begin again. Sacred threads, a journey through the world's religions. Before temples rose or scriptures sang, before names like Yahweh, Buddha, or Allah echoed through history, humanity looked up at the stars and asked, "Why are we here?" Sacred Threads is a sweeping 15-part audio odyssey into the heart of our deepest yearnings, for meaning, for order, for the divine. From the silent meditations of Jain monks to the cosmic battles of Zoroastrian myth, from the fire of Sinai to the path beneath the Bodhi tree, this series traces the origins, stories, and living truths of the world's great religions, and the new ones still being born. You'll walk with prophets, philosophers, and skeptics. You'll witness the rise of sacred texts and hear the whispered doubts of those who walked away. And through it all, you'll discover not just what others believe, but what belief itself reveals about us. Whether you're faithful, skeptical, or just curious, this is more than a history of religions. It's a mirror, and the question it reflects is eternal. What do you worship when the world falls silent?
The dawn of religion.
Episode 11, Fire and Fragrance, Zoroastrianism. Narrator's Prelude. A courtyard of packed earth. Pre-dawn air is cold enough to bite the teeth. In the eastern dark, a priest cradles a bronze cup of fragrant wood chips. Another raises a ladle of clarified butter. A small fire answers, a flower of light. With each hymn, the flame brightens, not because the gods feed on smoke, but because human attention does. Across millennia and empires, this is how Zoroastrianism greets the day. Fire tended, breath steady, words precise. A compact between mind and flame. Tonight we follow one of the world's oldest still living religious traditions, a faith kindled by a prophet poet in the Iranian plateau, stewarded by empires and exiles, and kept alive by good thoughts, good words, good deeds. We will meet Zarathustra, hear the oldest hymns in his voice, watch Persian kings invoke Ahura Mazda, and enter a cosmology where truth and lie are not abstractions, but forces that tilt the world. 1. The world before Zarathustra, Roots and Rupture. 1.1 Iranian Horizons. 3,000 years ago, the Iranian branch of the Indo-Iranian peoples grazed herds and farmed oases from the high plains east of the Zagros to the Oxus. Their language linked them to cousins on the Indian subcontinent, their mythic furniture, sky gods, intoxicating plant elixirs, ritual fire shows a shared inheritance. In that older religion, the Devas were bright gods and Asuras noble lords. 1.2 A reformer steps out of line. Somewhere in this world, scholars still debate the exact when. Proposals range from the late 2nd millennium BCE to around 1000 to 600 BCE. A priest-poet Zarathustra, Avestan Zarathustra, Greek Zoroastras, begins to sing a different song. In his hymns, the Gathas, the old line between gods and demons flips. Those deities craving blood, sacrifice, and intoxication become devas, not gods, but deluders. The true wise lord is Ahura Mazda, the wise lord, who calls humans to ally with Asa, truth, right order, against druge, lie, distortion. Zarathustra describes a vision, not of a remote sky tyrant, but of a moral reality that answers thought with thought. He is shown the Amisha Spentas, bountiful immortals, which are not separate gods so much as living attributes of Ahura Mazda. Vohumana, good mind. Asha Vahishta, best truth, right order. Ikshatra Vairya, desirable rule.
Spanta Armaiti, devoted serenity.
Halvatat, wholeness. Amoritat, immortality. These are ethical and cosmic at once. Truth is also fire's right burning. Serenity is also earth's receptive strength. To choose them is to steer creation itself. 1.3. The Twin Spirits and Human Choice. One Gathic hymn, Yasna 30, speaks of two primal spirits, one who chooses truth, one who chooses the lie. Later tradition names the destructive one Angra Mainyu, Middle Persian, Ahriman, and the creative, beneficent presence Spenta Mainyu, a way of saying that good and evil are real orientations, not mere shadows, and that humans are enlisted. Zarathustra's path is not ritual for ritual's sake. It is ethical allegiance, humata, hukta, huvarshta, good thoughts, good words, good deeds. 2. The Gathas and the Making of Scripture. 2.1. Poetry at the Core. The Gathas, 17 metrical hymns embedded in the later Avesta, are the oldest layer of Zoroastrian scripture. Their language, Old Avestan, is spare and knotty, akin in age to the earliest Vedic hymns across the mountains. They sing of a community harassed by violent rivals, of a prophet pleading with a skeptical patron, and of a future renovation, Frasho Dokkareti in Avestan, later Middle Persian Frashokkareti, when creation is healed, the dead rise, and the lie is burned out of the world. 2.2. The Avesta's Layers. Centuries of oral transmission and priestly expansion build a larger tapestry. Yasna, the central liturgy, recited around a fire with ritual implements that includes the gathas and prose invocations. Visparad, extensions to the yasna for high festivals. Vendidad, Videvdad, a law hymnal with purity codes, myths, and expiations, later and more legalistic in tone. Yashts, hymns to Yazatas, worthy beings, like Mithra, covenant, Anahita, waters, Tishtraya, the star Sirius and rains, Sraosha, obedience, listening, Rashnu, justice, Virathragna, victory, Corda Avesta, Little Avesta, daily prayers and later devotional texts. The Avestan alphabet used today was devised under Sasanian rule, 3rd to 7th centuries CE, to capture the exact sounds of the inherited recitation. For centuries before that, priestly memory and training were the archive. 2.3. Liturgy as exactness. Zoroastrianism never parted ethics from precise speech. A priest, Avestan Zaotar, later Middle Persian Mobed, recites mantra, empowered formulae, while holding the barsam, a bundle of twigs or metal rods, stirring milk and water, and preparing the haoma, a plant-based sacred drink whose exact botanical identity is still debated. The ceremony tends a purified space, specially cleaned garments, ritually filtered water, care for fire, care for the earth, because truth loves cleanliness and life thrives where pollution recedes. 3. Fire and the House of Prayer. 3.1. Why fire? Atar, sacred fire, is not a god to be fed, but a presence that welcomes truth and repels defilement. Fire is visible order. It consumes without rotting, clarifies metal from ore, and asks for attention. Zoroastrian communities later keep fires of varying dignity, Atash Bahram, fire of victory. The highest grade, enthroned after an elaborate consecration that blends fires from varied sources, from a potter's kiln to a shepherd's hearth, each ritually purified, symbolizing society gathered and made one. Adaran, a mid-grade fire. Dadga, household or small temple fires. In Iran, these are a Tashkade. In India, Agyari, Gujarati, Persian, via colonial English. The architecture is modest. The flame is the sovereign. 3.2. Purity and the elements. Creation is good and worth protecting. Hence a careful purity code. Avoid contaminating water or earth with corpses or waste. Contain pollution in designated spaces. Bathe and launder regularly. Handle dead matter with specialized NASA sailor, corpse bearers. Purity is not snobbery. It is ecology ritualized, a way of keeping the elements in their proper dignity. 4. Achaemenid Persia, empire under the wise lord. 4.1. Cyrus, Darius, and the rhetoric of right rule. By the 6th century BCE, Iranian tribes under Cyrus the Great welled an empire from Anatolia to the Indus. Inscriptions from his successors, above all Darius I, especially the trilingual Behistun, invoke Ahura Mazda, Old Persian form of Ahura Mazda. By the grace of Ahura Mazda, I am king. Ahura Mazda bestowed the kingdom upon me. Darius frames rebellion as drauga, lie, and his justice as artham, truth, Persian cognates of druj and asha, suggesting that Zarathustrian ethics have become state vocabulary. Achaemenid policy is pragmatic. Local cults continue. Persian elites patronize Anahita and Mithra. Magi, Median priests, appear as ritual specialists at court. The result is not a single dogmatic church, but a spectrum of Mazda worship under imperial aegis. 4.2 Contact zones. Under Persian rule, exiled Judeans return and rebuild in Yehud. Greek observers meet Persians in war and diplomacy. Ideas travel. Angels, demons, cosmic struggle, eschatology. Themes later prominent in Second Temple Judaism and beyond. Breathe Iranian air. Influence is complex and debated, but cultural cross-pollination is undeniable where empires meet. 4.3 Alexander and after. Alexander's conquest, 330 BCE, burns palaces and scrambles elites. Greek-ruled satrapies give way to the Parthians, Arsacids, a looser, cavalry-rich empire, 3rd century BCE to 3rd century CE. Throughout, Zoroastrian ritual life persists in temples and households, but centralized scripture and priestly authority fray. Much of what we now call Avesta is recollected and systematized later. 5. Sasanian Renaissance, a church of empire, 224 to 651 CE. 5.1 Ardashir's New Start. In 224 CE, Ardashir I overthrows the Parthians and founds the Sasanian dynasty, naming it after his ancestor, a hereditary priest. From the start, religion and crown knit tight. Ardashir's inscriptions claim Swara, royal glory, by Ahura Mazda's favor. Investiture reliefs show king and god mirrored, with a defeated lie underfoot. Zoroastrianism becomes explicitly the state religion. 5.2 Priests and policy. Two figures stand out. Tanzar, Tozar, credited in later sources with standardizing rites and reprimanding local kings for excesses. A letter of Tanzar survives in later paraphrase, portraying him as architect of orthopraxy. Kartir, Kirda, a powerful high priest under several kings who left rock inscriptions boasting of promoting Mazda worship, organizing fires and priests, and curbing rivals. He names Jews, Christians, Manichaeans, and others. Kartir's zeal shows both the strength and the danger of a church-state partnership. 5.3 Texts, translations, and schools. Sasanian courts sponsor a redaction of the Avesta, with Pahlavi, Middle Persian translations and commentaries. The later misunderstanding Zend Avesta comes from Zand, commentary. Priestly schools memorize. Scribes finally write what had been music in memory. Avestan survives as a liturgical language, like Latin millennia later. 5.4 The Three Great Fires. Sasanian tradition, names 3 royal fires as guardians of realms. Adur Farnbag, glory of the priestly estate. Adur Gushnasp, warriors and kings. Adur Burzanmir, farmers and commoners. Whether these were truly national shrines or later memory gilded by pride, they capture the Sasanian ideal, society's estates warmed by one sacred flame seen through 3 faces. 5.5 Doctrine in full color, eschatology and ethics. Sasanian theologians systematize what the Gathas seeded. Asher versus Druj, truth and lie as metaphysical poles and daily choices. Chinvat Bridge. At death, souls cross a bridge that widens for the truthful and narrows to a razor for the deceitful. Dina, one's own religion, insight, appears as a maiden, beautiful or hideous, depending on one's life. Rashnu, justice. Mithra, covenant. And Srausha, obedient attention, weigh deeds. Frashokareti. At the end, the Saoshyant, savior, leads the final renovation. Molten metal flows across the earth, felt by the righteous as warm milk, by the wicked as purge. The dead rise. Even the destructive spirit's power ends. Creation returns to wholeness. Ethics remains crisp. Honesty in trade, care for cattle and fields, generosity, purity, and the ritual life that keeps the world tuned. 5.6 Currents and countercurrents. Zurvanism. A speculative school posited Zurvan, time, as primordial, birthing both Ormazd, Ahura Mazda, and Ahriman. Some Sasanian elites toyed with it. Later, Orthodox writers rejected it as over-systematizing. Manichaeism. The prophet Mani, 3rd century CE, wove Iranian, Christian, and Buddhist threads into a grand dualism of light and darkness. Sasanian authorities alternately patronized and persecuted him. Manichaeism later spread west and east. Mazdakism. In the late 5th, early 6th centuries, Mazdak preached austerity, charity, and communal sharing to shame elite hoarding. King Kavad flirted with reform. Khosrow I crushed the movement. These episodes show a religion wrestling with social justice and power. 5.7 The Last Blaze Before the Wind. Under Khosrow II, Arsar, 590 to 628, Sasanian arms briefly reclaim old Achaemenid glory, but the empire is exhausted by long war with Byzantium. In 651, after a cascade of defeats, the last Sasanian king, Yazdegerd III, dies on the run. The fire's institutional hearth is shattered. The embers must learn to travel. 6. What Zoroastrianism is and isn't in 7 touchstones. Before we turn to exile and survival, gather the essentials the first half has traced. Monotheism with a choir. Ahura Mazda is supreme. The Amesha Spentas are faces of his goodness. Attributes become allies, and the Yazatas are worthy beings who serve creation. Moral freedom. Humans choose Asha or Druj. No fate compels. Thought, word, deed braid destiny. Ritual exactness as ethics embodied. Purity and precision, a care for the world, not legal fussiness. Fire as teacher. Attention, clarity, and transformation made visible. Eschatological hope. History is not a loop, but a story with a healed end, not abandonment of the world, but its renovation. Agrarian affection, cattle, clean water, fertile fields. Goodness has dirt under its nails. A civic imagination, from Achaemenid inscriptions to Sasanian reforms, Zoroastrian ideas shape governance, truth-telling, keeping covenant, punishing the lie, protecting the weak. 7. A scene by the fire. The Yasna at dawn. A small temple in Kerman 1,000 years ago. Dawn severs the night. 2 priests stand in linen and wool. One holds the balsam bundle, the other trims the wick so the flame burns without smoke. They begin the Yasna, the Ahuna Vairya formula first, then Hashem Vohu, words that train their mouths since childhood. Milk and water mingle in a gleaming bowl. A sprig of haoma is pounded with rhythmic strokes. From outside, a boy peeks. The exchange looks like cooking, like craft, like surgery, and it is all three. With each stanza, the room's edges clarify. With each offering, the priest's breaths synchronize. They are not persuading a deity. They are tuning a room to truth. 8. What comes next? In part 2, we'll follow the embers through the Arab-Islamic conquest and centuries as a minority in Iran, sometimes tolerated, sometimes squeezed, onto boats bound for Gujarat, where Parsis build fires anew and write the Chisai Sanjan of their migration. Into ritual life today, Sudrech and Kusti, Navjote initiation, Dokmenashini, towers of silence, and changing funerary practice. Across diasporas and debates, conversion controversies, endogamy and demographics, education and ecology, to Nowruz and the Gahambars, to Sade and Merrigan, to ethics that look like clean water laws and honest contracts. If you're ready, I'll keep the flame lit and lead on. The Sasanian palaces lie in ruins. The royal fires are scattered. In the silence that follows conquest, the flame learns to travel. In courtyard braziers and kitchen lamps, behind high walls or in far harbours, Zoroastrians keep a compact with light. Tend what is true, refuse what is foul. Let deed follow word as steadily as a wick follows oil. We pick up the story where part 1 paused. The imperial hearth is cold, but the tradition is not. Now we follow the embers, across conquest, exile, reform and return, into the rituals and dilemmas of Zoroastrian life today. 9. Conquest and the Minor Keys. Zoroastrians under Islam, 7th to 15th centuries. 9.1. The New Order. In 651 CE, the last Sasanian king falls. The Iranian plateau becomes a province of the early caliphates. Zoroastrians are gradually recognized as dim, a protected minority, paying jizya tax and granted limited self-rule. The terms vary by place and period, sometimes lenient, sometimes tight. Over centuries, many Iranians convert, out of conviction, for relief from tax and social penalty, or to enter new administrative networks. Others remain, particularly around Yazd and Kerman, where desert isolation shelters old rhythms of prayer and trade. 9.2. Books in a lower voice. With empire gone, priests become archivists. In Middle Persian, Pahlavi, they compile, translate, and comment. Bundahishan, primal creation, a sweeping cosmogony, from first light through the mixed battlefield of good and evil to the final renovation. Denkard, an encyclopedic acts of the religion, doctrine, ethics, law, quotations from lost Avestan books. Ada Waraz Namag, the Book of the Righteous Vairaf, a visionary tour of heaven and hell that reads like a Zoroastrian divine comedy. Shayest ne shayest, right and not right, practical rulings. Sadar, a later catechism of ordinary piety. The Rivayats, letter exchanges between Iranian and Indian priests centuries later, will keep the conversation alive across seas, offering rulings on calendars, purity, and priestly discipline. 9.3. Quiet resilience. The community survives by precision and humility, exact recitation, careful purity, crafts and trade, and withdrawal from public polemic. In the towns of Yazd and Kerman, Zoroastrians maintain fire temples and Qanat water systems, pay their taxes, and teach children to tie the kusti at dawn. History shrinks from imperial to household scale and holds. 10. The Long Crossing. The Parsi Odyssey to India. 10.1. Ships and Sugar. Between the 8th and 10th centuries, traditions differ. Groups of Iranian Zoroastrians leave for the western coast of India, landing in Gujarat. Later generations remember the story in the Chisai Sanjan. The local ruler, showing a brimming cup of milk, signals that his land is full. The refugees add sugar to the cup to promise they will sweeten rather than overflow the place. Conditions follow. Learn the language, lay down arms, honor local dress, keep your religion. They settle first at Sanjan, then Navsari, Surat, and, as centuries turn, Bombay, Mumbai. 10.2. The Travelling Flame. A revered fire, remembered as the Iransha, is established, later reconsecrated, and moved through war and calm until it rests at Udvada on Gujarat's coast. Pilgrims still speak of its Iran memory and make the journey to sit in its light. 10.3. Traders and Shipwrights. By the early modern period, Parsis, the Gujarati form that becomes Parsi, are shipbuilders, weavers, brokers between Indian ports and European companies. In the 18th to 19th centuries, families like Wadia, Petit, Ready Money, Godrej, Tata knit fortunes to philanthropy. Schools, hospitals, housing colonies, bags, libraries, laboratories. A small community prints far beyond its demographic weight into the civic fabric of Bombay and beyond, with reformers like Dadabhai Naoroji in politics and scientists like Homi J. Bhabha in research. The rule of Zoroastrian ethics remains old and uncomplicated. Prosper and then give. 11. The texture of a Zoroastrian day. 11.1. The white shirt and the sacred thread. Initiation, Navyot, Persian Sedre Pushi, marks a child's entrance into the faith. A priest invests the initiate with Sudra Sedra, a plain white cotton shirt with a small pocket, the giriban, near the heart, a pouch for good deeds, a moral metaphor worn daily. Kusti, a long woolen cord wound 3 times around the waist and tied with 4 knots, symbolizing good thoughts, words, deeds, and fidelity to Asha, truth, order. Zoroastrians repeat the Kusti prayers several times a day, on waking, at midday, at dusk, touching forehead and heart, untying and retying the cord to reset intention. 11.2. Prayers and the Hours. Daily devotions align to 5 gars, watches: Havan, dawn to noon; Rapithwan, noon to mid-afternoon; Uziren, mid to late afternoon; Iwis Ruthram, sunset to midnight; Ushahin, midnight to dawn. The short prayers, the Ahuna Vairya, Ashemvohu, Yengehatam, are little engines of attention. Longer sets frame workdays and festivals. 11.3. Fire, most central, but never alone. In a fire temple, Iranian Atash Kada, Indian Agiari, or Atash Behram, the flame burns protected from breath and dust. A padan, mouthcloth, covers the priest's mouth so no impurity touches the fire. Sand, ash, and water are managed carefully. Ritual is as much sanitation as supplication, the physical world treated as sacred circuitry that must not be shorted. 11.4. Marriage and Blessing. Weddings, Ashirvadan, are framed by prayers, the exchange of garlands and rice for abundance, and sometimes a thread ceremony in which the couple is circled and knotted into partnership. The ethic is unabashedly this worldly: good householding as worship, honesty in trade, kindness to animals and workers, care for elders and children. 11.5. Death without defilement. Traditionally, corpses, sources of nasa, pollution, are borne by pallbearers trained for the task, washed with ritual care and exposed in dakmas, towers of silence, so the elements and scavenger birds return them swiftly to the cycle without contaminating earth or water. In parts of India, a catastrophic vulture decline in recent decades, linked by conservationists to veterinary drugs in livestock carcasses, has forced adaptation: solar concentrators to hasten decomposition, filtration pits, and in some communities cremation or burial in lined graves under priestly guidance. The intent is constant: honor the dead, protect the living, preserve the elements. 12. The calendar and the year of feasts. 12.13 Ways to count. Zoroastrian time is solar, 12 months of 30 days each, plus 5 epagomenal days. Because some lines didn't intercalate leap days historically, calendars drifted, producing 3 traditions: Shahinshahi, imperial, common among Parsis in India; Kadimi Kadmi, ancient, adopted by reformers in the 18th century; Fazli, seasonal, aligning festivals with astronomical seasons. Hence, communities may celebrate the new year on different dates, more reason to feed guests twice. 12.2. The feasts themselves. Novruz, vernal equinox. The new year, hyacinths, sprouting wheat, sumac, candles on the Haftsin table. The air smells like fresh paint and toasted sesame. Gahambars, 6 seasonal festivals of creation and community, cooking, storytelling, almsgiving. Sade, midwinter, a festival of fire. Bonfires leap 50 days before Nowruz. Merrigan, an autumn feast honoring Mithra, covenant and friendship. Farvardigan, Muktad, days of remembrance for ancestors. Flowers and cool water offered to the Fravashis, pre-existent souls, guardian presences. Kordad Sal, the prophet's birthday, celebrated with hymns and sweet rice. The calendar is not an escape ladder. It is a discipline of gratitude. 13. 2 hearths, 1 house, Parsis and Iranis. The Indian subcontinent hosts both Parsis, descended from early migrants, and later Iranis, arrivals from Yazd and Kerman in the 19th century. Their Gujarati and Persian tongues mingle in the bazaar. Their ritual accents differ slightly. Their fires burn to the same prayers. Beyond India, Iranian Zoroastrians remain in Yazd, Tehran, Kerman. Communities thrive in Pakistan, the Gulf, Europe, North America, and Australia. 14. Reform, identity, and the courage to adapt. 14.1. Who counts? Communities have long debated conversion and marriage across lines. Some insist Zoroastrian identity should be endogamous and inherited from both parents. Others welcome those who choose the faith or who have one Zoroastrian parent, regardless of gender. Court cases in India have wrestled with access to temples and funerary grounds. Diaspora associations often adopt more inclusive policies. In Iran, Zoroastrianism is a recognized minority faith. Proselytizing is restricted, but community life, schools, fire temples, associations endures. 14.2. Priests and new helpers. Fewer families train boys for the mobed priesthood. Some regions now ordain mobadyars, assistant clergy, including women in a few diaspora communities, to lead prayers and teachings, though full liturgical roles remain contested. The instinct behind such change is old. Keep the prayer book living, not locked. 14.3. The numbers problem. By most estimates, Zoroastrians worldwide number well under 250,000. Some counts lower, concentrated in India and Iran with growing diasporas. Low birth rates, late marriage, and emigration shrink roles. Communities respond with education funds, housing, matchmaking initiatives, and youth congresses that turn identity from museum to music. 15. Ethics with dirt under the nails. Zoroastrian ethics are practical. Truth-telling in trade and law. Contract as sacred under Mithra's eye. Work as worship. To irrigate a field, to keep cattle healthy, to clean a well is to choose Asher with your hands. Generosity. Endow a school. Feed travelers. Pay artisans fairly. Care for elements. Don't foul water with waste. Don't smoke the air. Don't bury filth where it leaches into fields. Many modern Zoroastrians frame this as environmental duty. Clean rivers, plant trees, back renewable energy. The slogan on lips for 3 millennia still fits a warming century. Good thoughts, good words, good deeds. 16. Stories that carry a people. 16.1 Udvada at dawn. In the coastal town of Udvada, fishermen push boats into low surf. Inside the Iransha Atash Behram, a priest in white tends the flame. The air smells of sandalwood and salt. A boy, newly initiated, touches the kusti knots and whispers a prayer he learned syllable by syllable from his grandmother. He is Gujarati at school, global on his phone, Zoroastrian by the light on his face. 16,5 Yazd öğleden sonra. In Yazd, adobe alleys fold into each other like clasped hands. A woman in a headscarf and sudra pauses in a courtyard, water glinting in the pool. She teaches her daughter the Hashem Vohu between the calls to prayer from a nearby mosque. She belongs to the present and to something older than the wind towers lifting air through the house. 16.3 Toronto at night. In a suburban community centre, a Navjot wraps a child in a white shirt and a circle of wool. The hall smells of roses and baked semolina. The priest explains the 4 knots to a mixed crowd, neighbours from dozens of countries. When the child speaks the creed, Humata, Hukta, Huvashta, the applause sounds like rain on a tin roof. An ancient oath lives in a modern throat.
17. Frequently misunderstood. Set straight in brief.
Zoroastrians worship fire. No, they honour Ahura Mazda. Fire is a symbol and witness of truth and purity. It's a strict dualism of 2 gods. The oldest layer venerates one wise lord. The twin spirits name moral orientations. Later traditions personify the destructive spirit. Purity laws are superstition. They began as public health and ecology. Don't pollute water. Handle the dead carefully. Keep air clean for the living. It's a dead or dying faith. It is small and stressed, yes, also inventive and stubborn. A people who have made a civilization out of tending a flame. 18. Epilogue. The renovation. We can start now. Night again. In a temple or a living room or a desert, a wick takes light. The flame throws a circle, faces, hands, a book, a bowl of water. Outside the circle, the world goes on. Deceit, waste, cruelty, indifference. Inside it, people practice the oldest work the tradition knows. Choose the better thought, speak the straighter word, do the deed that leaves the earth cleaner and a neighbor less afraid. Zoroastrianism's wager is that creation is good, evil is parasitic, and time is on the side of truth. The final renovation, Frashokareti, belongs to a horizon we cannot name, but the work of repair begins wherever someone refuses the lie they could profit from, cleans the stream they did not foul, or keeps a promise that costs them. That is the smallest yasna, the daily service to the wise Lord. If you ever need a prayer and have none to hand, this one will do. Good thoughts, good words, good deeds, tied once around the waist of your day, it holds. End of episode 11. Fire and Fragrance, Zoroastrianism. Sacred threads, a journey through the world's religions. Before temples rose or scriptures sang, before names like Yahweh, Buddha, or Allah echoed through history, humanity looked up at the stars and asked, "Why are we here?" Sacred Threads is a sweeping 15-part audio odyssey into the heart of our deepest yearnings, for meaning, for order, for the divine. From the silent meditations of Jain monks to the cosmic battles of Zoroastrian myth, from the fire of Sinai to the path beneath the Bodhi tree, this series traces the origins, stories, and living truths of the world's great religions, and the new ones still being born. You'll walk with prophets, philosophers, and skeptics. You'll witness the rise of sacred texts and hear the whispered doubts of those who walked away. And through it all, you'll discover not just what others believe, but what belief itself reveals about us. Whether you're faithful, skeptical, or just curious, this is more than a history of religions. It's a mirror, and the question it reflects is eternal. What do you worship when the world falls silent?
The dawn of religion.
Episode 12, Doubt and Daring, Atheism and Secular Humanism. Narrator's Prelude. There is a room with no altar, only a table. On it, a lamp, a pen, a ledger of promises. A man enters, wets the nib, and writes a single sentence before he signs. I will try to live by reasons I can explain, and by kindness I can defend. The lamp's circle of light is small, but it is enough to see his own hand. Welcome to episode 12 of The World's Religions. Tonight we walk a path that is less a creed than a commitment, to ask for evidence, to accept uncertainty, and to build meaning with one another. This is the story of atheism and secular humanism, the people who doubted the gods, the thinkers who tried to live well without them, and the movements that turned private skepticism into public ethics. We'll begin with terms, then cross time and geography, from Greek atomists and Indian materialists to Chinese naturalists, from medieval whispers to the Enlightenment and Victorian storms, ending part 1 as modern humanism prepares to step on stage. 1. Words before worlds, what we mean. The vocabulary here is a thicket. Let's clear it gently. Atheism, atheos, without a god. In practice, the lack of belief in gods. Some hold a positive claim. There are no gods. Many simply withhold belief where evidence is lacking. Agnosticism, from T.H. Huxley's coinage, not knowing. Either the claim that we cannot know whether gods exist or the personal stance of withholding judgment. Non-theism, an umbrella for positions that do not center on a deity. Many Buddhisms and Jains fall here. Secularism, not a belief about gods, but a political principle. State neutrality in matters of religion so all consciences can breathe. Secular, of the saeculum, this age, worldly time, not sacred time. Humanism, the ethical project that humans can flourish through reason, empathy, and cooperation without appeal to revelation. Secular humanism stresses that this ethic does not require the supernatural. Free thought, skepticism, a method. Beliefs should track evidence, not authority or tradition. These terms overlap. An individual may be an atheist by belief, agnostic about ultimate certainty, a secularist in politics, and a humanist in ethics, or none of the above, and simply say, I try to be decent. 2. Before the ism. Ancient doubts, East and West. 2.1 Greece. Atoms, gardens, and thunder explained. The Greeks did not invent doubt, but they wrote it down in forms that would travel. Protagoras, 5th century BCE, famously declared, "Concerning the gods, I have no means of knowing whether they exist or not." An early agnostic shrug that got him in trouble. Democritus and later Epicurus proposed atomism. The world is atoms and void. Apparent order emerges from natural causes. Epicurus did not deny gods outright. He said if they exist, they are blissfully unconcerned. The real terrors are fear and pain, not divine wrath. His Tetrapharmakos, 4-part cure. Don't fear God. Don't worry about death. What is good is easy to get. What is terrible is easy to endure. Lucretius, 1st century BCE, in De Rerum Natura, turned that physics into poetry. Lightning has natural causes, Plagues are matter and movement. Religion can make men cruel when fear is harnessed by power. He sang a universe without a supervising will and urged ataraxia, untroubledness, as a human good. This Greco-Roman current is not simply negation, it's consolation without myth. 2.2 India, Karvaka and the lion that uproots principles. On the Indian subcontinent, alongside rich theologies, ran a materialist streak. The Karvaka Lokayata school, known largely through opponents' texts, prized perception over revelation, mocked Vedic ritual, and held that consciousness ends with the body. As long as you live, live well, one verse has it, even if you must borrow ghee to do it, a line often quoted by critics to paint them as hedonists, though their main thrust was anti-speculative. The skeptical philosopher Jayarashi Bhatta, circa 8th to 9th century in Tattva Paplava Sima, the lion that uproots all principles, attacked every epistemic ladder. If no proof secures itself, dogmatism collapses. Meanwhile, Buddhism and Jainism offered non-theistic paths. No creator god is needed to explain suffering or salvation. Discipline and insight suffice. That is not atheism in the modern polemical sense, but it is a religious life without a deity at its center. 2.3 China, the sober eye. Chinese traditions often asked, does it work, rather than, is it revealed? In the 1st century, Wang Chong's Lunheng, balanced discourses, weighed omens, portents, and marvels with a cool scale, preferring natural explanations. Junzi, 3rd century BCE, the stern Confucian, treated heaven as pattern, not a wish-granting agent. If there's drought, plant better and govern justly. Daoist texts laughed at human projections. The Zhuangzi in particular delights in unseating certainties. Again, not atheism as identity, but naturalism as a reflex. 2.4 The Islamic World. Critics of Prophecy. Within classical Islam, a few voices pressed hard on reason versus revelation. Abu Bakr al-Razi's 9th to 10th century, prized reason and ethics over any one prophetic law. Ibn al-Rawand, 9th century, in reports from his opponents, criticized the need for prophets. The poet Al-Ma'ara, 10th to 11th century, wrote corrosively witty verses about received religion. Most Islamic philosophy took other routes, Avicenna's metaphysics, Averro's rationalism, but these skeptical threads show that free thought is not a purely European plant. 2.5 Europe's Middle Ages, the insult, atheist. For much of medieval Christendom, atheist was a slander, not a self-description, flung at heretics, Jews, Muslims, or even devout Christians who bent the wrong way in doctrinal disputes. There were naturalists and nominalists, but open denials of God are rare in records, and when the charge appears, it often means simply, enemy of my theology. 3. A fuse is lit. Printing, science, and the early moderns. 3.1 A manuscript in a monk's hand. In 1417, the humanist Poggio Bracciolini finds a dusty copy of Lucretius in a German monastery. When De Rerum Natura begins to circulate, old arguments about nature without gods find new readers. Combined with printing, recovery of Greek texts, and voyages that stretch maps, Europe becomes a lab for alternative explanations. 3.2 Skepticism grows teeth. Montaigne, 16th century, turns doubt into a human art. Recognize your limits, be slow to persecute. Spinoza, 1632 to 1677, excommunicated by Amsterdam's Portuguese Jewish community, dissolves the personal deity into nature itself. He is not an atheist in his own terms. He reveres the rational order of the world, but his God does not command miracles. He is the lawful structure of being. Gassendi revives Epicurean atomism. Hobbes advances a stark materialism. Galileo, Kepler, Newton show that mathematical law organizes the heavens more reliably than angels' whims. The point is not that science proves atheism, it changes the default. Thunder now has charge and pressure, not wrathful moods. 3.3. The Enlightenment's Debate Hall. Pierre Bayle argues that a society of atheists could be moral, a scandalous suggestion that opens space for ethics without theology. Hume disassembles miracle testimony and natural theology with patient skepticism. If reports are less likely than nature's regularity, believe nature. Voltaire defends toleration while keeping a polished deism. Diderot and his friends assemble the Encyclopédie, a warehouse of crafts and knowledge that implies human progress via know-how, not grace. Baron d'Holbach publishes Système de la Nature, 1770, a frankly atheistic treatise arguing that matter and motion suffice to explain the world and that priests enthrone fear to rule. For the first time in Europe, a major public voice says out loud, "There is no God," and ties that conclusion to education and reform. 3.4. Revolution's Excess and Experiment. The French Revolution briefly erects the cult of reason and then the cult of the supreme being under Robespierre, moments that show both the fervor and the danger of turning philosophical critique into state liturgy. A lesson modern humanists will later underline. Pluralism and rights must anchor any secular order. 4. Darwin, Doubt, and New Ethics, 19th century. 4.1. Origins Rewritten. Charles Darwin's On the Origin of Species, 1859, offers natural selection as a blind, elegant mechanism for life's diversity. Paley's watchmaker looks less necessary. Design can emerge, not be imposed. Darwin's own letters show a gentle agnosticism. Others draw bolder conclusions. T.H. Huxley coins agnostic to distinguish honest not knowing from both dogmatic belief and dogmatic disbelief. 4.2. God as projection, society as opiate, meaning as work. Ludwig Feuerbach reads God as human ideals projected onto the heavens. To reclaim our powers, bring them home. Karl Marx calls religion an opiate, a balm and a chain, urging attention to material conditions. Later, state atheisms will claim his mantle. Humanists will insist that freedom of conscience must not be sacrificed to any program. Auguste Comte proposes positivism, knowledge from observable facts, and even a quasi-religion of humanity with rituals for scientists and civic virtue. Friedrich Nietzsche declares, God is dead. Not a boast, but a diagnosis. Old absolutes have lost credibility. Now comes the danger of nihilism and the task of creating values. 4.3. Movements with coats and ledgers. Ethical culture, founded 1876 by Felix Adler in New York, builds Sunday-like societies for character, service, and social reform without creed. In Britain, George Jacob Holyoake popularizes secularism as a civic ethic for mixed societies. The National Secular Society agitates for education, free speech, and disestablishment. In France, laïcité mature, eventually culminating in the 1905 law separating churches and state. In the United States, the First Amendment's dual commitments, no establishment, free exercise, become the grammar of a secular republic, not hostility to religion, but refusal to privilege any. 4.4. The Freethinker's Voice. Lecterns fill with lecturers. Robert G. Ingersoll, the great agnostic, tours America denouncing hellfire and praising human decency. Debates on evolution and biblical criticism electrify audiences. The flinty word atheist still shocks, but the ground has shifted. A person can be publicly moral without a theological signature. 5. A note on non-belief and the sacred. Before we pause, a paradox worth holding. Non-belief often heightens a sense of the sacred, not as a being, but as a stance toward reality. Many atheists and humanists speak of reverence for honest inquiry, awe before the night sky, gratitude at the sheer fact of being, mourning with no promise of reunion, and therefore more careful love of the time we get. The point is not to smuggle God back in, but to say depth survives the loss of dogma. 6. Where we pause and what comes next. We have set the table, defined the terms, heard ancient voices of doubt in Athens, Patna, and Luoyang, traced skeptical strands through the Islamic world and medieval Europe, watched the Enlightenment teach thunder to be weather, crossed the 19th century's triple frontier, Darwin's biology, materialist critique, new civic movements, to the doorstep of modern humanism. In Part 2, we'll step into the 20th century, logical positivists, existentialists, and the rise of organized humanism, from ethical culture to the American Humanist Association, Humanists UK, and Humanists International. Follow law and pluralism, from school prayer cases and evolution trials to models of secular governance across nations. Meet secular rituals, humanist weddings and memorials, coming-of-age ceremonies, and the charities and skeptic groups that turn values into work. Weigh new atheism, its arguments and its tone, and the push for a kinder, culture-building humanism. Map global non-belief, the rise of the knowns alongside real risks for apostates in some countries. Close with a field guide, finding meaning, morality, and community without revelation, and cooperating across belief to enlarge the common good. A library after closing. The lights hum, and the dust motes look like a private galaxy. A student at a long wooden table pulls another book toward herself, Humanist Manifesto, and then, for balance, a volume of poetry. Outside, church bells ring the hour. Down the block, a science museum dims its planetarium. Between bells and planets, she sketches the outline of a life. Honest inquiry, deliberate kindness, beauty where she can find it. She does not expect certainty. She expects to try. If Part 1 traced the long fuse from ancient doubters to Enlightenment critics and the Victorian quarrel with God, Part 2 follows the spark through the 20th and 21st centuries. How skepticism became organized humanism, how law learned to protect conscience without creed, how communities built secular ritual, how new atheism thundered and quieted, and how millions now live good enough lives without revelation. 7. The 20th century backdrop, from positivists to existentialists. 7.1. The meaning of meaning. Early in the century, the Vienna Circle and their allies sharpened a radical test. Only statements verifiable by experience or reducible to logic are meaningful. A.J. Ayer popularized the view. God exists is neither true nor false, he argued, but meaningless if it can't be tested. Logical positivism would later soften under critique. Its own verification test failed its test, yet its attitude endured. Ask what a claim predicts, and prefer clarity to metaphysical fog. 7.2. Pragmatists and a common faith. Across the Atlantic, William James and John Dewey asked a different question. Not, is the idea metaphysically pure, but what does it do? James treated religion as experience to be weighed by its fruits, courage, charity, endurance, while admitting illusions can console. Dewey proposed a common faith, devotion to human flourishing, education, and democratic cooperation without a supernatural frame. The word religion could, he argued, be rehabilitated as the name for our highest concerns, but owned by us, not by the sky. 7.3. Existentialists under a bare bulb. After 2 world wars, existentialists stood under the stark light. Jean-Paul Sartre. Existence precedes essence. No blueprint waits for us. We must choose, and our choices author our character. Albert Camus called the universe absurd, indifferent to our longings, and urged revolt without lies. Live lucidly, love stubbornly, help each other without guarantees. For many, this was the first spirituality of honesty. Meaning is not found, it is made. 8. Humanism finds its voice. Manifestos, societies, and a global family. 8.1 Religious Humanists and a Declaration. In 1933, 30-plus signers, ministers, educators, philosophers issued Humanist Manifesto 1. It was optimistic, too much so, we now know, calling humanism a religion centered on human welfare, not divine decree. It imagined a cooperative commonwealth, science guided by ethics, and education as civic sacrament. After war and atrocity, humanists would temper that exuberance. But the line was drawn. Ethics without revelation, community without dogma. 8.2 American and British Movements. In the United States, ethical culture, founded 1876, matured into a network of societies for character and service. The American Humanist Association formed in 1941, publishing The Humanist and later Humanist Manifesto 2 in 1973, more sober about human failings, and Humanist Manifesto 3, 2003, a concise set of aspirations. Commit to reason, compassion, and dignity. Find meaning in relationships and creative work. Steward the planet. Honor human rights. In Britain, rationalist and secularist clubs coalesced over the 19th to 20th centuries. By the late 1960s, they gathered under a single banner that now goes by Humanists UK, campaigning for inclusive education, equal marriage, and recognition of humanist ceremonies. 8.3 The International Frame. In 1952, organizations from across continents founded an umbrella body, today called Humanists International, to coordinate advocacy and solidarity. Its Amsterdam Declaration, 2002, updated in 2022, articulates a global statement of humanist values: ethical naturalism, individual dignity, democracy, free inquiry, human rights, empathy, and responsibility for this world. Each year it publishes a freedom of thought report on discrimination and persecution against the non-religious, reminding members that skepticism is still dangerous in many places. 8.4 Scandinavia and the civic model. In Norway, Sweden, Iceland, Finland, and the Netherlands, humanist associations became civic fixtures, training chaplains for hospitals and the military, organizing coming-of-age courses for teens, and offering weddings and funerals that are solemn without theism. In Scotland, humanist weddings won legal recognition in the 2000s and quickly became one of the country's most chosen ceremonies. Ireland followed with legal recognition a few years later. The lesson: ritual need not be supernatural to be meaningful and publicly valid. 9. Law and pluralism: how states make room. 9.12 Clauses and a tightrope, United States. American secularism braids two commitments: no establishment, the state may not endorse or fund a church, and free exercise, people may practice their faith or lack of it. Landmark cases removed school-led prayers and mandatory scripture readings from public schools. Others protected the teaching of evolution and barred creation science, and later, intelligent design from science classrooms. Courts have also recognized that non-theistic worldviews merit equal treatment, so a prisoner's humanist study group or an atheist's conscientious claim can be protected much like a theist's. The line is not simple. Cases about monuments, legislative prayers, and public symbols continue to calibrate the boundary between heritage and endorsement. The underlying principle endures: government should neither favor nor burden citizens because of belief or unbelief. 9.2 Laïcité and its tensions, France. France's laïcité, a robust separation dating to 1905, limits religious symbols in certain public settings and bans state funding of worship. Admirers praise its neutrality. Critics warn it can become an instrument of assimilation against minorities. Either way, it's a distinct model. The state claims symbolic silence to keep the civic square common. 9.3 Plural secularisms. India, Turkey, elsewhere. India is constitutionally secular in a multi-faith society. The state funds no church, yet engages with multiple traditions, overseeing personal law systems and subsidizing diverse cultural and charitable bodies. The ideal, sometimes kept, sometimes betrayed, is principled distance. Fairness to all, favoritism to none. Turkey historically enshrined laicism while maintaining a state directorate of religious affairs, showing another hybrid. In many democracies, humanists push not for a religion-free public, but for a religion-neutral state where consciences share space. 10. Life together without liturgy. Secular rituals and communities. 10.1 Weddings, farewells, first steps. Humanists reclaimed ritual as craft, ceremonies tailored to a couple's story, funerals that honor the dead with music, memory, and promise to carry their work, naming ceremonies that gather friends to pledge care for a child. In parts of Europe, humanist confirmations guide teenagers through ethics, media literacy, relationships, and civic duty, ending with a public pledge to think and care. 10.2 Sunday without sermon. Some communities meet for music, poetry, and talks, a Sunday assembly or oasis, not to worship but to sing, reflect, and serve. Others prefer book clubs, volunteer crews, skeptics in the pub nights, or campouts. The format isn't the point, belonging is. People who leave religion often miss community more than creed. Humanism works when it gives that back. 10.3 Chaplaincy and care. Hospitals, universities, and militaries increasingly recognize humanist chaplains to serve the non-religious, offering grief support, ethics consults, and rites of passage. The premise is simple. When the moment is tender, a person deserves care in their own language. 11. New atheism and the turn to building. 11.1 A clarion decade. In the mid-2000s, a cluster of books, The End of Faith, The God Delusion, God is Not Great, Breaking the Spell, argued that religion often harms. It fuels extremism, shields bad ideas from scrutiny, and competes with science. Their tone was bracing and, to many, liberating. They normalized out-loud unbelief for a generation. 11.2 The Critiques. But the movement drew fire too. Overgeneralization about diverse faiths, a tendency to conflate religion with its worst, a demographic narrowness, a style that excelled at demolition but less at construction. Some ex-believers needed gentle exits, some minorities felt targeted, some allies asked for a shift from winning arguments to building culture. 11.3 What stuck and what changed? What remains is the permission structure. You can live openly as an atheist. You can ask hard questions without apology. What changed is focus. Many now center humanist practice, mutual aid, secular grief rituals, evidence-based philanthropy, climate work, pluralist politics. The watchword is pro-social, skepticism with shoulders. 12. The map now. Non-belief by the numbers and the risks. 12.1 The Rise of the Nuns. In many regions, Western Europe, North America, Australia, East Asia, the share of adults who identify as religiously unaffiliated has climbed over recent decades. The category is messy. It includes spiritual people who dislike labels, but the trend line is clear. More citizens now vote, marry, and mourn without a church. In some countries of East Asia and Central Europe, non-affiliation has long been the norm. Elsewhere, it's new and uneven by age and region. 12.2 Where it is still dangerous. In parts of the world, leaving or criticizing a dominant faith risks job loss, family rejection, assault, even prison or death under apostasy or blasphemy laws. Organizations of ex-Muslims and other former believers provide legal aid, safe meetups, and counseling, often at personal risk. Humanists International and allied groups document these cases annually to press for freedom of thought as a basic right. 13. A field guide. Building a life without revelation. 13.1. Meaning. Start local. Purpose grows where skills meet needs. A classroom that works because you showed up. A river cleaner because you turned up with a bag and gloves. Make a stack. Identity is layered. Friend, parent, maker, neighbor, citizen. If one layer thins, others cushion you. Cultivate awe. Watch a birth, a forest, a night sky. Read a poem out loud. Listen to a quartet breathe. Awe doesn't require a deity. It requires attention. 13.2. Morality. Harm principle first. Start with don't hurt, then widen to help. Fairness checks. When designing rules, try a veil of ignorance thought experiment. Would this be acceptable if you didn't know your place in the outcome? Evidence plus empathy. Let data guide policy and let stories keep it human. Neither alone is enough. 13.3. Community. Choose a practice. A monthly meal, a park cleanup, a reading circle. Ritual is repetition with meaning. It turns neighbors into friends. Mark time. Celebrate solstices, birthdays, adoptions, first jobs, retirements. Write vows and tributes that fit the person, not a template. Share care. Set up mutual aid threads for illness, childcare, elder visits. A humanist community proves itself in ordinary crises. 13.4. Grief. Tell the truth. Don't promise what you don't believe. Speak of memory, legacy, love that remains. Make a place. Plant a tree. Fund a scholarship. Keep a chair at the table for a year. Meaning is made, not found. Borrow wisely. If a hymn or psalm consoles a grieving relative, honor their language while keeping yours. Pluralism is kindness under pressure. 13.5. Pitfalls to avoid. Scientism. Science is our best tool for is. It is not, by itself, an ought. Tie findings to values deliberately. Contempt. Mocking believers rarely changes minds. It often hardens them. Argue hard ideas, honor persons. Cynicism. The world is not saved by snark. Put your shoulder somewhere and push. 14. Epilogue. The lamp and the ledger. A hall fills on a Saturday afternoon. At the front, a couple stand with ring and vow, the efficient reading lines they wrote themselves. Later, in a hospital down the road, a chaplain sits with a family and asks for stories. What song did she love? And together they build a farewell. Across town, volunteers sort canned food. On a balcony, someone stares at the Milky Way and feels the delicious, chastening smallness of being one mind under that bright river. No altar, only a table. On it, lamp, pen, ledger of promises. Atheism at its best is simply the refusal to say more than we know. Humanism at its best is the refusal to do less than we can. Put together, they are a way of moving through a fragile world. Curious, corrigible, compassionate. They do not ask for certainty, they ask for integrity. They do not offer eternity, they offer time well used. If you need a creed, try a small one you can keep. Be honest about what is. Be kind about who is. Fix what you can. Then sign your name and light the lamp again tomorrow. End of episode 12. Doubt and Daring. Atheism and Secular Humanism. Sacred threads, a journey through the world's religions. Before temples rose or scriptures sang, before names like Yahweh, Buddha, or Allah echoed through history, humanity looked up at the stars and asked, "Why are we here?" Sacred Threads is a sweeping 15-part audio odyssey into the heart of our deepest yearnings, for meaning, for order, for the divine. From the silent meditations of Jain monks to the cosmic battles of Zoroastrian myth, from the fire of Sinai to the path beneath the Bodhi tree, this series traces the origins, stories, and living truths of the world's great religions, and the new ones still being born. You'll walk with prophets, philosophers, and skeptics. You'll witness the rise of sacred texts and hear the whispered doubts of those who walked away. And through it all, you'll discover not just what others believe, but what belief itself reveals about us. Whether you're faithful, skeptical, or just curious, this is more than a history of religions. It's a mirror, and the question it reflects is eternal. What do you worship when the world falls silent?
The dawn of religion.
Episode 13, New Prophets, New Paths, New Religious Movements. Narrator's Prelude. A telegraph clicks in a railway depot. Across the continent, a newspaper press hammers the night, spitting out headlines about inventions, epidemics, wars, and wonders. In a parlour lit by gaslight, a circle of neighbours holds hands, a table shivers. Someone swears the dead have learned Morse code. Meanwhile, on a muddy frontier, a young preacher opens a book he says an angel showed him. In India, a poet dreams of a world faith that makes peace with science. In Japan, a village widow says the god of origin has chosen her as a living shrine. Modernity did not end religion. It multiplied it. The 19th century, steam, steel, and mass print became a laboratory for new revelations, fresh scriptures, and unexpected saints. Some movements faltered within a generation, others grew into global families. Still others seeded ideas that later crossed into psychology, politics, and popular culture. Tonight, we walk through this exuberant, contested garden, listening for what the new paths promised, where they stumbled, and why so many people stepped onto them. 1. What counts as new, and why it arrives in bunches. New Religious Movement, NRM, is an academic umbrella for groups that depart in notable ways from older traditions or recombine them in fresh syntheses. It's a neutral term. It avoids the heat of cult, a word used polemically, and the overbreadth of sect. NRMs often share conditions: social churn, civil war, industrialization, migration, empire, emancipation. Technology: cheap pamphlets, newspapers, railroads, later radio and film. Charisma: founders who claim visions, healings, or new scripture. Authority crises: old churches fracture, science changes the story, people look for voice and proof. New roles: many NRMs open leadership to women, and the laity in ways older hierarchies resisted. The 19th century is a perfect storm for such births, especially in the United States. Frontier pluralism, disestablishment, revivals, and in colonial crossroads where ideas, grievances, and hopes collided. 2. Raps in the Parlour, Spiritualism, from 1848. 2.1. The Fox Sisters and a Nation of Mediums. In 1848, in Hydesville, New York, teenage sisters Maggie and Kate Fox reported rapping sounds that answered questions. Within months, parlors across America were holding seances. Within years, spiritualism, the belief that the dead communicate with the living, had spread from Boston to London. Mediums delivered messages by raps, trances, slate writing, and later spirit photography. The movement appealed to bereaved families, especially during and after the Civil War, and to reformers. Many spiritualists supported abolition and women's rights. Mediums, often women, became public authorities in a culture that constrained them elsewhere. 2.2 Exposures and endurance. Debunkers exposed slate tricks, toe joint raps, and staged apparitions. Even Maggie Fox publicly recanted, then later unrecanted. Yet a core survived as spiritualist churches and psychical research societies. More than a doctrine, spiritualism became a habit of hope that grief could be empirically consoled. It also taught a modern lesson. New media make new miracles. 3. Hidden wisdom in print. Theosophy, founded 1875. 3.1 Blavatsky's audacity. Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a Russian adventurer with a taste for the marvelous, co-founded the Theosophical Society in New York in 1875 with Henry Steele Olcott and William Q. Judge. Blavatsky's big books, Isis Unveiled, 1877, and The Secret Doctrine, 1888, claim to reveal a perennial wisdom taught by hidden Mahatmas, masters, in Tibet or the Himalaya. The recipe mixed Hindu and Buddhist ideas, karma, reincarnation, with Western esotericism, hermeticism, occult correspondences, and a belief that science and spirituality would reconcile. 3.2 Adyar and the World Teacher That Wasn't. The society moved its headquarters to Adyar, Madras, Chennai, in India, where Olcott became a champion of Buddhist education in Ceylon, Sri Lanka, and theosophy influenced Indian reformers. Under Annie Besant, the movement proclaimed the young Jiddu Krishnamurti a potential world teacher. In 1929, Krishnamurti dissolved the order built around him, insisting truth is a pathless land. Theosophy fractured, but its ideas diffused widely into anthroposophy, Rudolf Steiner, alternative medicine, and later New Age currents. 4. A New Scripture in a New Nation, the Latter-day Saint movement from 1830. 4.1 Joseph Smith's Visions and the Book of Mormon. In the 1820s in upstate New York, amid the revivalist burned-over district, Joseph Smith reported visions of God and angels, including Moroni, who directed him to golden plates inscribed with an ancient record. Smith dictated an English translation, the Book of Mormon, published in 1830. He founded the Church of Christ, later the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The book told of Israelite migrations to the Americas, prophetic wars, and a resurrected Christ visiting the New World. It carried a 19th-century voice and a biblical cadence, promising a restoration of priesthood and gifts, visions, tongues. 4.2 Kirtland, Missouri, Nauvoo. The early church moved to Kirtland, Ohio, where a temple was built, then to Missouri, where conflict with neighbors escalated into violence and an extermination order by the governor in 1838. They fled to Nauvoo, Illinois, where Smith introduced new doctrines and practices, including temple rites, and privately, then, later publicly, plural marriage. In 1844, amid political and legal crises, Joseph Smith and his brother Hiram were killed by a mob at Carthage jail. 4.3 Exodus and Consolidation. Most Latter-day Saints followed Brigham Young west to the Great Basin, 1846–47, colonizing what became Utah. Conflict with the U.S. government over polygamy persisted until 1890, when Church President Wilford Woodruff issued a manifesto ending new plural marriages. Over time, the Church emphasized temple-centered family life, a lay ministry, continuing revelation, tithing, health codes, and a distinctive theology, e.g., pre-mortal existence, eternal families, and human divinization. It became a global movement through missions and migration. Other Latter-day Saint bodies formed as well, notably the Community of Christ, formerly RLDS, which did not practice polygamy and developed along mainline Protestant lines. 5. Waiting for the End. Adventists and Bible students. Mid-1800s. 5.1. The Millerites and the Great Disappointment. William Miller, a Baptist lay preacher, calculated from the Book of Daniel that Christ would return around 1843 to 1844. When the date passed, most memorably, October 22nd, 1844, with no visible advent, believers called it the Great Disappointment. Some abandoned the hope. Others reinterpreted the event and rebuilt. Out of this environment emerged the Seventh-day Adventist Church, formally organized 1863, led by figures including Ellen G. White, whose visions guided doctrine and practice. 5.2. Sabbath and Health. Adventists kept Saturday as Sabbath, preached an imminent second coming, and promoted health reform, vegetarian diet, temperance, exercise, and medical institutions. Adventist hospitals and clinics would later circle the globe. White's prolific writings became a prophetic voice for the movement, interpreted within the Bible's authority. 5.3. From Bible students to Jehovah's Witnesses. In the 1870s, Charles Taze Russell led a Bible student movement that published Zion's Watchtower from 1879, taught Christ's presence as invisible from 1914, and emphasized meticulous Bible chronology. Under Joseph F. Rutherford in 1931, they adopted the name Jehovah's Witnesses. Distinctive features included door-to-door preaching, political neutrality, rejection of certain civic rituals, e.g., saluting the flag, and an intense focus on eschatology. Their legal battles in the mid-20th century helped define freedom of speech and religion in several countries. Further developments, such as medical and organizational policies, matured in the 20th century and fit part 2 of our episode. 6. Mind, Matter, and the Cure. Christian Science and New Thought. 6.1. Mary Baker Eddy and Healing by Prayer. After an injury in 1866 and a profound religious experience, Mary Baker Eddy wrote Science and Health with Key to the Scriptures, 1875, and founded the Church of Christ, Scientist, 1879. She taught that spiritual reality is primary, matter derivative, and that prayerful understanding of divine truth effects healing. Christian Science organized reading rooms, a network of churches, and a tradition of practitioners offering spiritual treatment. Critics challenged the avoidance of medical care. Adherents insisted on freedom of conscience and testified to recovery through prayer. 6.2. The broader mind cure. New Thought. Parallel currents, often traced to healer Phineas P. Quimby, coalesced as New Thought, a family of groups, e.g., Unity, Religious Science, Science of Mind, Divine Science, teaching that thought shapes experience. Affirmations, visualization, and positive expectation can improve health, relationships, and prosperity. At their best, these movements taught resilience and agency. At their worst, they slid into blame for the suffering. Their vocabulary would later feed self-help literature and the New Age. 7. The Earth is One Country. The Baha'i Faith, 1844. 7.1. From the Bab to Baha'u'llah. In 1844, in Shiraz, Iran, Sayyid al-Muhammad declared himself the Bab, Gate, inaugurating a movement of reform and expectation within Shah Islam. After severe persecutions, a leading Babi, Baha'u'llah Mirza Hussain Ali Nur, announced in 1863 in Baghdad that he was the one promised by the Bab, the bearer of a new revelation from the same God who spoke through earlier founders. Exiled to Istanbul, Edirne, and finally the prison city of Acre, he composed letters to kings and scriptures outlining principles of world unity. 7.2. Teachings and Institutions. The Baha'i faith teaches progressive revelation. God educates humanity through successive messengers: Abraham, Krishna, Zoroaster, Moses, Buddha, Jesus, Muhammad, the Bab, Baha'u'llah. Equality of women and men, harmony of science and religion, elimination of extremes of wealth and poverty, global democracy founded on consultation and justice, and non-violence. After Baha'u'llah's death, 1892, leadership passed to his son, Abdul Baha, then to his grandson, Shoghi Effendi, and since 1963 to the elected Universal House of Justice. A hallmark is the house of worship, Mashriq al-Adkar, open to all, surrounded by institutions of education and service. Despite continued persecution in Iran, the community has become global, present in most countries and many indigenous languages. 8. New paths in Asia's heartlands. 8.1 Tenrikyo, 1838 to present. In 1838, in Yamato, now Nara Prefecture, Nakayama Miki, honored as Oyasama, dear parent, experienced possession by the god of origin and proclaimed a path to the joyous life. Tenrikyo teaches that the world is the body of God and that gratitude, charity, cheerful service, and ritual dance, kagura, cleanse dusts of the mind, greed, anger, arrogance. Healing testimonies drew farmers and townsfolk. A disciplined organization built schools and relief efforts. Today, Tenrikyo remains centered at Tenri City with a global network of churches and fellowships. 8.2 Ahmadiyya Muslim Community, 1889 to present. In 1889, in Qadian, Punjab, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad founded the Ahmadiyya movement within Islam, claiming to be the promised Messiah and Mahdi, who would renew the faith, unite humankind, and defend Islam through reason and peaceful mission. Ahmadis emphasized non-violence, education, and global outreach. They built mosques and humanitarian projects across continents. Many Sunni and Shia authorities deem the movement heretical, primarily over claims about the finality of prophethood. In Pakistan and elsewhere, Ahmadis face legal discrimination and violence. Despite this, the community remains organized under a caliphate, khilafat, and active in service and dialogue. 8.3 Radhaswami, Sant Mat, from 1861. In Agra, Shiv Dayal Singh, Swamiji Maharaj, preached a Sant Mat, Path of the Saints, focused on inner sound and light, Shabd, Naam, ethical living, and meditation under a living teacher. The Radhaswami tradition branched into multiple lineages, e.g. Dayalbag, Bees, spreading through North India and later diasporas. Its stress on direct inner experience rather than ritual alone has drawn seekers across religious lines. 9. Why so many new paths then and there? 9.1 The shock of the modern. The 19th century cracked open old explanations. Geology and biology stretched time. The telegraph shrank distance. Empires made neighbors of strangers. In crisis, some doubled down on orthodoxy. Others felt authorized to hear anew. NRMs offered certainty in uncertainty, profits, calculations, visions. Healing when medicine was crude, mind cure, prayer, community care. Agency for outsiders. Women as mediums, lay preachers, charity directors. Universalism beyond tribe. World unity, progressive revelation, cosmic citizenship. Belonging with a task, mission fields, relief work, publishing, schools. 9.2 The Authority Bargain. NRMs negotiate authority in paradoxical ways. They democratize access to the divine through a new elite, a seer, text, or technique. Most start charismatic and then must institutionalize, build rules, budgets, and succession plans without losing fire. The ones that last learn to routinize charisma, scripture, counsels, handbooks, legal recognition, and, crucially, service that wins neighbors' respect. 10. A short interlude. The parlor. the printing press, the train. Picture a triangle. One point is a parlor, small, intimate, where a medium hears a name, a visionary dictates a verse, a healer prays. One point is the printing press. Pamphlets multiply, testimonies stack up, doctrine ossifies or evolves on a deadline. One point is the train. Converts move, missionaries tour, police arrive quicker. Between the 3 points, a new faith is born. 11. Ethics and friction. NRMs often carried ethical innovations. Abolitionism among spiritualists, temperance in Adventist circles, women's leadership in theosophy and Christian Science, globalism in the Baha'i faith. They also produced friction, clashes over marriage and sexual ethics, medical practice, patriotism and military service, property, and claims of exclusive truth. Some faced state repression. Some drew criticism for authoritarianism or financial secrecy. Many simply had to learn how to be good neighbors while remaining themselves. 12. Where we pause and what comes next. We've walked a century crowded with seances and scriptures, visions and newspapers, spiritualism's table-tapping, theosophy's grand collage, the Latter-day Saint saga from New York to the Great Basin, Adventists rebuilding after disappointment, Bible students marching toward what would be Jehovah's Witnesses, Christian Science and New Thought promising healing of mind and life, the Baha'i dream of a planet-wide household, Tenrikyo's joyous life, Ahmadiyya's reforming zeal, Radhaswami's inward sound. In Part 2, the century turns and the map blooms further. We will meet Wicca and the contemporary pagan revival and watch 8 festivals light the wheel of the year. Follow Theosophy's children into the New Age as therapy, commerce, and sometimes culture shock. Enter Scientology and the Unification Church, their teachings, reach, and controversies. Explore Soka Gakkai's lay Buddhist activism, Falun Gong's Qigong morality blend and repression, Rastafari's prophecy and reggae soundtrack, Cao Jai's kaleidoscopic pantheon. Face the dark exception, Shinrikyo and the Sarin attack, and ask how law and society should respond when religion becomes harm. Close with a field guide, how scholars, journalists, and citizens can talk about NRMs fairly, protecting conscience while confronting abuse and learning from new paths without caricature. A rotary press thunders in a basement, a mimeograph wheezes in a borrowed office, a forum thread blooms at 2 a.m. on a server farm. New revelations have always loved new media. If Part 1 traced the 19th century surge, seances and secret doctrines, new scriptures and fresh prophets, Part 2 follows the 20th and 21st centuries as they open like a many-petaled door. Witchcraft reborn, new ages announced, esoteric churches with lawyers, mass weddings in stadiums, lay Buddhists with ballot boxes, Qigong in parks turned protest on the street, reggae as prophecy, a Vietnamese pantheon with Victor Hugo at the altar, and, when charisma curdles, tragedies that force hard questions about conscience and harm. Let's walk carefully, with curiosity and good breaks. 13. Circles in the Grove, Wicca and Contemporary Paganism. 13.1. A repeal, a reveal, a revival. In 1951, Britain repealed its 1735 Witchcraft Act, replacing it with the Fraudulent Mediums Act. In that newly legal light, Gerald Gardner went to press. Witchcraft Today, 1954. The Meaning of Witchcraft, 1959. Claiming initiation into a surviving craft. Whatever the exact genealogy, scholars debate, the religion of Wicca took shape mid-century as a nature-honoring ritual path with small covens, ritual tools, and goddess-god polarity. Doreen Valiente refined the liturgy. The charge of the goddess still echoes in circles. Alex and Maxine Sanders popularized an Alexandrian stream. 13.2. The Wheel and the Reed. By the late 20th century, many pagans marked 8 festivals: the Wheel of the Year, Samhain, Yule, Imbolc, Ostara, Beltane, Letha, Lugnasad, Mabon, some ancient, some newly standardized. An ethical slogan spread, "And it harm none, do what ye will," paired by many with the threefold law, what you send returns multiplied. Scholarship has since emphasized reconstructionist branches, e.g., Asatru, Hellenismos, Romuva, that rebuild specific ancient traditions from sources. Communities continue to debate cultural appropriation, gender, and how to keep inclusive spaces while resisting ethno-nationalist misuses of heritage. 13.3 Pop Culture and Practice. From fantasy novels to witch talk, contemporary paganism grew by story as much as by solemn liturgy. Yet in a backyard under a full moon, the heart is simple: seasonal gratitude, small offerings, circles of consent. 14. This is the dawning. The New Age. 14.1. Sources and streams. The New Age isn't a church. It's a marketplace of practices and a mood. It borrows from theosophy, New Thought, Jungian psychology, Eastern traditions, and the human potential movement. Think Esalen, founded 1962. In the 1970s to 90s, it offered astrology, channeling, crystals, energy healing, past life regressions, a course in miracles, and more, often promising personal transformation where institutions felt tired. 14.2 Promise and Pitfalls. At best, curiosity, wellness, interfaith sympathy, and people discovering meditation and yoga without gatekeepers. At worst, cultural appropriation, medical overreach, conspiracy drift, and a consumerist spirituality that quietly blames the suffering for their vibration. The phrase, Age of Aquarius, sold a lot of incense and some snake oil. Still, the New Age normalized a spiritual but not religious lane that millions now drive. 15. Churches of the Esoteric. Scientology and the Unification Church. 15.1. Scientology. After L. Ron Hubbard's Dianetics, 1950, framed a mind of engrams and auditing, churches of Scientology formed in the early 1950s. Core ideas include the Thetan, immortal spiritual self, auditing with an E-meter, and ascending the bridge to total freedom. An elite C organization administers many operations. Scientology has been recognized as a religion in some countries and treated as a commercial or controversial organization in others. Its history includes extensive litigation, internal discipline, and public disputes with critics. Adherents credit it with addiction recovery, confidence, and community. Former members and journalists have alleged abuses, allegations the church rejects. However one judges it, Scientology exemplifies a modern high-structure NRM fluent in law, media, and management. 15.2 Unification Church. In 1954 in Seoul, Sun Myung Moon founded the Holy Spirit Association for the Unification of World Christianity, often called the Unification Church, centered on the divine principle, a new interpretation of the Bible's cosmic history, and a mission to complete Jesus' work through true parents guiding ideal families. Public blessing ceremonies, mass weddings, became its signature. The movement built businesses, schools, and media, e.g., the Washington Times. It faced intense controversy over recruitment, finances, and politics. After Moon's death, 2012, leadership and family branches diverged. For members, the draw is world-healing purpose. For outsiders, the questions are authority and transparency. 16. Lay Buddhists with megaphones, Soka Gakkai. Founded in 1930 as a lay educational movement within Nichiren Buddhism by Tsunesaburo Makiguchi and Josei Toda, Soka Gakkai and its global network, SGI, led for decades by Daisaku Ikeda, teaches the power of chanting Nam Myoho Renge Kyo to the Gohonzon, a mandala scroll, to transform self and society. The movement emphasizes study, mutual encouragement, peace work, and personal agency. In Japan, it developed a political arm, Komeito, that has played a significant parliamentary role. In 1991, it split from the Nichiren Shoshu priesthood. Since then, SG Wine has highlighted its lay identity and global civic projects, culture, education, disarmament. For many adherents, the appeal is daily practice plus community plus results. 17. Qigong and Conscience, Falun Gong. Introduced publicly in 1992 by Li Hongji, Falun Gong, Falun Dafa, combines Qigong exercises with a moral teaching centered on truthfulness, compassion, forbearance. It spread rapidly in the 1990s in China during a Qigong boom. In 1999, after tensions with authorities, the government labeled the group illegal and launched a nationwide crackdown. Human rights organizations have documented arrests, prison terms, and reports of torture. Today, Falun Gong is largely a diaspora movement, with media and cultural projects and a strong self-understanding as a persecuted faith. Whatever one's view of its cosmology, its story is also about conscience under pressure. 18. Prophecy in Kingston, Rastafari. Born in the 1930s, Jamaica, from Ethiopianism, Garveyism, and Bible reading on the colonial margins, Rastafari hails Haile Selassie I of Ethiopia, crowned 1930 as Messianic. Interpretations vary from divine to emblematic, and preaches Babylon, oppressive systems, versus Zion, Africa, redemption. Mansions like Nyabingi, Bobo Ashanti, and 12 tribes articulate distinct emphases. Rastas cultivate dreadlocks, Ital diets, ganja as a sacrament, and reasoning sessions with drumming. The music of reggae, especially Bob Marley, took Rastafari's prophetic critique global: liberation, repatriation, dignity. Skeptics mocked, tourists commodified, yet for many poor and proud, Rasta offered a spine. 19. A Vietnamese kaleidoscope, Cao Jai. Founded in 1926 in southern Vietnam, Cao Jai, High Tower, High Place, blends Confucian, Daoist, Buddhist, and Christian elements into a syncretic faith with a dramatic ritual life. Its Tai Nin Holy See is a riot of color. Its saints include Laozi, Buddha, Jesus, but also Victor Hugo, Joan of Arc, and Sun Yat-sen, figures seen as allies of justice and culture. Cao Jai developed a hierarchical clergy, monastic discipline for some, and, during war and state turbulence, its own militias and later negotiations for survival. It is a reminder that colonial crossroads breed spiritual hybrids that are neither joke nor jumble, but deliberate mosaics. 20. Chanting in cities, ISKCON, Har Krishna. In 1966, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada founded the International Society for Krishna Consciousness in New York, carrying Gaudiya Vaishnava devotion to Krishna into Western streets and campuses. The practice is Sankirtana, public and private chanting of the Maha Mantra Har Krishna, alongside vegetarianism, scripture study, and temple service. Bright robes, drums, and free prasada made them iconic. ISKCON weathered controversies, including serious abuse in some schools in past decades, later addressed through settlements and reforms, and institutionalized with governing bodies, farms, and food relief programs. For many, it offered discipline, devotion, and a global family. 21. When charisma becomes catastrophe. 21.1 Aum Shinrikyo. Founded in the 1980s in Japan by Shoko Asahara, Aum Shinrikyo fused yoga, apocalypse, and laboratory ambition. In 1995, it released sarin nerve gas on the Tokyo subway, killing and injuring commuters. The outrage exposed stockpiled chemical/biological efforts and assassinations. Asahara and several leaders were later executed, 2018. Remnants rebranded, Aleph, Hikari no Wa. Aum marks the nightmare boundary, when a new religion arms itself with mass harm. 21.2. Other dark lessons. The late 20th century also reeled from People's Temple at Jonestown, 1978, the Branch Davidian Siege in Waco, 1993, and Heaven's Gate, 1997. Each case is distinct. Together they force sober attention to coercive control, apocalyptic isolation, armament, and state response. Scholars remind us most NRMs are peaceful, a very few metastasize under pressure and error. The task is protecting liberty while reading risk. 22. Courts, cults, and the vocabulary of caution. 22.1. The word cult. Cult once meant simply worship. It became a weapon. Journalists use it for groups they fear or dislike. Activists use it to warn about harm. Scholars prefer NRM to lower the temperature. The better question is behavior. Are there informed exits, financial transparency, medical safety, child protection, non-violence, external accountability? 22.2 Brainwashing debates. Mid to late 20th century deprogramming claimed cults steal minds. Courts and scholars largely rejected coercive deprogramming and the pseudoscience behind it, while still recognizing that coercive persuasion and undue influence can occur. Modern law leans towards specific harms, fraud, assault, confinement, rather than trying to outlaw belief itself. 22.3 Pluralism with guardrails. Healthy secular orders aim for content-neutral rules, protect assembly and belief, prosecute crime, set public health standards, ensure education and child welfare, and adjudicate conscience claims fairly, sometimes granting religious exemptions, sometimes not. The North Star, freedom of conscience for all, harm to none. 23. The digital turn, streams, shards, and speed. The Internet accelerates recruitment, reform, exposure, and exit. New paths now start as Discord servers, YouTube channels, Substack sermons, TikTok covens. Old paths organize remote rituals and global study circles. Disinformation also travels faster, so does mutual aid. In this churn, the role of journalists and scholars to verify, contextualize, disaggregate is more important than ever. 24. Psychedelics and the Law. Churches of the Vine and the Leaf. The past 2 decades saw psychedelic revival meet religious liberty. In the US, Brazil-born groups like União do Vegetal, UDV, and Santo Daime sought legal protection for sacramental ayahuasca. Courts recognized narrow exemptions under religious freedom statutes when safety protocols were met. Elsewhere, courts weigh peyote for Native American church members. Some cities now deprioritize entheogens. The debate respects sincere sacrament while guarding public health and indigenous rights. 25. How to talk about new religions, a field guide. Ask, what work does it do? For believers, meaning healing, belonging. For leaders, status, income. For neighbors, service, nuisance. Follow the money and the miners. Financial clarity and child safety are bright lines. Separate experience from explanation. People really feel healed or seen. That truth doesn't settle cosmology. Mind your labels. Use NRM unless the group itself uses church, order, etc. Reserve cult for specific harmful patterns, carefully defined. Remember, exit stories are data, plural. Some leave grateful, some traumatized, some both. Check your own heat. New religions often reflect old hopes in new clothes. Critique clearly, without sneer. Don't generalize the worst. Om is not a template. Most NRMs are mundane, potlucks, prayer circles, budget meetings. Honor conscience, prosecute harm, that's the balance. 26. Epilogue, the greenhouse and the gate. Night again. Somewhere, a small group lights a candle and reads aloud from a book printed last year. Somewhere else, a stadium fills with white-clad couples. In a city park at dawn, a line of people moves slowly through qigong forms. A drummer starts a heartbeat rhythm as a circle lifts a chant to a waxing moon. A courtroom clerk stamps a ruling that lets a couple marry in a humanist ceremony. A reporter cross-checks a footnote. An ex-member writes memoir. A neighbor brings soup. New religions are a greenhouse. Some seedlings thrive, some wilt, some turn invasive, some heal the soil. They test our commitment to freedom of conscience and our capacity for clear-eyed care. The question is not whether they will keep appearing. They always have, they always will. The question is how we meet them, with open gates guarded by good laws, with journalism that checks, scholarship that explains, communities that welcome and warn as needed. If you need a compass, try this. Be curious before you judge. Be honest when you judge, and be kind wherever people are trying to make meaning without making harm. That won't end the quarrels. It will let us walk through them without forgetting we're neighbors. End of episode 13. New prophets, new paths, new religious movements. Sacred threads, a journey through the world's religions. Before temples rose or scriptures sang, before names like Yahweh, Buddha, or Allah echoed through history, humanity looked up at the stars and asked, "Why are we here?" Sacred Threads is a sweeping 15-part audio odyssey into the heart of our deepest yearnings, for meaning, for order, for the divine. From the silent meditations of Jain monks to the cosmic battles of Zoroastrian myth, from the fire of Sinai to the path beneath the Bodhi tree, this series traces the origins, stories, and living truths of the world's great religions, and the new ones still being born. You'll walk with prophets, philosophers, and skeptics. You'll witness the rise of sacred texts and hear the whispered doubts of those who walked away. And through it all, you'll discover not just what others believe, but what belief itself reveals about us. Whether you're faithful, skeptical, or just curious, this is more than a history of religions. It's a mirror, and the question it reflects is eternal. What do you worship when the world falls silent?
The dawn of religion.
Episode 14. Many Paths, One Search, Comparative Themes. A World's Religions audiobook series production. Narrator's Prelude. A child looks up at the night sky and asks 3 questions older than language. Where did all this come from? What happens when we die? How should I live? Those questions are small enough to fit in a breath and large enough to hold a civilization. Episode 14 gathers the threads we've been following: Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism, Sikhism, Daoism, Confucianism, Zoroastrianism, Indigenous traditions, and modern movements, and ties them into 5 comparative knots. We will not flatten differences. We will listen for patterns, the rhymes of the sacred, without sanding away edge or accent. Where necessary, we'll slow down, name complexities, and honor the ways communities disagree with themselves as much as with each other. A practical note for listeners: when we say tradition, hear a chorus, not a soloist. Each voice carries regional, historical, and doctrinal harmonies and dissonances. What follows are constellations, stars that many see, even as the lines connecting them vary by culture and time. 1. Origins and destinies. Creation, death, afterlife. Creation, one beginning or many. Judaism, Christianity, Islam. In the Abrahamic family, creation is not an accident but an act, willed, spoken, loved into being by a singular God. In Hebrew poetry, a breath moves across waters. In Christian prologue, the Logos, divine word, says, "Let there be," in a key that makes galaxies. In the Quran, God is Al-Khaliq, the creator, who says, "Kun, be," and it is. Theologies here wrestle with how a transcendent God relates to a temporal world. Some emphasize creatio ex nihilo, creation from nothing, guarding God's freedom and the world's contingency. Others speak of creatio continua, a continuing creativity in which existence is sustained moment by moment. The moral of the story is not only that the world is made, but that it is good, and that time has a direction, from origin to fulfillment, from promise to covenant, from revelation to judgment. History becomes a stage on which justice can be delayed but not finally denied. Zoroastrianism. On a plateau between empires, a different monotheistic imagination took shape. Ahura Mazda fashions a good creation opposed by Druge, the lie. Time, in several classical tellings, unfolds in a schema of 12,000 years, an initial perfect creation, a period of assault, and a final victory in Frasciochereti, the world renewed. The cosmos is a battleground, but not of equal forces. The lie is parasitic, not primordial. Humans are enlisted. Their free choices tip the scales of truth. Fire burns at the heart of worship, not as idol, but as a sign of clarity. Hindu traditions. Here, multiplicity is not a problem to be solved, but a resource for wisdom. The ancient Rigveda sings of Purusa, a cosmic being whose sacrificial dismemberment seeds the world. Another hymn, the Nasadya Sukta, whispers an agnostic creation song so subtle it ends by wondering whether even the highest knows the first beginning. Later Upanishads speak of the One, Brahman, from whom the many appear like waves on the sea. Puranic narratives give the ever-recurring cycle its faces: Brahma the creator, Vishnu the sustainer, Shiva the recycler, dissolver, while philosophers debate whether the many are ultimately real, Dvaita, qualified expressions of the One, Vishishtadvaita, or a shimmering superimposition, Advaita. A favorite image: the universe breathes, expanding and contracting across cosmic days and nights beyond counting. Creation here is less a one-time event and more a rhythm. Buddhism and Jainism. Step to the side and a different grammar appears. Buddhism sees no need to posit a creator. The universe runs on pratityasamutpada, dependent arising. Things begin and end because causes and conditions assemble and disperse. Worlds arise and pass in countless cycles, kalpas, with beings moving through spheres, hells, animal realms, human precincts, divine heavens, depending on karma. Jainism maps the loka, the universe, as beginningless and endless, with jiva, soul, and ajava, non-soul, in interaction. Here too there is no maker god. The cosmos is a moral machine, and a field of liberation for those who learn to move without harm. Sikhism. In the opening, Mul Mantra, Ik Oankar, the one without second, is named as creator, fearless, without enmity, beyond time, non-incarnated, self-existent, realized by grace. Creation occurs through Shabad, the divine word, yet the Sikh accent falls on Hukam, divine order, Naam, the name, and Siva, service. Metaphysics matters, but as a backdrop for ethical memory and justice. Daoism and Confucian thought: in Daoism, the Tao that can be spoken is not the constant Tao, yet from the unnamable springs the 10,000 things. The world is not commanded but unfolds through Ziran, spontaneity, naturalness. Confucian thinking is less about cosmic prologues and more about cosmic alignment. Heaven, Tian, Earth, and humanity form a triad. Human flourishing depends on embodying Ren, humanness, and practicing Li, ritual propriety. Origins are acknowledged, but what matters is order and harmony in the present. Indigenous traditions. In traditions rooted to land and lineage, creation often arrives as a placing, a story of how our people came to be here with these relations. Among the Haudenosaunee, Sky Woman falls through a hole in the sky, lands on Turtle's back, and co-creates the world with animals. In parts of Australia, the dreaming is not a past, but a parallel time, an origin that undergirds the present and resurfaces in ceremony and songlines. In many African cosmologies, the high god sets the world's patterns and delegates to a network of spirits, or orishas, as in Yoruba tradition, who tend domains of nature and society. Human and more than human kinship is the cosmological key. Mountains, rivers, animals, and ancestors form a community. Modern secular views. Finally, one may tell the story in terms of cosmic expansion, stellar evolution, abiogenesis, and the slow choreography of life under natural selection. No mind at the switch, or at least none required by the equations. Meaning becomes a human project rather than a cosmic property. Yet even here, people experience awe that borders liturgical, planetaria as cathedrals, launch pads as altars to human curiosity. A comparative thread, whether by decree, breath, rhythm, unfolding, or emergence, each account places us in relation to God, to law, to order, to kin, to causality. Each invites a stance, gratitude, vigilance, play, humility, or responsibility. Death and afterlife, sleep, return, or renewal. Judaism. Early strata speak of Sheol, a shadowy realm where distinctions fade. Over time, hopes diversify. Some texts anticipate the resurrection of the dead, the Olam Haba, the world to come, or a messianic age of justice. Others contemplate the immortality of the righteous. Rabbinic conversations often stress this worldly holiness, sanctifying time, speech, and deed, while allowing a range of hopes about what comes next. The Sitzim Liban of Jewish ritual around death, Tahara, purification of the body, Shiva, 7 days of mourning, Kaddish, mourner's prayer, forms a school of grief that binds community to memory. Christianity, here, the resurrection of the body stands at the center. Not escape from matter, but its transformation. Diverse visions unfold. Heaven as communion with God. Hell as the tragic integrity of freedom turned in on itself. Purgation as a process of healing for those aligned with love yet unfinished. Some theologians emphasize theosis, participation in divine life. Others explore universalist hope that God might ultimately reconcile all. Across the spectrum, the dead are remembered in prayer, named at Eucharist, and entrusted to mercy. Islam death opens into Barzakh, an intermediate bar. A day of judgment arrives. Deeds are weighed, paradise and hell are described with sensuous imagery and moral gravity. The scales are flanked by divine attributes, Rahman, the merciful, and Adl, the just. Believers walk a bridge finer than a hair, sharper than a sword. The prophet's intercession is hoped for. God's mercy is said to outstrip wrath. Funeral rites, ghusl, washing, kafan, shrouding, and janaza, prayer, enact equality and entrustment. Zoroastrianism. At death, the soul encounters the Chinvat bridge. It widens for the truthful and narrows for the deceitful. In some accounts, a maiden personifying one's deeds appears, beautiful or foul depending on a life's ledger. In the final renewal, Frashokareti, all creation is purified. Even metals melt, not to destroy but to refine. The world's end is a healing. Hindu traditions. Samsara, the cycle of birth and death, turns according to karma. The goal is moksha, release. Paths vary. In Advaita, one realizes non-duality. Atman, self, was always Brahman, the absolute. In Vishishtadvaita and Bhakti traditions, the self in loving devotion abides in God's nearness, Vaikuntha with Vishnu, Kailasa with Shiva, or the sweet realm of Krishna. Rituals such as antiesti, last rites, and shraddha, ancestor offerings, weave family, cosmos, and release. Buddhism. Rebirth happens without an immortal soul, like a flame passed from candle to candle. The aim is nirvana, an unbinding from greed, hatred, and delusion. In Theravada, the Arhat's liberation shines. In Mahayana, bodhisattvas vow to delay final nirvana to assist all beings. In Vajrayana, Bardo teachings, Tibetan lineages, map post-death states as opportunities for recognition of mind's nature. Monastics and laity cultivate merit for the deceased. Chanting names such as Amitabha in Pure Land traditions expresses a trust that grace meets effort. Jainism. Every Jaiva carries karmic matter that veils omniscience. Ethical rigor, ahimsa, non-violence, satya, truth, asteya, non-stealing, brahmacharya, chastity, aparigraha, non-possession, polishes the soul until it ascends, freed of all karmic binds, to the Siddha Shila, the abode of the liberated. Death rituals respect the soul's journey. A controversial but venerable practice, salakana, fasting to death, is framed by some Jains as a final discipline of detachment when death is near and medical options exhausted. Sikhism. Life and death are Hukam's domain. The soul transmigrates under karma, but liberation comes by Nam through grace and seva. The Sikh funeral, often called Antam Sanskar, is simple. Hymns, remembrance, the Arda's prayer, and the communal meal, langar. Grief is held in song and service rather than speculative detail about heaven and hell. Daoism. The spectrum runs from humble ancestor continuity to intricate programs of inner alchemy seeking longevity or symbolic immortality. Xian immortals populate tales as exemplars of harmony with the Tao. Death may be seen as transformation within the Kui field rather than a journey to a moral courtroom. Modern movements, Latter-day Saints, LDS, describe spirit prisons and paradises, proxy baptisms for the dead, graded heavens, celestial, terrestrial, telestial, and sealed eternal families. Jehovah's Witnesses anticipate a restored earth under God's kingdom, with a limited number, often understood as 144,000, in heaven. Seventh-day Adventists emphasize soul sleep and resurrection. Wicca speaks of the Summerland. Baha'is describe ascent through worlds of God, states of proximity to the divine marked by moral growth. Humanists call us to live so that our legacy, in people, projects, ecosystems, bears good fruit. What these teach together. Some traditions hope for time's redemption, others for escape from the wheel, others for a life made precious by finitude. All answer grief with a grammar of continuity, of persons, virtues, relationships, or the world itself. And all, in their best hours, invite the living to get busy here, to reconcile, to repair, to love while breath remains. 2. Ritual, myth, and the sacred calendar. Ritual, what bodies know. Religion is a choreography before it is a creed. Our bodies learn a faith by what they do. Judaism. Shabbat slows the week into a sanctuary in time. Lighting candles, blessing wine and bread, ceasing from labor, each act reteaches freedom. We are not slaves. Passover makes memory edible. Matzah crunches the haste of Exodus. Questions at the Seder table induct the young into a story of liberation. Yom Kippur gathers the community for teshuvah, return. Fasting, confession, reparations, and forgiveness become the grammar of accountability. Rituals of kashrut, dietary laws, train mindfulness at the market and the table. Mikveh, ritual immersion, treats water as a threshold. Christianity. 2 sacraments stand as the common minimum across most churches: baptism and Eucharist. In baptism, one dies and rises with Christ. In Eucharist, bread and wine become, metaphorically, mystically, sacramentally, participation in divine life. The year turns, Advent waits, Christmas celebrates, Lent examines, Easter rejoices, Pentecost sends. Practices like confession, anointing of the sick, and foot washing, in some traditions, make grace tactile. Pilgrimages, Rome, Compostela, Jerusalem, continue to texture the Christian map. Islam, 5 pillars bind belief to time, body, and community. Shahada, the testimony, anchors identity. Salat, the 5 daily prayers, orient a life to cycles of sun and shadow. Ablutions, wudu, tie cleanliness to attentiveness. Zakat, alms, links wealth to responsibility. Sawm, fasting in Ramadan, renders hunger into empathy and discipline. Broken by the joy of Ada Hajj, pilgrimage to Mecca, compresses universal human pilgrimage into days of walking, circling, standing, and stoning, rituals of humility, remembrance, and renunciation. Hindu traditions, daily puja at home altars, temple darshan, seeing the deity and being seen, and vratas, vows, weave devotion with routine. The Kumbh Mela, at the confluence of rivers deemed holy, gathers millions for snana, ritual bathing, as a collective rebirth. Yoga in its classical sense, yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, samadhi, is a disciplined path aimed at liberation, even as modern yoga often emphasizes posture and breath for well-being. Weddings, thread ceremonies, and funeral rites anchor persons in community cycles. Buddhism, the Uposatha days mark communal confession and renewal. Vesak celebrates the Buddha's birth, enlightenment, and passing. Monastics observe Vinaya rules. Lay people keep precepts, not killing, not stealing, avoiding sexual misconduct, truthful speech, refraining from intoxicants. Meditation, from shamatha, calming, to vipassana, insight. From koan work in Zen to deity yoga in Vajrayana, cultivates attention, compassion, and wisdom. Chanting sutras, bowing, lighting lamps, and offering flowers and incense bring the body into the Dharma's training. Jainism. Rituals are exacting, designed to minimize harm and purify intention. Paryusana concentrates confession, fasting, and forgiveness. Pratikraman is a regular practice of reviewing and repenting faults. Diet is a daily vow of ahimsa. Many Jains are strict vegetarians or vegans and avoid root vegetables to prevent killing entire plants. Ritual care extends to sweeping paths to spare insects. Some monastics wear muhapati, mouth coverings, to avoid harming tiny life through breath. Sikhism, kirtan, devotional singing, and path, scripture recitation, bathe the mind in the Gurbani. The langar, a free communal meal, enacts equality. All sit on the floor, rich and poor, rulers and farmers. Seva, service, makes love practical. Cooking, cleaning, disaster relief. Vaisakhi marks the founding of the Khalsa. The 5 Ks, articles of faith, become wearable reminders of identity and discipline. Daoist and Confucian practices. Daoist Jiao rites seek to renew harmony between community and cosmos. New Year and Ghost Festival observances blur lines between Daoist, Buddhist, and folk strands. In Confucian practice, ancestral rites keep gratitude embodied. The Qingming festival beckons families to clean graves, offer food and paper goods, and maintain bonds with the dead. Etiquette, is not stuffiness, it is respect choreographed. Zoroastrianism. Fire temples keep flames tended as symbols of Asher truth order. Seasonal festivals, Nowruz, the New Year, Gahambars, Merigan, Sadeh, celebrate creation, justice, and light. Purity laws direct care for water, earth, and fire. Historically, exposure of the dead in darkness, towers of silence, avoided contaminating elements, though practices adapt in diaspora. Bahá'í and newer movements. Bahá'í communities gather for 19-day feasts combining worship, consultation, and fellowship. The fast, sunrise to sunset for 19 days, aligns spiritual discipline with calendrical beauty. Nowruz brings a spring of unity. LDS General Conference becomes a semi-annual ritual of teaching and belonging. Jehovah's Witnesses commemorate the memorial of Christ's death. Humanists craft weddings and funerals that honor dignity without theological claims. Wiccans move through the wheel of the year, marking solstices, equinoxes, and cross-quarter days with seasonal rites. What ritual teaches? Ritual is memory with muscle. It distributes theology across the week, puts bodies in rooms with other bodies, and makes ethics tangible. Rest, fast, share, sing, wash, bless, bury, feed. Myth, stories that make sense of time. Myth is not a failed newspaper report, it is a map of meaning. Floods, gardens, cosmic trees, sacred mountains recur because humans need to locate themselves in a living order. Myths place us between above and below, before and after, we and they. They do not merely describe, they prescribe. Who gets to rule? What counts as sacred? Why suffering happens? Myths may be held literally, symbolically, or both. In any case, they give ritual a script and ethics a story. Consider the flood stories. From Mesopotamia to India to the Americas, they warn about hubris, validate moral resets, and explain why the world feels both gifted and fragile. Or sacred mountains, Sinai, Kailasa, Fuji, stage vertical intimacy between human and divine. A cosmic tree, Yggdrasil in Norse lore, the Ashvatha in Indian thought, roots heaven in earth and branches time into being. Such images train the imagination to expect meaning in matter. Calendars. Time braided. Calendars are theologies you can hang on the wall. Lunar, solar, lunisolar. Traditions braid cosmic cycles with social memory. Determining the date of Easter requires astronomy. Ramadan moves through seasons because the Islamic calendar is purely lunar. Jewish months dance between moon and sun. Buddhist, Hindu, and Daoist, Confucian calendars layer regional astronomical calculations with imperial histories and local harvests. The point is less precision than participation. Feasts distribute fasting and feasting, intensify attention, and democratize theology. Anyone with a calendar can live a doctrine. A comparative note: calendars generate solidarity across distance. When millions break the fast at sunset in Ramadan, or light candles for Diwali, or greet the new year at Nowruz, a dispersed people becomes a synchronous people. Time is stitched into a shawl that warms the diaspora. 3. Ethics and the Golden Rule. The shared intuition. Across cultures, a maxim glows. Confucius. Do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. Hillel. What is hateful to you, do not do to your fellow. Jesus. Do to others as you would have them do to you. Islamic hadith. None of you truly believes until he loves for his brother what he loves for himself. Mahabharata. Do not do to others what would cause you pain. Buddhism. Cultivate karuna, compassion, and metta, loving kindness, toward all beings. Jainism. Ahimsa widens the moral circle to every life form. Zoroastrianism. Good thoughts, good words, good deeds. Sikhism. Pray for Sarbat Dabala, the welfare of all. Ubuntu in African philosophies. I am because we are. Humanism. Minimize harm, maximize flourishing with reason and empathy. Think of the Golden Rule as an algorithm for empathy. Swap places in imagination, test your action, adjust. How communities grow ethics. Ethics are grown, not just known. Traditions cultivate character through practices, stories, and laws. Judaism orders life with mitzvot, commandments that sanctify the ordinary. Halakha, the way, emerges from a living conversation, texts, responsibilities, and new circumstances braided through responsa. Lashon hara, guarding speech, and tzedakah, just giving, shape social texture. Shabbat becomes social justice. One day a week, power structures pause. Christianity speaks of virtues, faith, hope, love, flanked by cardinal virtues, prudence, justice, fortitude, temperance. The Sermon on the Mount bends the arc toward mercy. Catholic social teaching articulates the common good, solidarity, subsidiarity, and preferential option for the poor. Orthodox emphases on theosis frame ethics as participation in divine love. Many Protestant streams highlight vocation, conscience, and grace-fueled action. Islam articulates Shariah not simply as law, but as path, a way to water. Jurisprudence, fiqh, interprets texts for changing contexts, and the maqasid, objectives of the law, protecting faith, life, intellect, lineage, property, and dignity, among lists, offer a compass. Zakat institutionalizes redistribution, riba, usury, restrictions, and zakat al-fitr, alms at Ramadan's end, tie piety to economic ethics. Ihsan, doing what is beautiful, pushes beyond bare compliance to generosity. Hindu ethics coil around dharma, duty, right order, contextualized by stage of life and social role. Philosophical schools and reform movements wrestle with caste, gender, and non-violence. Ahimsa rises in certain currents, inspired by texts like the Gita interpreted in diverse ways. Gandhian satyagraha, truth force, translates spiritual vows into political method. Ambedkarit critiques press for caste abolition and equality under a new constitutional dharma. Buddhist ethics cultivate intention and attention. The Eightfold Path integrates right view, intention, speech, action, livelihood, effort, mindfulness, concentration. Right livelihood warns against trades in weapons, living beings, meat, intoxicants, and poisons, Theravada lists. Engaged Buddhism applies compassion to social injustice, war, and climate distress. Jain ethics intensify ahimsa to microscopic care. Vegetarianism, veganism, business practices avoiding harm, and aparigraha, non-possessiveness, counter greed. Anekantavada, the doctrine of many-sidedness, cultivates intellectual humility. No single perspective exhausts truth. Therefore, tolerance is a moral necessity. Sikh ethics condense to three pillars. Naam Japna, remember the name. Kirat Karni, earn an honest living. Van Chakna, share what you earn. Resist the five thieves, lust, anger, greed, attachment, pride. Practice savor. Armed with kirpan as a symbol, the Khalsa bears witness to protecting the weak. Spiritual discipline married to social courage. Taoist ethics lean toward Wu Wei, effortless action aligned with the Tao. Simplicity, non-contention, and compassion become political and personal virtues. Confucian ethics center on Ren, humaneness, Huaiyai, rightness, Lai, ritual propriety, Ji, wisdom, Xin, trustworthiness. The Junzi, exemplary person, embodies harmony in family and state. Zoroastrian ethics align with Asha, truth, order, against Dr Yuj, lie, disorder. Truth-telling, environmental cleanliness, and industriousness are religious acts. One honors the elements by not polluting them. Ecology becomes liturgy. Indigenous ethics ritualize reciprocity. Take, give back, hunt, thank, plant, sing. Decision-making often considers 7 generations forward. Wrongdoing is remedied by restoration more than retribution, seeking to repair bonds among people and with land. Baha'i ethics stress human unity, equality of women and men, education for all, and consultation as a spiritual practice of collective decision-making. Extremes of wealth and poverty are addressed as moral failures of structure, not just of individuals. Humanist ethics draw on rights, reason, and empathy. Some blend deontological commitments, dignity, autonomy, with utilitarian concern for outcomes, and with virtue cultivation informed by psychology. The horizon is flourishing in one world, where ethics diverge. Grounding. Some communities ground ethics in revelation, divine command, covenant, prophetic teaching. Others emphasize virtue grown by habit and role, or consequences measured by suffering and well-being. In practice, most traditions blend these sources, but they weight them differently, which affects decision-making when norms conflict. Purity and power. Views on sex, food, gender, caste, class, family, dress, and violence diverge sharply. Some argue for continuity with inherited boundaries. Others advocate reform, citing the tradition's own deepest values. Debates about women's leadership, LGBTQ+ inclusion, and marriage show how communities navigate between scripture, experience, and conscience. The point in comparison is not to adjudicate, but to see how reasoning works within a tradition. Violence and non-violence. From just war theories in Christianity and Islam to ahimsa commitments in Jainism and strands of Buddhism and Hinduism, to miri piri, spiritual temporal sovereignty, in Sikhism, communities justify, limit, or reject force. Zoroastrians valorize truth's defense. Daoists incline to non-contention. Indigenous protocols may sacralize the warrior's role within a larger balance. Contemporary questions, policing, protest, revolution, pull on old threads in new contexts. Economics, from biblical jubilee ideals to zakat, dana, generosity, siva, and da'at of fair trade, religions tie money to meaning, but propose different ceilings and floors, caps on interest, obligations of almsgiving, expectations about inheritance, land, and labor. A practical convergence. When houses of worship collaborate in hunger relief, disaster response, hospital care, or environmental stewardship, shared virtues, honesty, compassion, fairness, often outperform doctrinal disagreements. Interfaith food banks, clinics, and reforestation projects become laboratories of civic friendship. The golden rule walks on 2 feet: empathy and institution. 4. Mysticism, the universal experience. What seekers report. Across traditions, voices return from silence carrying similar notes, a sense of unity or interconnection, God filling all, or all things shimmering as one field. Ineffability, language strains, metaphors reach for what exceeds them, a noetic quality. It knew. I saw, not by the eyes, but by awareness. Transformation, not just a high, but an enduring reconfiguration of compassion, fear, or attachment. Sufi poetry sings of fana, annihilation of the self, and baka, abiding in God. Zikr, remembrance, turns the heart like a mill around the name. Christian contemplatives move through purgation, illumination, union. Hesychasts still the breath with the Jesus prayer. Quakers wait in the inner light. Advaita Vedanta declares, Tat Tvam Asi, you are that, and reports non-dual realization. Bhakti mystics ache for the beloved. Tantric yogas harness breath and visualization. Buddhist paths cultivate jhana absorptions and vipassana insights. Zen names sudden seeing satori. Dzogchen points to Rigpa, the naked awareness already present. Taoist adepts refine ki through Nidin, inner alchemy. Kabbalah contemplates Ein Sof, the limitless. Hasidim seek Devakut, cleaving to God in dance and deed. Indigenous practitioners speak of vision quests, sweat lodges, and plant teachers, ways of knowing that braid body, land, and spirit. A shared caution arises from within these lineages. Don't chase fireworks, seek the fruit, humility, patience, justice. Experiences without ethics risk spiritual bypass, using transcendence to skip the hard work of repair. Same summit, many paths, or many summits. Perennialists hear one music on many instruments. The mystic's core contact is with a single real, named God, Brahman, Sunyata, the Tao, and subsequently translated by culture. Constructivists answer that we never meet the real naked. Our doctrine, language, and practice shape the experience itself. The Trinity, Shunyata, and Ein Sof are not interchangeable peaks. They are different mountains. A middle view notices family resemblances alongside irreducible frames. Common phenomenology, silence, unity, love, recurs. Interpretation and training pattern what is sought and found. Neuroscience adds another lens. Praying nuns and meditating monks show overlapping brain patterns, less chatter in self-referential networks, more integration in attention circuits, but scans cannot decide metaphysical questions. They can, however, test outcomes. Long-term contemplatives often show increased empathy, stress resilience, and pro-social behavior. Why it matters. Mystical practice is a laboratory for compassion. Whether the summit is God, non-duality, emptiness, or silence, many who climb come down with softer egos and larger circles of care. Communities have learned to judge claims by fruits. Does this practice make you kinder, more truthful, more courageous? If not, back to the cushion, the pew, the mat, the drum. A final note. Mystical experiences can be destabilizing. Traditions often pair them with mentors, rules, and service to turn peaks into plains of daily love. 5. Perennial philosophy versus irreducible difference. The case for one spring. Shared moral maxims, analogous contemplative fruits, and recurring symbols suggest a deep grammar of the sacred. The perennial claim, one source, many outflows. Think of a white light refracting through prisms, producing the colors of the world's faiths. The golden rule, compassion practices, reverence for life, and experiences of radical unity hint that the heart of religion beats the same in many chests. The case for many watersheds. Yet theologies disagree about what is ultimately real, a personal God who speaks and commands, a non-self insight dissolving the subject, nature's way as spontaneous order. They disagree about how salvation liberation works, grace or self-cultivation, faith or wisdom, sacrament or meditation, and about who counts as neighbor, covenantal insider, all sentient beings, or cosmic kin. These are not surface variations, they are load-bearing beams. Moreover, ethics sometimes diverge sharply on war and peace, sex and family, money and power. The perennial lens can blur these differences, producing a lowest common denominator spirituality that satisfies comparisons but betrays communities. A compass for comparison. Humility. Begin by letting each tradition explain itself in its own best voice. Listen to insiders, especially those who disagree with each other charitably. Precision. Name both overlaps and fault lines. No mush. Avoid false equivalencies. X is basically Y. Usefulness. Ask what work an idea or practice does. Does it grow honesty, courage, mercy? Does it heal? Civic pact. In shared spaces, we needn't settle metaphysics to protect conscience, dignity, and peace. A pluralistic society can thrive on procedural agreements, rights, responsibilities, while people follow different ultimate visions. Translation ethic. When borrowing across traditions, yoga in a gym, mindfulness in a clinic, a smudge in a classroom, seek consent, context, and credit. Honor lineages. Don't strip sacred things of their guardrails. A working metaphor. Think constellations, not a single star. Traditions light different points. Humans draw shapes between them. Some patterns line up for many viewers, golden rule or grief work. Others depend on where you stand. Under a different sky, or with different stories, you will connect the dots differently. The skill is not to insist your Orion is everyone's, but to learn how others are finding their way by the same stars. Interludes. Knots within knots. To deepen our 5 knots, a few brief interludes, not new categories, but tighter weaves. Interlude. A. The problem of suffering. Every tradition faces the scandal of pain. In Abrahamic thought, suffering is passed through free will, testing, discipline, or mystery. Laments demand justice even from God. In Buddhism, suffering, dukkha, is the teacher. Craving is identified as cause. The path offers a cure. In Hindu philosophies, karma and dharma interpret sorrow without fatalism. Bhakti offers companionship with the divine in sorrow. Jnana offers insight into the unreality of the separate self. Jains trace suffering to karmic accretions. Liberation removes the cause. Sikh tradition counsels accepting hukum while resisting injustice. Suffering neither romanticized nor ignored. Daoist and Confucian texts guide adaptation and integrity in changing fortune. Indigenous lifeways narrate suffering within cycles of loss and renewal, often healing through community and ceremony. Humanists refuse cosmic reasons, seeking human ones, preventable causes to be addressed by science and solidarity. The comparative gift: move from why me to what next, from speculation to compassionate action. Interlude B. Authority and interpretation. Who decides what a tradition teaches? Scripture: Torah, Bible, Quran, Vedas, Guru Granth Sahib, Agamas, Avesta, Analects, Sutras, meets commentary and community. Structures vary: rabbis, magisterium, ulama, sangha, akara, lineages, panth, councils, elders. Modernity adds new interpretive communities, diaspora networks, online forums, academies. Two habits help across the board: charitable reading of others and self-critique within one's home. Interlude C. Sacred space and pilgrimage. Spaces teach theology. Mountains: Sinai, Athos, Kailasa. Rivers: Jordan, Ganges. Cities: Jerusalem, Mecca, Varanasi, Amritsar, Lhasa, are texts read with feet. Pilgrimage compresses a life: departure, ordeal, encounter, return. The lesson: the heart can change at 3 miles an hour. Interlude D. Art, sound, and silence. Beauty evangelizes. Calligraphy in Islam sanctifies word and geometry. Icons in Orthodoxy become windows. Bhajans and kirtan sing love. Gamelan and temple bells pace breath. Zen gardens prune meaning. Navajo sand paintings heal, then return to dust. Silence, too, is an art. Quaker meeting, zazen, a mosque before dawn. Sometimes the most truthful sound is the space around it. Putting it together: comparative case studies. Let's test the weave with 3 miniature comparisons. 1. Fasting. Islam in Ramadan. Dawn to sunset. Abstention resets empathy and discipline. Community breaks the fast together. Buddhists may take up uposatha, fasts, or abstain after noon. The aim is clarity and restraint. Jains practice rigorous fasts, sometimes long, to polish intention and detach from desire. Christians observe Lenten fasts, varied by tradition, to participate in Christ's journey and to reorder appetite. Hindus keep vratas aligned with deities or days. The logic blends devotion, self-control, and calendrical rhythm. Sikhs generally do not emphasize fasting. Seva and remembrance are preferred disciplines. Comparative note: the what and why differ, but fasting often trains freedom from compulsion, solidarity with the hungry, and mindful gratitude. 2. Speech ethics. Judaism polices lashon hara, gossip and slander, more strictly than many modern legal systems do. Buddhism codifies right speech: truthful, helpful, timely, and kindly delivered. Islam teaches guarding the tongue. The Prophet's example elevates discretion and honesty. Confucian thought values cheng, sincerity, and fitting words to roles. Comparative note: words build worlds. Traditions converge on restraining speech for the sake of community trust. 3. Environmental care. Zoroastrian purity laws respect elements as sacred. Indigenous reciprocity rituals embed conservation in ceremony. Jain and many Buddhist, Hindu streams extend moral concern to animals and ecosystems. Abrahamic faiths articulate stewardship. The earth as trust, amana, garden to tend, not mine to strip. Comparative note, while cosmologies differ, an increasingly shared ethic sees the earth not as resource alone, but as neighbor. Practical guides for listeners. Because this series is for ears as well as ideas, a few practices you can try, adapted with respect, not as replacements for rooted forms. Calendar mindfulness. Choose one day a week, call it your Sabbath experiment, to step off the productivity wheel. Turn devices off for an hour, walk, eat with others. Notice the moral mood that rest produces. Grief ritual. Write a letter to someone you lost, as many traditions encourage. Light a candle, sit in silence, read it aloud, notice what the body knows. Speech audit. For 3 days, track your speech using the Buddhist fourfold test: true, helpful, timely, kind. Pair it with Jewish wariness about gossip. What changes? Mini fast. Skip one meal each week and donate its value to a hunger relief organization. Let hunger teach empathy. Contemplative minute. Learn a 1-minute practice from any contemplative stream. Breath prayer, metta phrases. May I be safe, may you be safe. Or simply counting slow breaths to 5. The aim is tender attention, not achievement. Reciprocity act. Return something to the land that sustains you. Plant native species, clean a stream, or leave part of your garden wild. Offer it in thanks, as Indigenous protocols teach. These are not substitutes for deep discipleship in any path. They are bridges, ways to feel how practice shapes perception. Epilogue. The thread that doesn't break. We began with 3 questions: origin, destiny, conduct, and found not a single answer, but a sturdy braid: story, practice, and virtue. Story tells us we are not alone. Practice trains us to remember it. Virtue proves it to our neighbors. Comparison is not a tournament. It is a way of keeping company with the human attempt to live meaningfully under a vast sky. We listened to accounts of beginnings, decreed, breathed, unfolded, or emergent. We faced endings, judgment, renewal, release, transformation, legacy. We followed rituals that make wisdom muscle memory. We heard myths that encode maps. We recognized a family of ethical intuitions without denying household rules. We honored the peaks and plateaus of contemplation, and we walked the fault lines between one spring and many watersheds. If you carry one image away, let it be the night sky of the child. Each tradition is a constellation drawn between shimmering points of wonder, fear, love, and loss. The shapes differ, the stars are shared. The point is not to redraw someone else's heavens, but to learn how they navigate, so that when your neighbor is lost, you can point to a star they trust. When the child asks again, "Where did all this come from? What happens when we die? How should I live?" you will have many answers and one task: to live yours well enough that someone else can breathe easier in its light. And if, along the way, you learn to see your neighbor's light not as a threat, but as another flame in the long human vigil against the dark, then this comparison has done its work. Sacred threads, a journey through the world's religions. Before temples rose or scriptures sang, before names like Yahweh, Buddha, or Allah echoed through history, humanity looked up at the stars and asked, "Why are we here?" Sacred Threads is a sweeping 15-part audio odyssey into the heart of our deepest yearnings, for meaning, for order, for the divine. From the silent meditations of Jain monks to the cosmic battles of Zoroastrian myth, from the fire of Sinai to the path beneath the Bodhi tree, this series traces the origins, stories, and living truths of the world's great religions, and the new ones still being born. You'll walk with prophets, philosophers, and skeptics. You'll witness the rise of sacred texts and hear the whispered doubts of those who walked away. And through it all, you'll discover not just what others believe, but what belief itself reveals about us. Whether you're faithful, skeptical, or just curious, this is more than a history of religions. It's a mirror, and the question it reflects is eternal. What do you worship when the world falls silent?
The dawn of religion.
Episode 15, Silicon, Spirit, and the Next Faiths, Technology and the Sacred Future, a World's Religions audiobook series production. Narrator's Prelude. What happens when Let There Be becomes Run? For millennia, the sacred has traveled by story and song, by temple and text, by memory and meal. Now it moves at the speed of code, artificial intelligence, virtual and augmented reality, and speculative horizons like the simulation hypothesis and the singularity are not only changing our tools, they are reshaping our imaginations, how we think about meaning, community, authority, even life and death. This episode is not a tech demo. It's a map of how familiar religious patterns, origin stories, rituals, calendars, ethics, mysticism, and eschatology are reappearing in new forms. Some will call this a new religion. Others will recognize ancient impulses dressed in circuitry. Either way, the question returns. How should we live with powers that look a little like magic and a lot like us? 1. AI as oracle, companion, and mirror. From prophets to prompts. People once brought their biggest questions to priests, diviners, or sages. Now they type into chat windows at 2 a.m. The act can feel uncannily religious. A vulnerable question, a waiting silence, an answer shaped by a canon, training data, and a tradition, model architecture, and the hope that something wiser than we are is listening. 3 roles emerging: oracle, an AI that synthesizes libraries, traditions, and statistics into guidance. Strength, rapid breadth and pattern spotting. Risk, false authority, the veneer of certainty on top of bias or hallucination. Companion, a patient presence for the lonely hour. Strength, availability, non-judgmental tone, rehearsal for courage. Risk, substitution for human bonds, parasocial dependence. Mirror, a system that reflects our values back at us, sometimes distorted, sometimes clarified. Strength, reveals assumptions. Risk, amplifies them. Vignette. The Midnight Prompt. A graduate student, caregiver by day, writer by night, asks a model for words to say to an angry parent without shaming them. The response is not scripture, but it is pastoral. Use I statements, slow your breath, acknowledge fear before facts. She copies the phrasing into a text, edits it until it sounds like her voice, and de-escalates a conflict. The pattern is ancient. Ask, receive, practice. The medium is new. Religious analogies, useful but dangerous. Revelation approximately equals model updates. When the weights change, it can feel like new scripture. The difference: no authorial intent, no covenant, no community of transmission, unless we build one. Prayer approximately equals prompting. Both are acts of seeking. But prayer is relational, directed to a thou. Prompting addresses an it. The grammar matters. Catechesis approximately fine-tuning. Communities can teach models to answer in their idiom. This raises real possibilities, accessible commentary, and real perils, echo chambers, gatekeeping by those who control the training. Who becomes an authority? Clergy interpret texts, engineers interpret models. In between live maintainers, the librarians and moderators of our time, curating datasets, revising policies, building guardrails. A healthy AI liturgy would name these roles openly: curator, auditor, steward, penitent, the one who acknowledges and fixes harm. When a system errs, the ritual is not blame, but repair. Document, apologize, patch, learn. Pastoral risks and possibilities. Confessional temptation. People share secrets with chatbots. Without strong privacy, this becomes a sacrilege. Intimacy mined for profit. Counseling at scale. Models can scaffold access to mental health strategies, crisis scripts, and first aid for panic as adjuncts, not replacements for clinicians or community. Homily inflation. Auto-generated sermons or Dharma talks can flood communities with smooth language and thin discernment. The antidote is local texture, stories with names, places, and shared accountability. Design virtues for AI that touches the sacred: humility, calibrated claims, clear limits, deliberate refusals when a human expert or elder is needed. Transparency, sources and uncertainties visible, provenance trails so a community can contest or correct. Consent, no scraping from private or sacred corpora without permission, options for redaction and deletion. Fairness and safety, bias testing as liturgy, red team as repentance, not a stunt but a duty. Accountability, a human community is responsible for what a model is made to do, and made not to do. Case study, a multilingual congregation. A church with members from 6 countries uses an AI not to write sermons but to translate announcements, hymns, and prayer requests in real time. Mistranslations become moments of levity and sometimes insight when "Give us this day our daily bread" becomes "Share with us today the bread that is all of ours." The tool does not replace the preacher, it widens the circle of hearing. 2. VR AR, temples. You can enter anywhere. Presence as sacrament. Virtual and augmented reality can make presence portable. A headset becomes a doorway. To sit among chanters in a monastery, to walk a pilgrimage route at home, to attend a memorial when distance or disability would otherwise exclude. AR overlays can mark an ordinary street with invisible shrines, wind chimes at places of loss, prayer flags hovering by a hospital, annotations of gratitude on an oak that shaded your childhood. What VR/AR does well: embodiment of story. Mythic scenes become rooms you can visit. Parables become playable. Shared ritual. People scattered across continents can bow, sing, and feast together. A diaspora remembers itself. Access. Those excluded by cost, health, or borders can belong. A wheelchair rolls into a virtual sanctuary without stairs. What it can never replace: grain of the real, the weight of another's hand, the smell of bread, the friction of travel, accountability of place. Land remembers. Screens don't, unless we teach them how. Risk of escapism. A world improved is better than a world escaped. Vignette. The borderless wake. A family in 3 countries gathers in a virtual room that looks like their grandmother's kitchen. Photos on the fridge, the table's nicks faithfully scanned. They pass the microphone, tell the old jokes, and cry. It is not the same as being there. It is better than being nowhere. Architectural principles for digital sacred space. Consentful presence. Avatars as true consent, not default surveillance. Private grief rooms. Clear rituals for entering and leaving. Thresholds matter. Interfaith. Courtesy. Spaces that host multiple traditions must avoid flattening. Distinct zones, accurate cues, real moderators who know when to step back. Accessibility first design. Captions, haptic options, low bandwidth modes, Inclusion is theology. Aesthetics of restraint. Resist the Las Vegas temptation. Silence, shadow, and scale can work online too. Memory stewardship. Logs and recordings should be opt-in. Not every sacred moment should be mined for content. Beyond headsets. AR on phones already makes the world annotatable. A city walk can become a pilgrimage of gratitude. Point your camera at a tree, and up pops your neighbor's story of resting in its shade during chemotherapy. You leave your own note. I passed here today with a friend. May you who read this find strength. The temple is a mesh of notes tied to latitude and love. The shadow side, simulation fatigue. Too much synthetic awe can dull us to ordinary wonder. The corrective is Sabbath from spectacle. Schedule emptiness. Let a room be just a room. Let the dark be dark. 3. New origin stories, new destinies. Simulation cosmology. If the universe could be a simulation, it reframes creation tales. Perhaps reality is nested code. Perhaps a designer is a post-biological intelligence. Perhaps the laws of physics are engine settings. This is philosophical speculation, not settled science. Its religious resonance is clear. A cosmic programmer replaces the watchmaker. Glitches become modern miracles. Ethics must ask who we are responsible to if outside exists. Ethical thought experiment. If you believed we live in a simulation and could signal its creators, would you? What would you ask? For an end to suffering? For clearer moral rules? For a patch? Ancient prayers. Incline your ear, send rain, deliver us. Gain a digital metaphor. The caution. Simulation talk can trivialize grief or license neglect. It's just pixels. A sturdy ethics insists pain is real wherever it appears. Singularity eschatology. The singularity, a projected threshold where AI improvement accelerates beyond human control, reads like an apocalypse, an unveiling. Some dream of abundance, cure of disease, and mind-machine union. Others warn of catastrophe. Either way, the genre is eschatological. It assigns meaning to the end of one order and the birth of another. Two liturgies of the future accelerationist chant, faster, brighter, beyond. Their virtues, boldness, invention, scale. Abolitionists of risky tech chant, slow, careful, humane. Their virtues, prudence, solidarity, repair. Between them, a middle choir singing aligned, build, but bind, power to protection. Digital afterlives. Memorialization. Profiles become shrines, photo archives become reliquaries, emojis become candles. Grief bots, conversational agents trained on a loved one's texts and audio. Comforting for some, ethically fraught for all. Consent of the deceased, boundary of the living, the danger of keeping a person performatively alive. Mind uploading, a speculative hope to map and emulate a mind. Even if technically possible in part, ancient questions remain. Is continuity of pattern you? If copies proliferate, who holds your debts, your vows, your apologies? Data wills and digital executor. A practical ethic emerges. Appoint a digital executor. Specify which data may speak after you die and which must fall silent. In some communities, this is now a right. Read aloud like a will. Delete my chat logs. Keep my letters. Share my recipe folder. Comparative reading. Creation. Genesis by compiler. Brahma as programmer. Tao as codebase. Ahura Mazda as architect of truth against buggy lies. Judgment and mercy. Algorithmic reward. Punishment versus human appeal. Who audits the cosmic server and can mercy override a log file? Liberation. Moksha as unplugging. Nirvana as dropping the task queue. Salvation as a trusted handoff to a benevolent sysadmin who understands your system better than you do. These are playful analogies, not equivalencies. They show how technology bends metaphors we already use. The point isn't to replace doctrine with code, but to notice how our language shifts and to keep our ethics from drifting with it. 4. Rituals, myths, and calendars in code. Rituals emerging. Patch Tuesdays and digital Sabbaths, one day off-grid as counter-liturgy to endless connectivity. Families put phones in a basket, friends take a walk. Liturgy, left, right, breathe, notice 3 colors, tell one truth. Update. Rites. Communities gather when a new feature touches prayer, study, or mutual aid, then bless or refuse it. Saying no becomes a sacred act. Distributed pilgrimage. 1,000 phones point at the same sky during a meteor shower. An AR overlay traces a river's history as citizens walk and sing. A city's saints are nurses, janitors, bus drivers. Their stories bloom like pop-up icons along the route. Liturgy of repair. SRE teams, site reliability engineers, hold incident retrospectives after outages. Imagine adopting their ritual across civic tech. A blameless post-mortem for any public harm. What failed, what we learned, how we will prevent it next time. Confession, amendment of life, and runbooks. Ancient and modern rhyme. Myths, taking shape. Founders' hagiographies. Garages as grottos. Patents as relics. White papers as scripture. The danger is idolatry of genius. Better myths valorize teams, teachers, custodians, those who keep things running. Origin parables. Once there was a data set, and a cautionary tale of bias unexamined, harm unleashed, and the community that paused, repented, and rebuilt with consent. Cosmic narratives. Exoplanet catalogues, radio telescopes, and biosignatures rekindle the oldest question: are we alone? Religious imaginations already have answers. Technology offers new ways to listen. Calendars we're inventing. Climate days, collective rituals of repair. Planting, pledging, mourning species lost. Priests and programmers side by side with shovels. Data dignity days. Public ceremonies to renew consent and renegotiate how communities' data are used. Transparency as feast with shared meals, plain language contracts, and art. Interfaith online seasons, shared fasting for attention. SlowNet weeks, coordinated charity across traditions. A month where every upload must include one act of local service. Table blessing for a feed. A household gathers before opening their social app. 1 minute silence, then a simple prayer, religious or secular. May what we see make us kinder. May what we share be true. The oldest ritual, grace, repurposed for a new table. 5. Ethics for the sacred machine. The old virtues reheard in a new key. Truth-telling, fact-checking, model cards, provenance trails. Honesty not only about answers but about limits. Non-violence. Do no harm as default. Test sets that include the vulnerable. No deployment without redress plans. Justice. Open access balanced with protection. The poor must not pay the price for the rich's transcendence. No dumping risk on those with the least recourse. Chastened power, because you can simulate, harvest, nudge, or predict, does not mean you should. Stewardship. Energy costs of computation, e-waste, and labor conditions are spiritual issues. Hidden costs, holy obligations, rare earth mining scars landscapes, content moderators absorb trauma, data centers drink rivers. An ethical spirituality counts these costs aloud and budgets mercy, funds for remediation, counseling, reclamation, and slow compute options. A religious option for the poor turned toward the supply chain. Explainability without deception. There will be systems we cannot fully explain. The moral demand is not false clarity, but honest interpretability. Show inputs, show confidence, show how to contest. Humility is truer than tidy metaphors that mislead. 10 commitments for techno-spiritual design with practices. Consent over capture. Practice. Default opt-out. Periodic renewal. Sacred opt-out for grief. Children and intimate spaces. Clarity over awe. Practice. Plain language docs. Model cards. How this was made. panels beside outputs, care over clicks. Practice, tune for well-being metrics, sleep, sustained attention, pro-social actions, not just time on site. Inclusion over default. Practice, pay community reviewers, localize beyond English, test with people at the margins. Repair over release. Practice, public bug logs, time-boxed response, SLAs for harms, restitution funds, context over extraction. Practice, cultural guardianship councils. Do not scrape covenants, respected in code and court. Audits over absolutes. Practice, third-party audits. Publish methods. Invite critique. Protect whistleblowers. Limits over limitless. Practice, red lines. Not now, maybe never. Lists. Sunset clauses for experimental features. Learning over locking. Practice, data portability, interoperable formats, exit ramps from walled gardens, community over charisma. Practice, shared governance boards, rotate leadership, beware the guru, human or machine, a rule of code. Monastic communities thrive on a rule, a short constitution of commitments. A civic rule of code could guide any platform that hosts sacred or near-sacred activity. No surveillance of prayer, right to quiet modes, consent for memorialization, equal moderation across languages, visible appeal paths, green compute targets. 6. Mysticism and mind design. Engineered awe. VR cathedrals, spatial audio choirs, and biofeedback can reliably evoke wonder. Is this fake? Not necessarily. Traditions have always used architecture, music, incense, fasting, movement to ready the heart. The question is aim. Does the experience ripen compassion, patience, and courage, or does it addict and isolate? Guided interiority. AI can personalize contemplative practice, adapting timing, posture, and phrasing to an individual's attention patterns. BCIs, brain-computer interfaces, if and when they mature, could provide real-time mirrors of mind states. The risk is turning spirituality into a performance metric. The invitation is a gentler feedback loop. Notice, soften, begin again. Vignette. The algorithmic retreat. For 7 days, a group enters silence in a cabin wired for heart rate variability and gentle prompts. The system suggests a break when stress spikes, offers a line of poetry when attention wavers. On the last day, the devices are removed, the room returns to the creek sound. The guide says, "The point wasn't the dashboard. It was the river." Guardrails from ancient labs. Teacher and community. Experiences need interpreters, peers, accountability. Avoid spiritual solipsism. Service as test. If your practice is not making you kinder, recalibrate. Distribute meals, write letters to the sick, plant trees, measure your mysticism by mercy. Silence. Keep room for the unmeasured, mystery that resists dashboards. Let some moments pass without capture. Detecting danger. The same tools that induce awe can detect coercive patterns, manipulative scripts, isolation techniques, sleep deprivation schedules, culting in slow motion. An ethic of tech-assisted inoculation could teach communities to recognize and resist spiritual abuse. 7. Are these new religions or old patterns in new media? A perennialist might say, same search, new instruments. A constructivist might answer, instruments shape music. A digitally mediated sacred will be different in kind. Both insights matter. Taxonomy of the near future. Liturgical tech. Existing traditions using tools to enhance access, translations, hybrid services, VR pilgrimages. DIY spirituality. Individuals weaving playlists of practices. Breath from here, mantra from there, app-guided exam at night. Corporate civil religion. Platforms with values, liturgies, mission statements as creeds, founder days as holy days, campuses as cloisters. Techno-utopian cults. Small groups promising salvation through code, charisma, or coin. Often high demand, low accountability. Authority shifts. Open source resembles a reformation. Scriptures, source, in the people's hands. Interpreters everywhere. Schisms frequent. Closed systems feel like a magisterium, coherent, curated, and often slow to repent. Each has gifts, each needs humility. Schisms and updates. A community builds its life around version 3.4. 3.5 arrives and breaks a cherished ritual. Do they fork, wait, translate? This is ecclesiology by changelog. The wise stance remembers. People are primary, tools secondary. Continuities, origin destiny stories, rituals that train bodies, calendars that synchronize hearts, ethics that bind strangers, mystical states that unself us. Discontinuities, authorship diffused into swarms, authority shifting from elders to engineers, space abstracted, time accelerating, avatars multiplying selves. Some communities will explicitly found techno-religions. Others will weave tools into existing lineages. Many will resist the sacralization of machines altogether. The future is likely plural. Many paths again. 8. A civic pact for the sacred and the machine. In a shared world, we can make procedural peace even while we differ about metaphysics. Freedom of conscience extends to freedom from algorithmic coercion. Equal dignity means equitable access to tools that shape opportunity. Transparent governance of high-impact systems is a public good. Education in digital literacy becomes a rite of passage. Environmental stewardship applies to data centers and supply chains. A Bill of Rights for digital sacred spaces. Draft. Right to quiet. The ability to gather without tracking, targeting, or interruption. Right to presence. Accessible design, captions, translation, and low bandwidth options as defaults. Right to consent. Opt-in for recording. Clear ownership of liturgies and teachings. No scraping sacred corpora. Right to redress. Swift pathways to remedy harms. Visible appeals. Independent ombudspersons. Right to green compute. Public environmental targets. Transparent energy reporting. Right to interfaith. Courtesy. Accurate representation. Respectful moderation. And protection from harassment. Right to exit. Data portability. No hostage platforms. Memorialization by choice, not by default. Municipal imagination. A city can protect a synagogue, a mosque, a church, a gurdwara, and also insist that the platforms on which we now gather honor the same civic virtues: privacy, fairness, accountability, accessibility. Grants for community servers, public digital commons for memorials and town halls, shared ethics labs where technologists and elders co-design rules. Emergency protocols. When disasters strike, spiritual communities often coordinate aid. Platforms that host them should maintain disaster modes, ad-free, boosted local reach, verified resource maps, and multilingual toggles. Compassion at the speed of bandwidth. Epilogue, the ember and the engine. Subtle return of the hum, a distant human choir. The sacred is not in the silicon. It is in what the silicon enables us to notice, to choose, to become. A model can summarize a scripture. It cannot love your neighbor for you. A headset can transport you to a virtual temple. It cannot replace sitting at a hospital bedside. A hypothesis can imagine the cosmos as code. It does not absolve us from care inside it. The future's most important upgrade is not to our devices, but to our virtues. Hum fades. Series conclusion. The thread through all worlds. We began with a child under the night sky and 3 ancient questions. Where did all this come from? What happens when we die? How should I live? Across 15 episodes, we listened as Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism, Sikhism, Daoism, Confucianism, Zoroastrianism, Indigenous lifeways, modern movements, and now technological horizons answered in their own music. We traced 5 great comparative themes: origins and destinies, ritual and calendar, ethics and the golden rule, mysticism, and the debate between a perennial source and irreducible difference. Then we watch the same patterns reappear in code. A few convictions survive the journey. Story matters. Whether myth or model, the stories we tell frame what we notice and what we ignore. Choose stories that widen mercy and courage. Practice matters. What we do with our bodies writes doctrine on our nervous systems. Rest, repair, share, listen. Virtue matters. Honesty, humility, justice, compassion. Without these, any theology or technology becomes a weapon. Community matters. Wisdom ripens in company. Make rooms where disagreement can be safe and love can be practical. Hope matters. Not optimism, which expects ease, but hope, which works for good even when outcomes are unsure. If there is a new religion forming, let it be this: the steadfast discipline of humanness, a reverence for reality and for each other, practiced with tools old and new. Let our calendars synchronize not for spectacle, but for service. Let our rituals train the hands. Let our myths remind us that the stars are older than our screens and kinder than our fears. When the child asks again, tonight, next year, or a century from now, where did all this come from? What happens when we die? How should I live? You will have many answers. Offer one more. We live by lighting each other's way. Whether the light comes from a candle, a sun, or a pixel, its purpose is the same: to help someone else breathe easier and walk forward in its glow.